Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt to the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's Podcast. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt to the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Salt to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Salt of the Streets podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government podcast. You know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture, and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I, of course, am that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am obviously once again joined by my fantastic, amazing, beautiful, sweetheart deal of a co-host. How long can he hold the pose? Hi, Donovan. How are you?
I am fantastic, sir. Thank you very much for having me.
That's awesome. Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be a good show today. We've got a lot going on. There's just too much going on. Do you want me to do the topics? Do you want to do topics today?
No, let me give it a shot.
Yeah,
Okay,
you got this.
Part one, we got a couple of, let me ask you this questions. We have really a double grab bag going on, right? Part one, we got a little grab bag. Part four, we got a little grab bag going on. Part two, we're talking about Twitter. Right, all the Twitter files we're going to go over. Colin, in his beer show live stream about 2 weeks ago, went over the first drop of the Twitter files. We're going to be going over drop number 2 and drop number 3 today in their entirety as we can. And we're obviously going to give you the liberty side implications of these things. In part number 3, we're going to be talking about authoritarianism around the globe and at home. We're going to be talking about China. Obviously, there's lots of protests going on in China. We're going to talk about Iran. We're going to be talking about things going on here at home. It's going to be great. And then part 4, we're going to have another grab bag going. We got all kinds of stuff cracking. So what kind of things do you have in the grab bag?
Oh, you know what? Let me consult the chart here.
There you go. Because we got a ton of stuff in the grab bag.
So the first two that we'll get into, one of them is a local that has some national implications, obviously, around power grids and attacks on power grids. And then I'm going to fill you in a little bit on that giant conspiracy to overthrow the German government that just got stung down and shot down from Interpol and a bunch of international agencies. Because the story behind that one is awesome. So we just have to get into that. But then in our more traditionally sized grab bag, we're going to be talking about the rail strike and how once again Congress fucked over the unions just like they usually do when Lunch Pail Joe is, out there trying to get their votes.
I thought that Joe Biden was pro-union.
He will do that. He'll say that so he can get your vote. But
I thought he was the most pro-union president, in the last several decades, though.
He might be pro-union, but he's anti-American.
Hold on.
So if you're an American union,
Joe Biden told me that he was pro-union. What are you talking about?
good. So you're going to have to wait until part 4, and I will explain in detail.
All right. All right.
But we got some Dutch farmer action going on. Obviously, World Economic Forum and the EU's depopulation and climate change agenda is going to be in full force there, and the people have once again begun to strike. I know we've talked about that before on the show, but we're back at it again. We actually have some solid numbers from what the target points are over in let me ask you this question, because I heard this on a podcast the other day, and I almost died laughing as I tried to figure it out. When I say Dutch farmers, what country are we talking about?
Dutch would be Denmark. Right?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Those are the Danish.
Finland, then.
No.
Oh, fuck.
It has nothing to do with Dutch. There's no... Well, there is a D in it. Yeah, there's one D in it, and it would be the Netherlands.
Oh, fuck, okay.
Yes, the Netherlands or the Dutch people.
Well, that's
yes,
no good,
that's
is
that.
No. Well, that is no good, is it?
No. It's a wonderful place.
Americans are stupid.
It's a beautiful thing. Amen. And then
don't
lastly,
know things.
the other big one we're going to talk about is the Kanye West meltdowns. And I'm not going to call him Ye, because Twitter is a safe place now, so I'm going to dead name Ye and call him fucking Kanye West, because it's stupid. He's stupid, and I'm not going to call him his fucking name. I'm going to call him his other name, his old name, his dead name.
Before we get into any of that,
Yes.
thank you everyone for joining us here on our youtube.com/saltofthestreets. We also have our instagram.com/saltofthestreets. Of course, you can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. We also have the beer shows I talked about. Colin does every Friday at 4:30 Pacific time. We have the book club live streams. We have the review previews. We have the newsletters that drop at the end of every month. So share this video, like,
right.
subscribe, tell all your friends about it. Go to saltofthestreets.com. We also have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan
We'll
on
show it one more
Instagram.
time.
Colin is a big bird offie on both of those things. I want to remind you guys to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP. And I think that's it.
Excellent.
So,
Excellent.
this segment is brought to you by Swellblend.
Hey,
of
what
course.
episode and date is it?
Oh,
we didn't do
shit.
that.
God damn it. I was on such a roll. Could have cracked it out too.
This is my revenge for you calling me old all week.
I did too. I was kidding. The first time was an accident, and then I was just kidding. This is episode 139 of Salt of the Streets. This is 12:13 p.m. and today is Saturday, December 10th, 2022. This is our last episode of the year, just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
We will be back on, what day is it?
January 14th.
I believe so.
Consult the calendars.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we got
we
twinsy
go.
calendars.
We got the matching ones. Yeah, the 14th. We'll be back on January 14th for episode
Check.
140.
Boom.
In the meantime, we will have the content, of course, for the Patreon. We'll have newsletters. We'll have the beer shows coming out. We'll have announcements for the book club because we're still figuring all that out.
All the things.
And, of course, yeah, we got lots of stuff going on. So,
Yeah,
check it
beer
all
show.
out.
Still gonna happen 4:30 every Friday. Possibly a change in schedule for this upcoming Friday, but follow me on my socials there to make sure if I have any updates. Other than that,
There you go.
I just might be driving a flight attendant to or from a place.
Ah,
But either way, it's happening.
deal.
Now, we didn't talk about a signal, but you could give me a signal.
With that, let me ask you this.
I totally meant to be like, hey man, yeah, just whenever you want, just give me one of those.
Yeah, no. So the first one is kind of surface level politics. Right? I got a couple of these.
Some rank punditry, if you
We'll do
will.
the first two, and then we'll kind of move on, and we'll talk about the other one. So, the first one, surface level politics. Is Donald Trump the leader of the Republican Party?
Oh, that's such a
Yes.
such a question.
There's been a lot of talk, especially since the dinner with Kanye West and with Nicholas Cruz or Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes.
I was watching Timcast last night, and they had one of the parents. Who's
Yeah.
from Parkland. So that's the name of the Parkland shooter. So that's why.
Oh,
Yes. So I was like, is this his name? It's
Yeah.
not. It's Nick. So anyway, Nick Fuentes, who I don't know anything. Apparently,
he's a piece of shit.
Okay.
I'll tell you right
so
now.
I literally have never even heard him speak before. So
That's good.
I don't know anything about him. Apparently he's a piece of shit or like a Nazi or something.
It's
Nazis,
complicated.
Yeah, I don't know about those things. He seems to not be a good guy, from
Yeah.
what I can gather. I don't want to personally say too much. I've literally never even heard him talk. So I don't
before I get into answering the actual question,
yes,
I don't know. Nick Fuentes is one of those guys who's been so showy that you don't know who he really is or who he really isn't. But the persona that he embodies, the persona, if you will, he is a white supremacist, Christian nationalist, far-right kind of like that stereotypical kind of like old school Richard Spencer, but like YouTuber style.
Okay.
So that's what he does when he's on the internet and
Sidney O.
stuff.
Spence.
Yeah. So that's who Nick Fuentes is.
Okay.
Ideally. Some people call him a gay Mexican. I don't understand why. I think it's because he's whiter than, this can.
But his last name
But
is
his last name
Fuentes?
is Fuentes. And there's a rumor going around that he is that he swings that way.
Yeah.
But either way, he's a giant piece of shit.
If that's the case, they would have a better political argument if they were gay.
Yeah.
Like they would appeal to more people.
Yeah.
Like the guy that was on Timcast the other day, 2 or 3 days ago, whatever. With
Yeah,
the
that
long
guy.
hair, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's wild, man.
That's a winner.
I
That's
really enjoyed him.
That's a winner.
I've never really been exposed to him that much. What was his name? Scott Presley?
Yes.
Is that his name? Scott
Yes.
Presley? I
Maybe
really
Pressler,
enjoyed
but,
Pressler, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. I really enjoyed that episode.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got really long fingers and he's super, super skinny, and you could tell he's super tall, like some real, like you're not a octogenarian, but you're still Skeletor.
Yeah.
Kinda
And his
creepy.
hair was so long.
Yeah, 80s Metallica hair.
Real long
yeah.
hair.
But he was a cool guy. I like him. But no, I do not believe that Donald Trump maybe. I don't know.
That's a good one, huh?
It's because it's all in perception. I don't think there is such a thing as the Republican Party right now.
Okay.
There's not a cohesive single unit known as the Republican Party.
Right.
There are definitely factions involved, but I think the party itself is in the midst of multiple civil wars. It's fractioning to no end. Donald Trump is certainly the leader, the thought leader behind a portion of it. But there is no leader on the other side, so he's about the closest thing you can get. Mitch McConnell's not leading anybody. Kevin McCarthy's not leading anybody. On the Trumpy side, you got people like Jim Jordan and Matt Gaetz and stuff like that, who all personify some aspect of leadership, and they act out roles as if they are leaders in some capacity. So maybe through that definition, I'll say, yeah, Trump is the leader of the party. But there has to be a cohesive party for there to be a leader, which I do not believe there is.
Yeah.
Boom. That's it.
No, I like it.
That's
I
the
think
money shot.
You talked yourself to what my answer is essentially, is that I don't think that there is a leader of the Republican Party right now because there are so many people who are jockeying for that position. But if you had to pick one, it would be Donald Trump because he is, I think, the only person with the ability. Not gonna do it because he's way too far up his own ass. But the only person on that side with the ability to rally enough people behind him to get a win. If he moderated himself and he got his shit together, I think he absolutely could win. He absolutely could win a second term. But he's way too deep in the bullshit for him to go back and try and rally enough people, like I said, on a moderate standpoint, to actually win.
Okay. Well, let me spin this real quick just to add a second avenue to that question. Regardless of where he stands personally on where if he's going to run or not, do you see Ron DeSantis possibly being somebody that can fill kind of the opposite side of leadership in the GOP of Trump, like somebody that could lead instead of Trump?
I think
and maybe act as a more unifying individual?
I think the potential is there for that, but I believe that the fighting that will happen between Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump in a Republican primary
that would be bad.
will tear apart the base that Ron DeSantis has to cult together to try and win. And if he's not able to convince the Donald Trump Republicans to vote for him, then he cannot get it done.
Yeah, I think if that was to actually happen, man, and the two of them are like in a race against each other. I mean, if the GOP is in a civil war now, we're escalating to World War III to include the use of WMDs in that party warfare.
Yeah,
that would get dirty, and it would usher in, I think, at least another 4 to 8 years of Democratic control.
You almost the real win would be if you could get them on the same ticket, but I don't think any possible way to get the two of them. I think
there's too much BDE involved. You can't be doing that.
The only way it could feasibly be done is with DeSantis as vice president, and I don't think that he would take vice president. Only if he was somehow assured that the following term he would be the guy. Like that would be the only way. Is that we'll say we're going to give T-Dog one more term. We're going to give him the last term. You're going to come in and be VP, and then when he's done, we're going to run you as the candidate, and you will be the guy. And we're just going to run the country so dope style for the next 4 years that we're going to shoo in a Republican victory in the next presidency. That would be the only way that I could see that possibly happening. But I mean, Ron DeSantis is young enough that like that's a feasible
He's
plan.
chilling.
You know, that's a
Yeah.
feasible plan. He doesn't. This is not his only chance to be president. If he doesn't win now, it's not like he's fucking Bernie or something.
I think
you know,
take on this is what DeSantis could do just to have fun with it. Like he could take on the role of Dick Cheney and have one of the most active vice presidencies there is, essentially running cover for the president so that he can get the W that he wants. He can serve his last
And not really do
last
that
term.
much shit.
Exactly, and then just kind of be involved in all the bullshit that you know is going to happen. Well, Ronnie D goes in the background, goes on all the overseas trips, does all the handshaking, the babies, the coercing of votes and getting shit done and talking to the people very, very actively.
what we were all afraid Kamala Harris was going to do.
Yes. And then she tried and we all just laughed at her.
Because
Yeah.
he has the juice to actually do that, you know?
Yeah.
She doesn't have the political juice,
No, dude.
obviously, to come in and get anything done. But
Do vice presidents debate, right? At some point? When
I
there's
believe
two,
so, yeah.
when there's two leading ones, that would be epic.
He would absolutely destroy her.
DeSantis Harris. Oh,
He would
my
absolutely
God.
destroy her.
That's a pay-per-view I'd pay for.
Oh, 100%. It would be worth the money. It would be
Hard,
worth
yeah.
$5-10,
Yeah.
to be able to watch on the
Hey,
internet.
let's get dark money out of politics, bro. Let's make it all pay for play, and everybody tune in. Pay your $20 on whatever. You could do it on the internet.
Yeah.
Fuck, I missed.
It would be
Go ahead.
it would be like that one clip between Tulsi and Harris, but just for a whole debate.
Yes,
You know, for an
it would
entire
be
debate.
like a whole 90 minutes,
Yeah.
man.
Be
Please.
like, that's really funny that you said that about drugs because
Oh,
you missed what?
I missed Your Mom's House holiday live special was on
Yeah.
last night. I
Yes, it
totally
was.
missed that.
We talked about it. Jordan and I talked about it.
I might
and
rent it though, because it's supposed to be up. I think.
I think for a week or something like
Yeah.
that, you can buy it. I'm very interested, but I would want to watch it the night of, and we would have to not have our children. Like we
Yeah.
would have to make an event out of that event
Yes,
for us. That
and
we would
with
have to
no
be like,
kids.
yeah, we're gonna get dinner. We're gonna stay
Yeah.
at home. We're gonna eat dinner beforehand because I don't want to throw up while
Exactly.
I'm watching the thing. Like, yeah. So
So I saw a couple reaction videos of people reacting to their, what do they call it? Their historic, like, heavy segment at the
Yeah.
end. And everybody just, all these reactions, just entire rooms freaking the fuck out. Stairway. No. Oh, man.
yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there.
No,
More?
no, I'm here
More
for it.
questions?
Yes. So the second one's a little bit deeper, right? So I'll give you some background to it, and you'll probably laugh a little bit. So I was watching Flagrant this week, and Liver King was on Flagrant, right? Did you watch the Liver King episode of Flagrant?
No.
I can't recommend it enough,
'Kay.
right? So Liver King, if you guys don't know who Liver King is, online personality, eat the liver, blah, 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 ancestral tenants, all this stuff, right? And he was saying for a long time that he wasn't doing steroids. That was obviously stupid.
You've seen it before.
Yeah, it's obviously ridiculous. And so this week it was exposed, or last week exposed that he has been doing steroids for a very long time. It's like, oh my God, people are very upset. So he's on Flagrant, right? And he had what seemed to me to be a very honest conversation. It was very candid. It was very open about kind of the exploration he was doing about his insecurities and why he had done this type of stuff and why he was working out this way. And he was saying, like, I've been working out 5 days a week, 6 days a week, 7 days a week since I was in high school, and was using it as a way to cover up his insecurities, and like I had proved myself, like I gotta beat myself up so that I can be like, you've earned this, blah, 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 right? So he's in the gym like 3 times a day, sometimes 4 times a day, and that's why he's doing steroids, is so that he can recover enough to continue to work out like this. And he's been working out like this to avoid dealing with trauma from his childhood of like being bullied and stuff like that.
Okay.
And so he's just
David Goggins style.
yeah, and he's just, now that this steroids thing has happened, actually beginning to look into his past and identify, why have I been living this type of lifestyle this whole time? So
Okay.
he's like, seems to be just kind of figuring this out, and so it did seem like a very honest conversation. And Andrew Schultz said something to him to the effect of, you don't have to destroy yourself in the gym to be a good person. Like there are other ways to find value in yourself. You should ask yourself, were you a good father this day? Did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? Right? So that made me think a lot about the different ways that I find value in myself and the value that I see in myself, and whether that was aligned correctly with what my actual values are, and whether those things are lined up or not. And I think there's a lot of inconsistency in that, in the things that I value as a person, but the way that let me rephrase it. The things that I think are valuable in other people don't align with what I think people find valuable in me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That I don't...
Is it kind of like you have other standards for other people that may not be the same standards you hold yourself up to?
It's not that I don't hold myself to those standards, but it's that I don't
Generally.
I don't think that people are recognizing those things in me like
Oh,
I
okay.
am recognizing them in other people. You know what I'm saying? So the way that I stick really hard to like lying, you know what I'm saying? How big I am on like lying and stuff like that. I know that I am honest, and that's why I live that way, but I don't think that people recognize that as something that's valuable in me.
Got it. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That is very clear.
Yes. And so I don't have enough of a list to be able to lay them out right now, but my question for you is, where do you find value in yourself? What qualities of yourself as a person do you identify and say, this is valuable, like this is a positive thing?
Yes.
That's my question.
Ooh.
And I can talk for a minute if you want to think.
Well, I mean, I'll just think out loud, because honestly, this is something I have always struggled with, if you will. I've never been one to value myself pretty much at all. So I struggle with every day. I just don't generally think about it, and I get lost in the work of the things. You know what I mean? You just do the things, and you stay busy. You don't have to work on yourself. I literally had I had a very long conversation with my wife about this the other day, and it's. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't feel secure enough in. I mean, I bet you I could think of something. Like, I think I'm pretty loyal to my friends, probably to a fault, which is why I generally try to keep them to a few, because that obviously can get complicated. But, yeah, I don't know. I know I have lots and lots of work to do in that department, which is something. I just signed up for BetterHelp.com, by the way.
There you go.
So I'm going to be doing that and trying to actually do some work in that department, because I have never really valued myself necessarily, any really aspect. I know I have good things. People tell me that. I have friends, family, so it's not like I think I'm a worthless piece of shit or anything like that, but I don't consciously think about that, because I would probably spiral if I tried to do that, because I'm not in a good headspace. So, so yeah, that is a very interesting question that you brought up there. But yeah, no, I really don't have anything to bring to that other than the fact that my biggest, I think we'll say the one thing I know I can value in myself right now is that I can identify that I need to work on identifying the value that I have to myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like alcoholics, I mean, you got to admit you have a problem before you can even start. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yes. So I was thinking...
Hashtag Liver King. What's up, man?
Right.
Get you thinking some deep stuff.
Very good episode. So I was thinking like the whole way here about what my answer was going to be to you, and I was trying to think of a real specific thing, and... Because I know there are the things, like I said, the honesty and things like that, consistency. Like, these are things that I find that I value in other people, and so I know, because they're core values of mine, these are positive things. I don't ever consider them, because to me they're just facets of my personality at this point. Like, this is just part of who I am, because it matters so much to me. But it is something of value, because it's something that I look for in other people. So that is a thing of value, even if I don't regard as that or think that other people are identifying that in me, right? And I started to think about that.
That's a good deal.
I started to think about that in depth last night, because Jordan was talking about a conversation that she had with somebody else about me and the show that we were doing. And someone asked her about the show. What's the show about? And Jordan I had a better spiel than I did, surprisingly.
tough
Like I
gig.
was, yeah.
I don't really know.
Something to the effect of, it's about liberty and teaching people what their rights are and going over things in the news so that people can see the way that their rights are being infringed upon, and so they can try and do everything they can to protect them and just live out their freest life possible. Something to that effect. Like that's like a real that's good.
That's a good elevator pitch.
Yeah. So then she just talked about, she's like, and I just love you guys so much, and I love you so much. Like I'm proud of what you guys are doing, and like it's so noble and valuable. So on my way here, I was thinking about that, and I value my wife so much. I think that she's so great, I think she has so many positive qualities. And so I thought about what she was saying to me and this premise that I kind of laid out too about not finding value in other people or people not finding value in me in certain things. And I think a really good starting point for my venture down this was really having it set in. My wife is so incredible that if she is finding this much value in me, then there is definitive value there, because she would not be wasting her time. She would not be, she wouldn't do that to herself, because she has so much other things going on that it wouldn't make sense to her to be spending this much time, to invest this time in someone who doesn't have inherent value. So
if you can't identify it yourself, you know that there is a there.
Yes.
You just, because you can trust in that because you have enough faith in other people.
Yes.
And the right people, I should say. Yeah.
To me, a good base, because accepting that, knowing that fully, I can't ever convince myself, well, there is no value. I don't have value, because I know for a fact I do, because someone else is seeing value in me. Even if it isn't the things that I find value in other people, someone is seeing value in me because they're investing this much time. They're investing children, a lifestyle, a house, all of these things. You know what I'm saying? That's such a good baseline of like, I can't ever go back to, you don't have value. There aren't things about you that are positive, because I know that's not true.
That's a good thing to like realize. That's solid, good stuff, man. By the way, your wife is pretty awesome. Huge fan.
She's great.
Huge fan.
She's great.
And I mean, on that note too, I mean, like, given our relationship over the years, I think I can pull inherent value from myself due to that, because you don't waste time with motherfuckers that are downers in your life. So
you see me cut people, man.
You ain't kicked me to the curb yet, so there's got to be something there.
We've had, probably dozens of conversations about other people when I've been very open of like, this does not meet the standard. This particular behavior does not meet the standard, and I'm only going to tolerate so much of this before I'm just going to be done with this person. Like we've had many conversations like that. And I've had a lot of conversations with my wife of that same tenor, in which she's asked, like I'm not trying to question you, but I have to ask honestly, is there some type of wiggle room? Is there like gray area here? Is there like, for some things there are, but there are other things where there is not, honesty is one of those things, like lying. If this reads to me as a lie, you just lied to me. So it's fine if you don't see it that way. If you don't think that that's what it is, you don't interpret it that way.
That's how I'm perceiving it.
Yep, I'm telling you, this was not honest. This was a lie, and I'm not gonna tolerate that. That's not gonna be a thing that's gonna be cool. So those conversations like that, like, is there really a lie? Like, do you really feel that way? I'm like, yeah, 100%. Like, there's no gray area. If you were not honest about something, you lied about it because you weren't fucking honest. Withholding information, that type of shit. And that's not, my friends have to tell me everything. It's nothing like that. Not everything is my business. But
just don't lie to me.
I would rather someone say, I don't want to talk about it, or I don't want to tell you, than say anything other than that. Anything that is anything that isn't the truth.
And that's a struggle in this part of the world, man. I will tell you that right now. Being all over the world like I have, and living with different communities of people on this coast, the other coast, down in California, up in Alaska, visiting, I got a lot of European family and stuff like that. This is 100% like the passive aggressive, I'm going to lie to your face so I don't hurt your feelings, or possibly alter your slight perspective of me because I need to maintain this view that I'm putting out into the world. I mean, this is the capital of the world that I can find for that. This whole kind of Pacific Northwest area, for whatever fucking reason, it's that way, man. There's a lot of fake stuff, for lack of a better word. You know, there's a lot of fakeness out here, and people will lie to you just to like, because they think it will like, because they're afraid of like how you might think of them.
Right.
If they were to tell you the God's honest truth, when if they actually knew somebody like you, be like, yeah, okay, whatever, that's cool, whatever.
Yeah.
Tell me what's on your mind, and we can have that conversation. But I probably will not judge you as long as you just tell me what's going on, and then okay, that's fine, dude. You do you.
I have to consistently reassure people that what I'm saying is the truth, because it's so it's
not
so
out
bold,
here.
it's so honest
Yeah.
that it's always like no, like that. I promise I'm not because I'm mad, it's not because I'm whatever, but
Yeah.
this is the truth about how I feel.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna be dishonest. It happens all the time.
What's really funny is like having this conversation to think about it a little bit. Your personality, as far as like where the most amount of people that think generally in those terms, that are not afraid to tell you fuck you to your face, and I'm just going to be completely honest with you no matter the fucking cost. And Long Island, South Shore, old school, like think Jersey Shore motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Those people, bro. That's when I lived there. That was my first experience in like a really different culture like that for long term. And it was very weird, and I grew very accustomed to it, and I grew to appreciate it, which probably has something to say
Yeah.
about this. But yeah, no, I'm like, if I could airdrop you and just put you into South Shore, Long Island, you'd fit right the fuck in.
That's right.
Oh, man. You'd probably get really irritated with how they say coffee all the time, but
Probably.
But they have really good pizza.
Uh,
And like from the
do
the
love
most
pizza.
random little pop-up corner store. Oh, man.
I love pizza so much.
First time I ever had a buffalo chicken pizza from this place called Mulberry Street Pizza
Word.
on it was on Mulberry Street,
Thank
which
God.
is in it's a town called Lindenhurst on South Shore, Long Island, which is just one town east of Amityville, where the actual Amityville Horror
Okay.
House is.
The house looks like a face.
It's a house. It literally is just like all the other houses in the neighborhood too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just a house, man. You
That's
just drive
really
by
funny.
it. I drove by it a number of times. I
That's
lived,
the one, huh?
yeah. Because you'd expect it to like stand out, and it does not.
It's not like
Just-
set up in any type of way. It's
Nope,
just
just a fucking house,
that's
and
just
there's
the
just
one.
people living there, and when I lived there, the people that did live there knew exactly where they lived, and they're real fucking Long Island people, and they're very open and honest and stuff. But they were super into like having people just come in and tour their house. They give tours to people all the time just for
idiots,
whatever.
bro. I wouldn't want to be living. I'm not like totally convinced of ghosts. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't want to be living anywhere where everybody who would live there would be like, yeah, there's definitely some wild shit that happens here. I just wouldn't choose to live there. You know,
Just be lots and lots of sage burning all
it's
the time.
not a place I would select to
Be
live.
some crystals in every corner, you know.
No, especially having purchased an old house. I accept, I'm like, there's, who
Yeah.
knows, who knows? There was in the closet when we were painting, it was like a false panel of just this foam tiling. I don't have any reason. I don't know why. I can't possibly figure out why it was there. But Michael pulled it down, and he pulled it down and he showed it to me. He's like, "This was just up here." I was like, "Well, fucking way to go! You just let all the ghosts out, bro." I was like, "That's what was holding them up there at the top of the closet. Now they're all fucking free in the house now. You just let them out."
Oh my god.
So who knows? But,
We could make a really awesome like horror movie in your basement right now.
oh yeah, bro.
That'd be so.
It's real
that'd be
sketchy.
so
Rust
scary,
running down the walls, and
dude.
Stuff. Yeah, it's
I
nice.
want that. All right, are you
So-
ready for? Yeah, are you done? By the way,
I now
Are
want
we
to say
done?
one
Okay.
positive thing, and
Oh,
then the
yeah.
last two questions I have, like I said, lead us into like topics and stuff, so we can
Okay.
do whatever. I want to leave you with one positive thing on this topic of value.
Oh,
right?
nice.
Last week, you and I were talking. I was having trouble. One of the things that I find extreme value in you is your reliability. You are insanely reliable. There has never been a time in which I have said, "I need your assistance on this," and you've said, "I can't do it." Or you've said that you're going to do something and you've not done it in the back end. Never been a time. And when I was having an issue last week, I said I was my best friend. Love him to death. Having was 3 hours late to try and help me move stuff. I couldn't get anybody else to help me because it's the middle of the day on a Tuesday, and I'm sitting there. I'm in borderline of tears because I'm so frustrated. It's like I just wish.
I knew it from like the 3-word text I got
Yes.
back. Now he's in something.
It's like I wish that Colin was here to help me with this, because I know that we would be done in just a matter of minutes. This would be no problem, like it would be. And I told Jordan later in the evening, I said, I also know that if I had called him and I told him what the issue was, he would have left work to help me with what I'm doing. I said, I know that he would have done that. I said, but it wasn't a serious enough thing for me to feel like you should leave work to help me with this thing because I didn't prepare well enough, you know. It's like it just wasn't like that big of an emergency, but it meant a lot to me that when I was struggling, that's where my mind went, was like, fuck, I just want Colin's help. Like, if Colin was in a place to help me, that would be amazing.
Bro, the Thanksgiving show was last episode. Come on.
God damn it.
I appreciate that. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Absolutely, brother.
Which I guess goes with the Christmas theme of the day,
yes.
too.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Which, by the way, you didn't comment on my awesome snowflake show back there.
Christmas,
it's awesome.
Christmas. It is.
Because I got this for outside the house, but I'm like, not really into those anymore. Like I did it one year and I'm like not into it.
It's good in here.
And I never thought I'd ever find a use for it. And last night I was like, I'm gonna fucking do this. I bet it'll look good. And it don't look bad. It worked out for the beer show. Are you okay?
Yes.
I just want to prepare you for the latest and greatest new. This is the pilot segment for what I'm going to be doing on the beer shows every Friday now.
Okay.
And if you're a fan of it, I made a stinger. I did the whole thing. And it might be something you'd be into for like.
Well, I certainly hope so.
Yeah, and honestly, you'll find
we've
out.
invested this much production value in it, I certainly hope
It
so.
takes me like 5 minutes. Plus, I just make stingers all the time. Most of them are shit. But here we go.
No! God! No! God, please, no! No!
That was great. I like that a lot. That was great. I like that one a lot.
All right. So what?
You know I love The Office.
So what this is? Exactly. That's why I went with it.
That was good.
So context behind this.
Okay.
Twitter is a very interesting place. I spent a lot of time on there.
Okay.
Who would have figured that the old man of the podcast would be far more invested in the Twitterverse than the young man?
Dude, once you got on, your Twitter game shot
in.
to the roof.
I'm in
you'd be
there.
on fucking Twitter all the time.
I just need to start tweeting more. But yeah, there was a certain take that was given this week. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and it caused a great kerfuffle. And it came from a man who I think both of us hold a great deal of value in his opinion. And I looked at this take and I was like, this is a bad take. I was like, I wonder what Donovan would think about this. And so that is the antithesis of this segment. I think that's how I use that.
Okay.
So context behind this, right? We are on the internet, obviously. We spend a great deal of time on the internet, both in
Yes.
video form and on social media. And going back to the beginning of the show, I know we had talked about it in some capacity at one point. Like, well, what are we going to call ourselves? Are we going to go by our real names? Are we going to have,
Right.
you know, anonymity names and stuff like that? And so that got me thinking about anonymity of the sacred. I don't want to call it a right, but like the ability for individuals to act anonymously on the internet,
Okay.
and how that has both good and bad manifestations.
Definitely.
Which ultimately led to this take, because anonymity on the internet has been a thing.
Okay.
This comes from Jordan B. Peterson,
Okay.
and it says, by failing to separate the anonymous, cowardly troll demons from real people in the comment sections at YouTube and other social media platforms, are enabling sadistic, Machiavellian psychopaths and narcissists. And they ask people whether they agree or disagree. And that
Okay,
led
so
to...
what he's saying is because YouTube and other social media platforms don't indicate who is a real person and who is not, they are enabling the shit posters.
Yes.
Is what he's saying.
And like a sadistic, Machiavellian psychopaths and narcissists.
Okay, specifically, but
Yeah, in his
essence,
words,
the
yeah.
shit posters,
Yes.
the trolls.
Yes, and he got roasted over the coals from people that really respect him for this and people that
Right.
don't. And it's a very good question in my mind. Is it good? Is this I mean, he will go on later on to have some pretty severe reactions to people on this, calling them pretty in his own.
He goes wild.
He goes hard
he
against
goes
people.
wild.
People would be saying like, this is a fucked up take on anonymity and all this, and he's like, yeah, coming from a fucking anonymous, Twitter troll who's like a pathetic blah blah, real harsh stuff, man.
He's crazy.
So obviously
He's wild.
he's in a thing right now where he's having a hard time justifying anonymous activity in comment sections.
He's always not liked that though. He's always had an issue with the comment section.
Always. He
You
needs
know.
to not read the comments.
Yeah. There's a lot of famous people that, and I, in the beginning of the show, had an issue too, but we have fucking 9 people who watch the show. Like, I think that we got a little it's an easier time, and then when we
Hey,
have 90
speaking of
million people, it'll be easier.
one of the 9 that watched the show.
Oh,
What's up, Bilbo?
Bilbo. I'm sorry to hear that, my man. I hope that you're doing all right. He's been in the hospital dealing with kidney and liver failure.
Oh,
Bilbo
buddy.
Swaggins.
Bro, we're sending all our love to you,
Yeah,
man.
let us know if there's anything we can do for you. I'm sorry to hear that, my man.
Fuck.
You are in our thoughts.
Hopefully we can get you to laugh a little bit
Yeah.
today or something like that.
My goodness, bud.
Yeah. Tough time. We'll be thinking about you, Bilbo.
Okay. Jordan Peterson. Right?
Yes. Anonymity on the internet.
Yes.
Pluses, minuses. What are your thoughts, generally speaking, on is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Twitter Verified's been a real big deal lately, trying to prove that real people are real people. Facebook at one point was like, you can't have a Facebook profile unless you're a real life person.
Yeah. It's not inherently bad. Right? It's not inherently bad because the further I have watched the progression of social media and the relationship that it has with regular people, right? I used to...
The normies.
When Jack Dorsey and Vigigati were on Joe Rogan, when that happened, I still was on the tilt of, this guy owns this company, we got to let him do his own thing. If he's saying that it's nonpartisan, then it is, but also if it's not, then that's their own company, and if people don't want to use it, then make their own fucking platform, blah, 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 right? Then I saw Parler get pulled off of the internet, and I realized
Pulled off
that
the fucking internet.
that was not as cut and dry as I thought that it was. You know what I'm saying? I always recognized the inconsistency in the free market aspect that whatever comes next is going to have to compete with this first platform, and that's going to make it inherently unfair because they're trying to take the place of them that already exists. But such is the way of the free market. This is how things happen if you want it to be free, right? So as I've watched this go on, you got to let all this shit you have to let it all be. You got to let people do what they want on the internet. If you want to stop people from doing shit that's illegal, right, then stop people from doing things that are illegal. But troll accounts and stuff like that, I don't think it's inherently a bad thing. Not inherently a bad thing. It's not good because people use them for bad shit.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. And well, the other very important aspect to anonymity on the internet like that is not just for protection of trollery and stuff like that, which is, it's definitely going to be a byproduct of that, right?
Yes.
The keyboard warrior aspect of just, even if you do have just your name on there, we've seen that happen too. So that's always going to be at play. And that's one aspect of things. But also the anonymity of calling out powerful institutions, or, if you're over in Iran right now trying to talk shit about the government or something like that.
or a whistleblower or something.
Yeah, anything like that. I mean, I think anonymity on the internet is as important as the internet itself, because that's before we got to this age of the internet. The internet was always a generally anonymous place to be.
You never know who you're
Before it
talking to
didn't.
at the other end. That was
Yes,
the whole...
that was
yeah.
the whole deal, right?
Right.
And that's, all the super deep people would be like, well, we can always have your IP address, blah, 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 blah. But even today, you got VPNs and all this to mask where you're at. You have screen names and things like that to mask who you are. And then it's just a matter of, dealing in whatever thoughts you're putting out into the world. And for a guy like Jordan Peterson to not identify the obvious, I think, and probably more important aspect of anonymity on the internet, seemed to me like a very emotional bad take at the time.
Yeah.
Like it was something made purely looking at the trollery of things, which is, it's anonymity on the internet is so much bigger than just the trollery aspect or the shit posting aspect or the even trying to do illicit things on the internet. the anonymity of the internet is sacred because it protects you from repercussions of your speech.
Yeah.
That's the whole concept. That's why for this week's bad take, I had to go with JBB because I just don't think this was a real well thought out one.
No, and that's a good number one. That's
Boom.
a good place to start.
Hot dog.
I like it.
And this has been
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
That's really good. I like that a lot.
anything just to hear that one more time.
Yeah,
just
I like that a lot.
Oh, I love it. So there you go. There you go. Cool. So that'll be an everyday Friday segment. It'll be fun. Or every week Friday
I'm a
segment.
big
and
fan of that.
and if you like it here, we'll keep rolling it here. Why not?
Yeah.
Local stories?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah. See what you got.
Let's see what we have here. I'm going to just be clicking off these tabbies here because there's too many of them. Okay, first and foremost, it was deliberate. Power grid stations in Pacific Northwest fall victim to recent attacks. This is stemming off of, when was that attack? Last week?
Yes.
Last week, yeah. There was that big attack on power substations in North Carolina. One of the Carolinas, South Carolina.
I think so.
That put a bunch of people out of power for like thousands of people out of power for a long period of time, multiple days. I think it was in some places a week. A lot of people started to get their power back on last Thursday, which is the whole deal, right? And it blew up in the news because the FBI got involved because they said this was a deliberate act of sabotage.
So it's domestic violent extremists.
I mean, yes,
what they said.
It was domestic violent extremists, and when the FBI is involved, obviously there's things to be had there. This wasn't some local group of people that just did the thing. And as it turns out, it was not an isolated event. This happened nationwide, including in our very own backyard.
Yeah.
And so finally, we had a report here from King 5 News. There's a couple other ones, but this was the worst that I could find. So let's just read through this a little
Because
bit.
now they're saying that this is like straight out of the white supremacist playbook.
That's what
Right?
they're
That's
saying.
what they're saying.
That's what they're saying.
I never heard that before. To be honest, I've not done too much research into white supremacist literature, so I don't know that to be a fact. But
Well, let's read this real quick, and then we'll get to that line, and then
even
I'm gonna.
Brad Milky's like, that doesn't make very much sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. When Brad Milky doesn't know what's yeah. All right. So critical infrastructure across the country has been put on alert after an attack on two substations in North Kakalaki. An incident that cut power to tens of thousands for days. Washington law enforcement sources confirm they received a memo from FBI warning them about similar attacks to power stations in the Pacific Northwest. The memo read, power companies in Oregon and Washington have reported physical attacks on substations using hand tools, arson, firearms, and metal chains, possibly in response to an online call for attacks on critical infrastructure. In recent attacks, criminal actors bypassed security by cutting the fence links, lighting nearby fires, shooting equipment from a distance, or throwing objects over the fence and onto equipment. Some of these attacks...
That's the same shit that happened in the California one.
Yes. Yeah.
The California one that happened, I think, a couple of years ago, they cut the power to the facility and then broke in and then fucking shot up the tanks and all the oil fell out and then they walked.
Oh, interesting. So let's. I just really want to get to this one part where they say white supremacist, because I'm there for you, and I'm gonna try to make a complete picture out of what this possibly means.
All right, I'll shut up.
Some of these attacks happens within the last couple of weeks. One of the largest power providers in the state, Puget Sound Energy, also known as PSE, told King 5 Wednesday that 2 incidents occurred at their substations in late November. We are aware of recent threats on power systems across the country and take these very seriously. We are monitoring our infrastructure and can confirm we have had 2 incidents occur in late November and at 2 different substations. Both incidents are under investigation by the FBI. To further understand what might be potentially be the potential motive for such attacks on the power grid, we spoke with a journalist who has spent years researching and reporting on the actions of extremist groups.
Is this the same woman that they talked to on Brad Milky?
I don't think they name her
Oh, okay.
or him.
Allie Winston, an independent journalist. I'm
Allie
interested
Winston.
because they had a woman on there, and this is the woman that said it was right out of the playbook.
We're going to Google her after we read this.
Yeah, Allie Winston was start here on Friday.
Okay.
I think, or this, sorry, I shouldn't say that. They talked to a woman on Friday who was supposed to be, an expert in extremism. So I wonder
Interesting.
if that's the same woman because she used to work for DHS. I'm telling you this. I guess I don't need to tell you this
No,
right
give me
now,
some
but
context, baby.
She used to work for DHS as the one that they spoke to, and that's how we'll know if this is the same one. Used to work for DHS, and now
Perfect.
she's an APC contributor, and that's why she was on Start Here.
Okay.
Also, shout out to Carolina and Kevin.
Oh, shout out. Shout out.
Shout out, everybody. What's up, guys?
Oh, this is it. This is it. Quote.
Okay.
The trope of attacking power infrastructure, of hitting the electrical grid, critical infrastructure, is an old tenet of the American extreme right wing, said Allie Winston, an independent journalist.
I'll look her up while you're reading.
Residents of Klamath County, Oregon, were lucky to leave unscathed and with the lights on after the recent attack of their own. Early on Thanksgiving morning, we did have an attack on one of our substations in Clackamas, Oregon, said Doug Jones, senior speaker, Bonneville Power Administration. It was deliberate. There's no question that somebody meant to do it. It looked like they used something sharp to cut through the fence. That's designed to keep people out. And then, he just kind of goes on and finishes what he's talking about. So they have this is my problem with this entire article. They have one quote from an independent journalist who is supposedly an expert on extremist groups. And they drop the one line in there that says this is kind of an old trope of American right-wing extremism. And then all they're doing, other than that, throughout the whole article, is just talking about the attacks that happened, right?
Okay.
And so, as a journalist who is writing this story, they're inserting that because they need to give a little bit of who and a little bit of why to this story. And with one quote that is not even a full sentence, they're tying it to American right-wing extremists. I challenge you to think back. Over the last 4 years, who has been overwhelmingly responsible for attacks, violent attacks on not only infrastructure, but government infrastructure all throughout the country?
Left-wing extremists.
Yes. Why is this now being attributed to right-wing extremists?
Yeah.
I don't think that right-wing extremists generally have made a hobby over the last 4 to 6 years of breaking, sabotaging infrastructure around the United States. Every reported incident that we have seen over this period of time has been from the far left, from these Antifa people running around. That's it. And to have that one line thrown in there to paint the entire story with context that these are right-wing extremists doing all these things, I think is irresponsible at best.
Yeah.
Did you find anything on Miss Allie?
So I think this guy's name is Ali.
Ali.
Actually, yeah, I think it's a guy.
Oops.
There's no way to know.
Yeah, how do you know that?
He's an independent reporter covering criminal justice, privacy, and surveillance. He's a former reporter for the New York Times and fellow at Type Investigations. His reporting on police corruption, right-wing extremism, and surveillance have appeared in a number of regional and national outlets, been recognized with several awards, including George Polk Award for local reporting. Ali is a graduate of University of Chicago and University of California.
He doesn't sound like he's a left-wing guy at all.
Yeah. So.
And obviously, if his beat is in right-wing extremism, then he's going to give you a take based in the idea that this is right-wing extremism.
Well,
he doesn't sound like a very, independently minded reporter at that point if he's narrowly focused.
That I just read was from the Daily Beast, and he also used to work for the New York Times.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't trust this story. I don't trust the kind of the labeling at this point of it being from the right-wing extremist side of the house, because this would be a first in a lot of years at this point. I'm just trying to think back to like right-wing attacks over the last few years. I mean, what has there really been?
Jan 6th,
Yeah, that's the best I'm coming up with. I mean, you could tie it all the way maybe back to Pizzagate being a right-wing thing, but that was a single individual. That wasn't like a group.
right?
But it is a right-wing group. These QAnon motherfuckers over in Germany.
Are you okay?
I think we're done with this. I just saw that. It really pissed me off. They're labeling it right-wing stuff. But this is definitely a right-wing story. You asked me about this earlier this week, I think.
Yes, but first I want to remind everyone to like, subscribe, comment, share this with all your friends and everything. Of course, we got lots of new people here, so I just wanted to.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I have a button for that. I
There you
forgot.
go.
Boop.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Ooh,
Look at that.
there you go.
It bounces.
There you go.
So yeah, earlier this week, there was a massive sting operation done all throughout Europe. Dozens of people were detained by German police this week over allegations that a QAnon-inspired fringe group planned to overthrow the government and install a new leader in a violent coup. Germany's chief federal prosecutor, Peter Funk, said some 3,000 officers took part in raids at 150 sites across the country. More arrests were expected to take place in the coming days, authorities say. So the plot here. See this guy right here? This guy right here in the kind of like the tweed action there.
Yep.
His name is Heinrich VIII, Prince of Rus. So he is an old, long removed royal from the 19th century Russian royal aristocracy.
Damn, son.
Yes. And he is the leader behind this whole entire operation. And he has built up a large group of cells that all kind of have different hardcore right-wing kind of like cells all throughout Germany and throughout Europe. And he's kind of like this mastermind, all this stuff. And his whole key, what they got him on was they had a plot to kidnap, I believe, the health minister of Germany at that point and then hold them ransom. And ultimately their whole plan was to overthrow the German government and re-usher in the era of the Second Reich, which is before Hitler came around, before the Nazis, before Bismarck even.
So
this was
they're
the
not
old.
Nazis.
They're imperialists.
Oh.
And he wanted to become the new king of Germany in the old school imperial German model.
I wonder if imperial is just better or worse than Nazi.
I mean, I'm a fan of monarchs. I think at the end of the day, I'm there at that point. It's much easier to overthrow the king than it is to overthrow a modern day government.
Yeah.
So, might be down with that if you wanted to persuade me. But
Look at them black clad cops too.
oh yeah, the German secret dudes, they're badasses, man. I mean, they look like you all kitted up, all in black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bad look.
I
Bad
mean,
look for a regular person.
yeah, if you don't want to look like a Fed, yeah, it's
Yeah. I get a new kit. I gotta
Yeah.
get a new kit.
Yeah, when you look at the picture of this guy and you start digging into the story, I was like, this is too insane. I got to tell you about this whole thing.
That's wild.
Yeah, and because what the hell, they're not going to overthrow the largest, most powerful economy government in Europe. That's not going to happen with a small group of individuals like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's especially in a country that's deeply involved in a larger, more regional government on top of their national government. They got multiple layers here, man. It's not just the EU would come in and stomp your dick into the dirt if Heinrich VIII rose to power and all his cronies somehow or other neutralized the rest of the German government. The EU in its combined force is going to come in and ruin your fucking day.
So I want to talk for a second because they talked about this on Start Here.
Okay.
Right? And they had a woman from a German member of parliament that they had on, and they asked her about, what do you think about just this wild shit that happened, okay? And she said a really similar kind of thing to what you said. She's like, I didn't think, they were going to overthrow the government because that's just not going to happen here. She said, but it was, wild to think that because they could have come in and like really hurt some people or killed some people, and that would have been really bad. So the thing I want to talk about is to compare and contrast, or really just contrast, the reaction from this woman who they just arrested hundreds of people in an actual legitimate, actually plotted out legitimate violent plot to overthrow their government.
Yeah.
And a member of parliament there is like, yeah, no, it was wild, but also they're not going to do anything. And people here, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for example, who was in a completely different part of the Capitol than from what was happening, she's like, I was pretty certain that I was going to be murdered by the person who came to save me from what was happening.
And this was, check the timeline, well before any of the shit really popped off on Jan 6 too.
So she couldn't actually know how violent anything had been yet. But...
or how violent it was going to be.
Right. This woman who actually maybe could have died, right?
Yeah.
Actually maybe could have died had this been allowed to pop off. If they were able to execute this plot they had, she might have actually died. That's the thing. She really might have died. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who was never in danger of dying at any point in time,
Nope.
still says, I was pretty certain I was going to die.
She got PTSD, man.
And also, they're trying to overthrow the government. And it really almost happened.
Yes.
Like, they're still saying that. And this woman who actually was in danger of dying, it's like, yeah, it was wild. You know, it was crazy that they were doing that.
But they weren't going to do anything.
Nah, they might have killed some people, and that would have been really unfortunate. She wasn't flip about it. She was very genuine of like, like it's very dangerous. They could have killed people, but also reassuring of, but they were never going to overthrow the government. Like that was never going to happen. You have members of Congress, active leadership in Congress, that are saying these people that we're putting on trial right now almost overthrew the government. They almost murdered everybody in here and overthrew the government. They took a shit at Nancy Pelosi's office and they almost overthrew the government. They're still telling you that. But this woman, this member of parliament in Germany, who again, it's got to be the third time, actually was in danger of dying. Actually, provably, verifiably, was actually in danger of dying. So yeah, it was wild. It's crazy that that's what they were doing. Yep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, never actually in danger of dying, still maintains that she might have died, and that these people who are still being held, well, you know, for an undetermined amount of time, that they really almost overthrew the government.
It really puts some things into perspective, doesn't it?
You can't talk about it enough because it's so ridiculous. And the fact that ABC played it like it was nothing. Like it doesn't undercut all of their narrative of Jan 6th the whole time. They just put it out there that this is what she thinks, and isn't it crazy? But hold on, you're still arguing the Jan 6th narrative. If you do an episode on it tomorrow, you'll still be arguing the same narrative that these fucking idiots, these oath keepers, who we all regard as assholes, we all think they're fucking idiots, right?
And all going up on seditious conspiracy.
Pretty much all of us think they're idiots, right? You're still arguing that those people almost overthrew the government. But this guy, whose grandfather was a king, okay? I mean, what are we doing? What are we talking about here?
I mean, every now and again, Europe gets something right, I guess, right? If they want to do a coup, they're going to try to do a coup.
At least they really were doing it. At least they're really doing it. This guy's like, yo, I'm like a king, you know? So we
like,
should,
bro, I'm royalty, okay?
This monarchy is still legitimate. Let's go.
Oh, dude. Oh, one of the other really funny things, too, about this story, when I was looking into it, I didn't pull him up, but this guy, he's kind of been in the news relatively around over time, and he's always wearing the same jacket. Like, he don't have multiple suit money,
I wonder
I
what
don't
the story
think.
is with that. You just think he's just not that well off?
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I would be really interested to dive into this guy's life and just find out
like
who the hell Heinrich
the
VIII is.
documentaries on him.
There's got to be at this point. Or there will be. There definitely will be.
Just made by these people.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? Like these assholes.
Somebody call Vice right now. Get him on the phone.
Yeah.
Get over there and make me an
This
awesome docu-series about this.
The thing Vice would
6
do.
episodes.
They'll pay all these black-clad German police officers to get interviews and stuff.
Oh, yeah. They could do them in their ski masks.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
They'll do a couple stories, one about this, and one about how they're like dealing drugs or something like that. It'll all be, and they'll all use the same ski masks.
Oh, yeah.
Just change their kit, you know. Rip off the police thing and put a drug dealer thing on there, and they'll be good to go.
So, yeah, that's fun. That's fun stuff.
Wild.
I like that comparison between the Jan 6 stuff and a God's honest real life coup attempt.
Actually,
that was way bigger.
You know,
Exponentially larger in size.
yeah.
I guess the major difference there, and probably why they get to continue to use this in their narrative here, is because of the riotous aspect of it. It seems greater. It seems more wild because of all the people that were outside and the mobs and the climbing of the fucking columns, and it was very, very different in how it played out versus
The optics of it.
Yeah, the optics of it.
Because it's verifiable,
And it's all
that's-
optics.
that it was a riot. Like everybody, everyone. That is still the dominant narrative. That even though there wasn't a plot, that everyone, the corporate media is claiming that there is, because there's no way to prove that. Even in these Oathkeeper trials, they're saying they didn't have a plan when they got there, but then they were there and they're like, let's go for it.
Yep.
Okay, so there wasn't a plot. There never existed a plot for any type
No.
of overarching thing to happen. Even the Oathkeepers that are being found
Is it
guilty
like-
of seditious conspiracy.
Is it like 4? 4 or 5,
just a
maybe?
small handful.
Yeah, it's a
something
small
like that.
handful.
Yeah. Even these guys who are being found guilty of seditious conspiracy, right, who are being tried for these things, even they didn't have a plot. These people had an actual organized plot.
Yes.
It's just because that was a riot in a year where we had dozens of riots around the country where shit got wild.
Literal,
This
like,
one-
whole sections of towns being burned down.
Portland, for over 100 days in a row, they
Yes.
attacked a federal building because this one was
Fire bombs every day
Yes.
for over 100 days
Yes.
straight. Let us not forget. Let us not forget what was the date of the other insurrection? The leftist insurrection.
May something or whatever.
Yeah, when they
this
when they
one-
broke through the barriers and tried to burn down the church, and
this one had special people
put Donald
inside
Trump
of it.
in the security bunker.
This one had special people inside of it. That's why this matters.
Yeah.
Excuse me, is because this building had special people inside of it. This one had really, really special people inside of it who had to put bags over their heads because they were so scared of what you might do. When in the federal building, you just had to go to work.
Yeah.
Just had to keep fucking going to work. When Antifa and all these crazy guys are outside literally throwing firebombs at the building. Just keep on trucking.
Just keep on keeping on, baby.
Yep, keep
Don't
on
worry.
trucking.
And if you try to send the feds in to quell them, that's just a sign that we've gone full fascist. We can't do that. So we just have to let this play out. The local state police aren't going to do anything about it, and the federal cops inside the building, if we try to defend ourselves at all other than put the fires out, then we're labeled fascists. So there's that.
If you throw back the shit that people are throwing at you, you're an asshole.
Can't do that.
It's too much.
It's too much, baby.
It's too much.
It's so much.
And ABC just doesn't see the irony in it at all. They play both of these stories with the same level of seriousness. But in this one, it's almost funny to them. It's just so wacky.
It's so wacky.
Wacky.
Look at all this weirdness.
Yeah. What the fuck, dude?
That's good stuff. Good stuff. Well,
Yeah.
my coffee's definitely cold.
Deal.
And it's almost gone. So I think that's a good indicator that it's time to close out this segment.
I like it. Yeah, with that, we can take our first break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2 of episode 139. Thank you.
How dare you!
Oh.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Hey, another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed.
Go.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Part 2, episode 139 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I am Colin.
Thank you again for joining us. We are very happy to have you guys here. Thank you very much, Zeke, for joining us. Hey, guys, what part are we on? I'm watching from Norfolk, Virginia today.
Norfolk, Virginia.
Part 2, baby boy. In this segment, we are going to be talking about the Twitter files.
Twitter
right?
files.
Quick breakdown of drop number 1. Then we're going to go over drops number 2 and 3 in their entirety.
And more to come.
Yeah,
There's probably some dropping right now.
Right. So, of course, Twitter, you can follow us. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. Wherever Instagram.com, Salt of the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more, better content just like this. And you can find all this at saltofthestreets.com. Obviously, you are here on our youtube.com/Salt of the Streets. Like, subscribe, share this with your friends, tell everyone about it. This segment is brought to you by Lexi Kyle on Twitch.
Woo!
Make sure that you are evaluating and adjusting your relationship with the CCP every opportunity that you can.
Beautiful.
That is it, I think.
You're nailing it today.
Thank you very much.
It's a good thing we don't have date and time on part 2. Otherwise,
Yeah, I mean,
I'd have to chastise you a little bit. But
yeah. So I have a question
too
for you to
good.
start off
Okay.
this segment as well. We can do another if you want.
Sure.
With that, let me ask you this.
I
So-
hate how it does that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna fuck with the video file again and just remake it
I like it.
because the other one works fine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is weird.
Yeah, Michael Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I love that so much. I love it so much.
That's awesome. Okay, so the Twitter files, right? There's a lot going on with Twitter. We've been covering this. Elon Musk. Oh, let's get some beers going before we get this.
I was gonna say, ask me the
can-
question and then pour the
Yes.
beers while I answer.
Yeah, that's a good one. So,
You guys didn't see that, but he cracked the beer open and the foam just splat
Yes, it
all
did.
over his computer.
did.
You want a paper towel?
Take
You
one.
okay.
We got tissues. Yeah, this will be all right. Just type a
Tissues
little
will be
bit.
softer.
Type. 666. That's what just.
Whoa.
That's what I got on my computer here.
It's better than what I'd said before the podcast started.
This smells like a perfume. This beer. Jesus Christ.
It's very aromatic. Yes, as we say in the beer world. It's this is it is what this is a Belgian triple ale, and it's a takeoff from my local favorite brewery called the Moat, the mother of all triples. That's what they call it. And it's a triple Belgian ale, which means it is super high test.
It's 11%.
That's a lie.
Wink.
I'll go ahead and say this right now because it's on the board when you go to the brewery. The can says 11%, but the board says 11.9. So there's a reason we're doing the small fancy glasses. But
Yes.
it is their typical Moat, which is a very strong beer, very strong Belgian beer. But to kind of get into the festive mood, they also brewed it with a shit ton of cherries. And so you got a really nice kind of like it tastes like Christmas for some reason. I don't usually think Christmas when I think cherries, but I think Christmas when I drink this beer. And if you go to the actual brewery, you can get the cinnamon sugar rimmed glass.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
that's a nice touch.
Fancy.
I'm
And I mean-
fairly sure that we had a discussion. Oh, here, let me go to your regular camera. There you go.
Look
It's an
how
awesome.
incredible that is.
It's an awesome can. Shout out Echoes Brewing.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure I was relatively instrumental in the sugar rim or the sugar cinnamon rim on the glass because I remember having a conversation with one of the guys that works there about that, and it was like a thing. Like I don't remember who exactly was there with me that day, but I'm pretty sure the group that is loosely affiliated with me going to Echoes was helped be responsible for the sugar rim glass. Pretty sure.
You fancy style
Look
motherfucker.
at that. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers. Let's have our small 12% beer. Oh, fuck, it's so good.
It's not as intense as you would expect it to
It's
be.
problematic.
It doesn't like taste as wild as it
It's
sounds.
not, it doesn't even taste as heavy. It was you, your wife. That's what I was thinking. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't want, I just, that's why I try to be real general with that one. But yeah,
Donovan's
it was
fault
you.
We're not recording on Saturday.
I'm
I
fairly
did this.
sure. I'm fairly sure it was my wife's idea, And that's the only reason why they're
That's
doing that
hilarious.
at the brewery now. I'm going to give you full credit for that one.
I love that.
She's like, you son of a bitch.
So let me ask
That's the problem
you,
with going to the brewery and having memorable things happen when you
12% beers.
yeah, you know.
So Twitter, right?
Twitter.
When Elon Musk took over, Kanye West, among many other people, were allowed back on Twitter.
I know where this is
right?
going.
Kanye West was then rebanned off of Twitter. There's a lot of people, especially on the conservative tilt, that are saying, you know, is Twitter really different now that Elon Musk is at the head of it? So that's my first question. Then I have another one on the back of it. Is Twitter really different? Is this an indicator to you, the Kanye West thing, that Twitter's not really different? That they're going to still be banning on the same shit? Or
Twitter is definitely a very, very different place than what it was pre-Elon Musk purchase. It was Messiahs, but I was with you. Okay, cool. Let's just say we agreed, and
pretty sure that Colin is a trendsetter.
yeah, that's how this is working.
Pretty sure was what I heard.
I did this. I'm just going to go ahead and just do that now. I am solely responsible for it.
This was my idea.
Oh, okay,
Come up with
okay.
this beer
Twitter.
and the rim.
Yes, and
It's
some might say it was a nope, not going to say it.
Oh!
Okay, but yes, Twitter is a much more fun place to hang out ever since Elon came into town. As far as banning rules, practices, so on and so forth, suspensions,
Yeah.
I believe is the name of the game. Because he's relatively hard set on no perma bans, period, except for a couple people. But and at this point, I'm fairly sure.
Because so Kanye is not permanently
I don't
banned.
think he's permanently
suspended?
banned. I think he's suspended.
Okay.
Because he got suspended more than once already. But this one, I think, it was in his very peak manic moments of, you know, he loves Hitler and whatnot.
So as far
and
as
it was like a whole
the
deal.
swastika Star of David thing that
Yes.
Tim Cass was like, really, it's part of another religion that's like,
It's a cult. But yeah,
who
it's
fucking cares?
we
You
know
I'm
what the
saying?
context was for, right?
Yeah, who fucking cares?
But yeah, this came after he posted that, and that was going to be like his fucking, like, his campaign's logo or some shit like that. It's a Star of David, but on the inside of it, there's a swastika that ties the lines together, and it's of poor taste, obviously. But
what an idiot.
the main deal here now, right, as far as Twitter and suspensions are concerned, obviously, illegal content, actual illegal things, 100%. That's still not okay, obviously. They're working really heavy right now on child exploitation material, which turns out was completely underfunded beforehand.
Yeah.
Which is something we'll get into as the segment goes on.
And Jack's taking that one personally, right?
He is definitely taking it personally.
We never
and
did that in the Elon Musk logo. Let me show you the fucking receipts, bitch.
Exactly. Yeah, which I got those tweets. We'll bring those up
Oh,
a
yeah.
little bit. But the name of the game now is whatever Elon wants goes. It's kind of a more personal thing at this point. He made a big deal about not bringing back Alex Jones, and if we remember why Alex Jones was suspended off of Twitter in the first place, it had nothing to do with anything Sandy Hook related, which is the excuse Elon Musk gave for not bringing him back.
Why was Alex Jones banned
It
off of
had
Twitter?
to do with, it was pre-Gen 6. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. But it was well beyond the
some
Sandy Hook
COVID
stuff
shit or
already.
something?
I think it was COVID stuff. I honestly don't exactly recall. But it was well past, like Sandy Hook hadn't been re-brought up into the main spotlight again. That is just relatively recently.
Okay.
And so, but that's the justification he gave, which in turn just tells you what it really is Elon just doesn't want him on his platform. So he said, no, go fuck yourself. You're not coming back on. And if fucking Kanye West is out there going fucking psychopathic right now, doing whatever it is that he's doing, a thing that's going on, Elon says you can't be posting that stuff. You post that Star of David with the Hitler cross on there. We know what you're doing.
Right.
Call it the, context from other platforms and stuff like this. I mean, you could kind of try to pull together some old school Patreon banning type justification. You're responsible for content you post outside of Patreon that would get you up banned off of that. if
Like the YouTube
if you piss
comments.
off Elon, he's gonna pull you off.
Okay, so then let me push back on you and ask you this: if that's the case,
I'm not saying it's good or
then-
bad.
No. But if that's the case, then how is it really different if people can still be banned for essentially an ideological reason? That's because the Elon doesn't like you.
One-
like, why is that different?
It's
than
because
people
one
getting
is-
banned before.
Because one is the old school one, and you'll see the inner workings of it
Okay.
today when we get into the third part, which is all about the banning of Donald Trump. One was like a systematic. It was a system. It was a machine that worked
Yeah.
through people, a very small group of people, but it was like processes. They're trying to figure out how to justify it. They're doing this, they're doing that. They're trying to work within this system of, terms of service or whatever, versus the new way now is just Elon says, I don't care, just pull them off. I don't give a shit. I own this thing. It's not a terms of service thing. Just get them the fuck off.
Which is different, but not necessarily better.
Yes, it's different. That's the only thing. It's not better or worse. I don't think Kanye should be off. I'm not, you know me. I'm a
Right.
pretty absolutist type of guy, but
Well, don't fucking tell Mehdi Hassan that, because according to him, a free speech absolute doesn't exist. That's not real. I've heard a lot of people say that at least recently, and I don't.
well, coming from Mehdi Hassan, who is a blatant authoritarianist, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I struggle to understand how it's impossible for someone to be a free speech absolutist when you just don't care. If you don't care, it's very easy to be an absolutist because I don't care what that person is saying. It's not relevant
I
to
would
me.
rather, get on and say a bunch of really stupid shit, and then everybody dogpile on his ass and call him a fucking idiot to his
Yeah.
face, like 1,000% over. When you rely on suppression of speech alone to suppress bad speech or bad think, all that does is empower it in the darkness. When you put that stuff in the shadows, there's going to be people that support that stuff in the shadows, support it just for the sake of fighting against the suppression itself, versus you air out a bad idea, and generally speaking, enough good ideas come against it, various versions of it, whatever. There'll be I have faith in humanity enough, I suppose, that the better speech will win out, and the bad ideas will be called out for what they are.
Yeah.
And especially when you're talking something like Nazism, Hitler love, white supremacy, even, like, yeah, there's going to be a group of people that are like, yeah, fucking, white nation, blah, 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 Richard Spencer, this and that, and the other thing. But the vast majority of people are going to be like, you guys are fucking stupid. That's dumb. Here's 1.5 million reasons why this is dumb. And then at that point, they're just a pariah, and nobody takes them seriously anymore. Except for a small group of people, which you can't change that anyways. I think there's probably a good argument to be made that just by the simple act of suppressing a thing, it becomes more of it's like more of an edgy thing to like be okay with, or like to entertain these thoughts, when if they're ridiculed as they should be, people aren't going to entertain those ideas as much.
Right. Defeat
But-
them with better ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if Kanye going out there saying he loves Hitler is a fucking joke, everybody knows that is that's a ridiculous thing to say, and if you honestly believe that, you're a fucking idiot. And we're all going to treat you like that now. Yeah, there's going to be a small group of people who are like, yeah, actually, I'm down with that for whatever reason. But when it's called out for the pariah that it is, the vast majority of people are going to be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid, dude.
Right.
So
let me ask you this then. I was watching a Russell Brand video earlier this week, and he made a point that I thought was very good, talking about Elon Musk and saying that Elon Musk is a billionaire, right? And most
Fact
of
check,
his
true.
companies, most of his companies, if not all of them, have very large financial ties and incentives with the federal government. And if he is tied that closely with the powers that be, how well insulated is he really from that type of influence and that type of control? And is it wise for, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but a lot of people are, I think, is it wise for us to be looking to him as some sort of social media savior if we don't really have any reason to believe that he's not going to do the exact same shit that everybody else is doing.
Where to start on this one? So a lot of the ties, we'll say, with his other companies and the government are to get paid, right? As far as SpaceX goes, as far as Tesla goes, I mean, taking a lot of subsidies and this, that, and the other thing, because if there's money on the table to be had, why not grab it?
Well, so hold on. So for Tesla, right? If they didn't, my understanding for the last 2 years, if it weren't for the electric vehicle credits that they got from the federal government, they would not have been a profitable company. SpaceX,
That's my understanding, too.
SpaceX has huge ties with NASA and the federal government in getting their funding for this type of shit. I don't know where the profit margin is on SpaceX as far as the federal government incentives go, but I know there's a lot of federal dollars being floated through these companies that are helping keep them afloat for him to do the shit that he's doing.
100%. And I don't fault him for that necessarily. Like, I get it.
Right.
I understand why he's doing it, because on it, like I said, like if the money's there to have it,
Certainly.
particularly with SpaceX, who, generally speaking, there's a very, very small group of entities or institutions out there that have the ability or need to put something into space. Now, if I become the single private entity that can offer that in the private industry compared to the government, instead of only relying on NASA or other nations that have space programs to get like my comm satellites up there, if I'm AT&T and Verizon and all this stuff, or if I'm the government itself that needs to put other satellites up there for whatever fucking reason, or to the scientific programs around the world that fund the International Space Station and stuff like that. But up until SpaceX came around, it was only the governments of the world that could do that.
Right.
He's a private enterprise now that can offer that. And so by the nature of the business itself, the vast majority of his business is going to be coming from governments, I would imagine, at that point, because they still have needs to get their stuff up into space. And we know for a fact the government is really, really bad at funding that kind of shit and getting their own space program up and running and getting shuttles into space.
Right.
Versus Elon can do it really, really quick, really, really cheap, comparatively. And so, of course, everybody has an incentive to do that. But it does. I mean, it's not like a vigilant eye is not required. You still need to watch and pay attention to those. I just wouldn't fault him necessarily for doing those.
No. And I'm not faulting him for that. The
yeah.
question is not why is he doing it, because the business is what the business is, right? The question is it wise for us to trust him as this, like I said, some sort of social media savior if we
like a benevolent dictator type of deal.
Even if it's a synchronistic relationship that he has with the federal government, that they kind of need each other. If the federal government says at some point, listen, we're going to get our tax dollars no matter what. You don't necessarily need access to these dollars if you're not going to do what we're asking you to do. Is it wise for us to trust that he won't bend the knee to that if it's going to cripple his ability to do the other things that he's doing?
Yeah. I think
I don't know.
It's a
I'm just
difficult,
asking.
because it's a difficult question to ask, really, or to answer, because it's never really been done before.
Well, listen, I need an answer to this question right fucking now.
I will tell you personally, like why I get warm and fuzzies, if you will, from this, and that's mostly because doggy's getting into nothing. It's mostly because of
Move on.
the pushback.
Move on.
Is she trying to get in like some Christmas shit?
Yes.
That dog.
She's trying to eat Santa Claus's backpack.
Oh, that's always a thing. Chloe, you have a wine bottle. For God's sakes. Drink your wine, you
backpack.
wino. I understand the trepidation. And trust is generally, it should be earned, obviously, not just given. I think up to this point, we don't really have any indicators to say we shouldn't trust him about that. But there is a lot of people that don't trust him. They don't trust his ties to like China. They don't trust his ties with the government through SpaceX and stuff like that. There's a lot of people that don't. And there is nothing to say that he won't fall prey to the same exact things. Up to this point, it doesn't appear as if he is, which is why I say like he requires like a very vigilant eye watching. And because it could go down. I mean, I think currently with the federal government coming as hard at him as they are, he's going to be under 3 different investigations now: Tesla, SpaceX, and Twitter. I think it's Twitter. It might be something else that he's involved in. But they're like, the feds are going to start coming after him and investigating him and stuff like that. That's a good sign for kind of a on the scales of trust at that
His
point.
independence from the Fed.
Yeah, if the feds are coming after him, he's probably doing something right. He's pissing a lot of people off. Elizabeth Warren thinks he's the devil. That's a good sign to me, But
As far as liberty
no.
goes, yeah.
Yeah. But ultimately, like the one guy savior aspect is not the way to go. But it's not necessarily his fault that he's the only billionaire that's actually fighting back. We should ask the fucking billionaire world, why the fuck aren't they doing the exact same thing? Because it seems to be working out pretty well for him,
Right. Because
and they could be, but yeah, no, it's a personal thing. I have a great trust in Elon and what he's doing. I don't agree with everything that he does or says, or some of the things, how he goes about certain things, obviously. But right now, as far as the private sector goes, fighting back against the power of the government, he's like one of the only warriors that's out there doing the jam. So I'm into it. But it's important to watch him. Watch him, pay attention.
Because it seems to me that we are in a position where the only real chance we have for some type of freedom on the internet is for an ideological, or not ideological, but idealistic billionaire to buy a company like this to say, listen, I'm just going to let it be open. And that's not an ideal circumstance for
It's
that
not.
to be the only option, because most other people, and not most, a lot of other people think the only other option is for the government to do it. I don't think there's even less reason to believe the government will allow free speech to exist than there is that a billionaire will allow free speech to exist.
Yeah, they got a long
on the
track
internet.
record.
At least, and like you said earlier, it's not good, but at least when Elon Musk is doing something like not allowing Alex Jones on the platform, well, he just doesn't want the smoke.
It's
Like
pretty.
he's making he
he's
doesn't want the smoke.
He's being relatively transparent about it and why.
Without saying, I just don't want to deal with the bullshit.
Yeah.
He's given a nonsense, and he's internet enough that he knows that people are going to be like, well, that's bullshit.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people have.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't. A lot of people are very upset Alex Jones ain't back on the platform. And, a lot of people upset when he suspended Kanye. It's, because obviously he had a particular stance going into this thing, and I think probably was abruptly confronted with the realization that, like, well, I can only be so ideological about it, and there are certain realities at which I'm going to just say, I'm going to have to step in and give a little bit of this and do a little bit of that.
Right.
But, I mean, with the release of the Twitter file stuff, which we'll talk about in generalities after we kind of get caught up to where we're at before the new drops came, there's still, even with what's going on behind the scenes now, there's still way more transparency now than ever before. And even if we're not going to fully know 100% of what's going on, it's still better than it was, yeah. But, yeah, you do got to be cautionary about the, for lack of a better term, the benevolent dictatorship thing. Because that's how you end up in, I mean, you watch Demolition Man. Everything's Taco Bell, man. Everything in that movie is owned by a single corporation.
By and large, and Wally.
When you really think about it, what's that much different than what Elon Musk is doing? I mean, he's privatizing and monopolizing certain aspects of industry and business throughout the nation, throughout the world. So that itself has some dangers too. And when it comes to a privately owned social media company of this scale, and this magnitude, and this power, I mean, there's a reason he's in the news every day, because it's not run by committee like the rest of them are, more or less. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is technically in charge of all the other shit, right? Jeff Bezos is still in charge of, well, Amazon. That's not really the same deal, but Apple,
I get the
Alphabet,
sense.
that's all boardroom run. It's all stockholder run versus Twitter now. single proprietorship. I think he has a board of some kind of advisors, more or less. But at the end of the day, what he says goes. He's not a president of a board that has to sit there by committee and take votes and shit. So it's something to watch, but it might be the best thing we got right now.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, there's a handful of other billionaires out there that we don't know their names, but they make the Forbes fucking top 10 billionaire list, top 10 richest people in the world list every year. They're not out there making moves like that. They're holding on to fucking hedge funds and making money off the economy like this. They're not doing
At least he's not
massively impactful cultural community-based, like businesses like that.
True.
So we need more of those.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no matter what kind of society you want to run, even in an anarchistic sense, if I had my dream anarchistic world, there's going to be a group of very powerful elites.
Yes.
Every society needs powerful elites. In the best circumstances, they're transparent and people know them and can watch them and hold them socially accountable. But you still need those power brokers. You need those big movers and shakers, because some things cost billions of dollars to make a real impact.
Yeah.
If Elon Musk didn't get the money together, the $44 billion to buy Twitter, it would still be run by fucking Vigigati. Essentially. She acted essentially as she managed the whole deal. Everything that was run was basically her and Ural Roth, or whatever his name is. That's not a good situation. This is
the COOs.
exponentially better off than it was before. Not ideal, but
But better than it was before.
yeah. And I'm kind of an Elon chill, so that's I'm a little biased, but
I know that you
trying
are,
to be
and that's
objective
why,
as I
know
can
you
here.
are, and that's why I was putting it on you.
Yeah.
It's because I know you are.
I'm trying to rationalize it
No,
in
I
some
like it.
capacity. And that's been. Let me ask you this, part 2.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it.
Okay. So a quick recap of the original Twitter files drop.
Yes.
Came courtesy of Matt Taibbi.
And if you want a more thorough rundown,
yes.
you can go to Colin's Beer Show from 2 weeks ago, and you will be able to get a full rundown of the Twitter files drop number 1 and everything that it entails.
Indeed. So I was going to show it off real quick, but I'm not quick enough on the mouse.
Whatever.
Yeah, I think episode 34 of what it was, called Twitter Bomb. And yeah, we literally went through text by text or tweet by tweet by tweet by tweet, the original Matt Taibbi thread that essentially went over oh my God, what was the first one about now? I'm all of a sudden drawing a total blank. Let me, let's just pull
The
it
first
up.
one had to do with the way that the federal government was pulling things down, requesting things be pulled down.
Yes, the communications between the FBI and the portal and so on and so forth. There you go. So go watch that. That's a whole deal. I was like, wait a minute, what was the first drop about? But we were promised at the end of that there was going to be plenty more to come. The next drop was going to come from Barry Weiss, and
Formerly of the New York Times.
yes, formerly of the New York Times, who was axed after essentially she was like very, I won't say violently, but aggressively pushed out after having opinions that did not go with the New York Times narrative. It's a very dirty, creepy, kind of relatively threatening, if you ask me, Slack chats, and so she was unpolitely asked to get the fuck out.
One of
So
them
she
said,
did.
"Let's kill that bitch." I'm just kidding. I know it's not that.
It was more like axe emojis after
Right.
talking shit about her on Slack and all that. But she now runs a
Should change
a
"Let me
Substack.
ask you this" to "Let me ask you this."
You're not from Florida, bro.
No, but that would be funny.
I knew a girl from Florida, from one of the upper Floridas, where it gets deep, and she couldn't say ask. It was always ax. Let me ask you this. Like, I don't. You know what you're saying. Can you spell that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Barry Weiss runs a Substack now. She's got a podcast. Substack used to be called Common Sense, but had to rename it lately to, I think it's called The Free Press now. She'll be doing the next drop, or she did the next drop, and then Matt Taibbi did the third drop again. And then the next one to be coming out, I believe today, is coming from none other than Michael Schoenberger. Scherenberger. He ran for governor in California.
Okay.
Lost in the primaries. He wrote a couple books. He's been on the podcast rounds about 6 months ago or something.
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah,
Okay.
Schellenberger,
Okay.
I think. Yeah, and for some reason,
Schellenberger.
there's a burger in the end of it. That's all I know. But yeah, he's going to be doing the next one, which is strange as well. And then
Elon Musk is picking these people?
yes. Which
He's wild.
I don't understand. Well, we'll get into that because the fear,
Why isn't
the
he letting the
aspects
corporate
of
media
this.
do it, Colin?
or that is a question. That is a question. Actually, is why is the release going the way it's going? Why is it that it is being done on Twitter through Twitter threads with selective screenshots of documents?
Yeah.
There was a couple links, I think, at some point of an actual document here or an actual document there, but it's primarily just screenshots of Slack chats, of emails, of kind of like the behind the wall of Twitter and like the inner workings of like the
Because
coding and stuff like that. There's some things
supposedly
there.
these reporters have access to like a portal almost, right? Of all of these documents and all of this shit. Right? Is that kind of what's going on? Or they're just requesting things from Twitter?
It's a little unclear how exactly the whole mess of data is being handed to these people.
Yeah. We know at one point
But
there
they
was
do talk
the guy,
about. Go ahead.
We know at one point there was a guy, the special counsel or the lead counsel for Twitter.
Yeah, we'll get that.
Okay.
We'll get
All
that.
right. All right.
Right now, I just want to focus on the
Yep.
release
Yep.
aspects, right?
You're
And then
right.
we'll
I'll
kind
let
of
you guide.
we'll go from point A to point B because there was a break. That's really what I was trying to get at before I got sidetracked. There's a break between the original drop from Matt
Yes.
Taibbi to almost a week later, the second drop.
It's supposed to be the next day.
It was
right?
supposed to be the next day. It was because it was originally released on Friday. We did it live on the beer show. Then it was
Yep.
supposed to be Saturday.
Everyone's like, what the fuck? Where's the
Yes,
documents?
exactly. And so there were some issues going on. Nobody really knew what was going on, and we didn't really get too much of a heads up what was going on. So some things happened between point A and point B. But I don't want to get there yet. I don't want to get to point B yet. I still want to talk about the releasing aspect of things. The choice, how it went down was very, very strange. I didn't really talk about it too much on the beer show because we just focused on the content more or less.
Yeah.
But
It was still live at that point, right? They were still being dropped when you were doing
yes,
this. Yeah.
and actually, luckily we did get to the very end of the substantive drop that day. There was 2 more tweets, I think, after I closed the show, and it was just kind of like a, well, that's all for now, guys. Thanks for hanging out type of things. More to come. Watch Barry Weiss next time. But all day, it was Elon boosted it on his Twitter account, and everybody sat on Elon Musk's Twitter, hitting fucking refresh for like 2 hours, waiting for this thing to stop.
And where's my shit?
And what he did was post a fucking link to Matt Taibbi's Twitter that said, Twitter files, #1, the Hunter Biden laptop story. That's
Right.
what it was. It was a suppression of Hunter Biden laptop story. Boom. And so then everybody goes over to Matt Taibbi's page, and everybody's like, well, wait, what the fuck? I thought you were going to be releasing these. So it turns out that Matt Taibbi, a formerly, I forget where he was at the time, but he was a former corporate press guy that got out of the deal. He was drummed out. Rolling Stone magazine, that's right. He was chosen to be the first one. He's an independent journalist now, has his own
He's
Substack
been
too.
doing his own thing for a long time.
Very good stuff, powerful reporting on all sorts of different things. And I think he's been pretty good on the social media censorship side of things.
He was big
too,
on the
so.
war front for a long time.
Big on the
Afghanistan
war front.
war front.
Yeah. And so he was chosen, and that a lot of people started to question that. Why is this happening? Why is it being handed out and parsed out in small bits and pieces?
Right.
Why is it being handled on the Twitter threads? Now, I think I have theories about all this stuff. I think Elon Musk is not releasing them himself because he's probably not the best narrative-driven person. He wouldn't be a good storyteller about this, which is why I think he's handing it off to journalists who will weave a yarn.
Yeah.
They will tell a story.
Be able to tell the story. Right,
give narration to the story, which
tell the story instead of just give the information.
yes.
Okay.
which itself has become contentious.
Right. Some people don't have the ability to look at the documents and fully be like, oh, fuck, this is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, like we don't know everything they're sitting on. It. They've made hints, Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss, to say there's just so much to go through. There's so much to go through. Sometimes you miss things. We've been through these things multiple times, but you still miss things. So nobody really knows what it is that they gathered. But I did want to ask you about this. The main issue a lot of people are having right now is they're getting fatigued with the Twitter thread of the whole deal. And they're like, just give me a fucking giant WikiLeaks size
Article, right.
Document drop, and let us go through this whole thing.
Okay.
And I think there's arguments to be made on both sides of it. Would you rather have it one way or the other? Or do you just not really care as long as somebody's doing the work?
It's probably arguably better for it to be done in the WikiLeaks style fashion because of exactly what these journalists are saying, that you still miss things. Then let's get 90,000 people's eyes on it, and you won't miss a fucking thing. Because with all those people going over all the documents, you will find everything. They will find every single thing there is to find in those documents. However, you then also have to deal with people making shit up and photoshopping stuff and all that
Out
type
of
of stuff
context,
that you would have to weed through. So someone would still have to take all that information, ideally would still have to take that and try and kind of tell a story about it like you're saying, still kind of write an article about it, but you would probably get a fuller story if you did it that way. But it seems like you're still getting kind of at least the essence of what's going on through the Twitter files drops. You know?
If these voices can be trusted.
If the voices can be trusted.
From what they're selectively showing us.
And it says good things that Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi come from different ideological spectrums. They are not by any means from the same side of the ideological spectrum at all.
I'd say they're both on the left, but that's about the closest generality you could align to them. They're both left of center, but that's about the only thing you could say really ties them together, I think.
Yeah, because I would say, and I don't know that much about Barry Weiss, but even just her acceptance within the conservative realm, she is not very far left. And Matt Taibbi is pretty far left.
He's left of center.
He's not a socialist or anything, but he's definitely very liberal. So... Now,
one of the other concerns that I hear voiced a lot when you're talking about like the massive data dump is attention capacity. A lot of people will be very, very excited at first, and there would be stories coming out from 1,000 different directions.
Yeah.
And the focus and the import would, I think, essentially be lost, and it would be lost relatively quickly. Legal minds would probably have better chances to make legal cases involved because they would have direct access to documents. They could go through everything, build cases. But as far as public perception is concerned, the way this is happening now, I think, is drawing the most attention to it and might be the best way to maintain longer-term attention. They don't take that long. They're usually a couple hours worth of drop, and you could read it. You could read through it. I think Matt Taibbi's yesterday was the longest one to come out to date, and it was long, and it still didn't take me that long to read through it, you know?
They're only 280 characters apiece.
Yes.
Tweets,
then sometimes there's pictures of like email chains and things like that that go with them sometimes. That's, what do you think about that aspect of that? The attention lost if you do a massive data drop?
Yes. That makes sense because people's attention spans are about 2 seconds long. Especially
almost as long as a Twitter thread, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The other aspect people are saying why he's going with the Twitter drop style is because he's doing it to increase audience or attendance on the app itself, activity on the app itself. I mean, it makes sense.
I wouldn't be surprised from to be like. Plus, also, it looks pretty good for the
good
platform.
On the numbers.
People have to come here to see what we're. Even if you read an article about the Twitter files, they're going to have links to the tweets, and if you click on one, it's going to take you to Twitter. Yeah, and it's going to be hit for the website. So,
amen. And I think though it in a kind of a shilling aspect for it, maybe it's going to sound like that. It can showcase what the platform can be good for. Like, hey, we could do this kind of thing here. Let people know this isn't just a place for shitpost, and you can actually get some decent threads here and talk
And if
about
you were
what's
an
going on.
advertiser, then you could have an ad in between a couple of these here Twitter files.
Yeah, do you want to get an ad in between drop 21 and 22 here? What's going on there?
Right.
Okay, so let's get caught up here. So we talked about the media
Okay.
release aspect of it. Lots of problems people have with it. Some people agree with it, some people don't. It is what it is, and we're just gonna. This appears to be the way things are gonna go for the future.
This is how we're doing it.
It appears that way now. So now, what happened between part 1 and part 2? Why was there a delay? And this, thank goodness, Barry Weiss was involved at this point in time, because see what happened was Matt Taibbi had already done his first drop, right?
Should be digging.
They were trying to get access to more data from Twitter to go through more things, this, that, and the other thing, which I think probably talks a little bit about how this data is being harvested from our journalists.
Right.
Because it sounds like it was you were having to go through a middleman at some point. And this middleman at the time was general counsel at Twitter. I'm blanking on his name now. You just said it a minute ago. Formerly of the FBI.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
He was the counsel.
Was it Birch? No, it wasn't Birch. Did I write it down?
I don't know.
Sons of bitches. I'm sure I can find it. God damn it! But there was a guy at Twitter, right?
Yes.
It was the general counsel, and he was previously he was general counsel for working at the FBI, and he was deeply involved with the Steele dossier. He was deeply involved with the Russia
Russiagate.
collusion case.
Yeah.
The Russiagate. Before he was summarily, not dishonorably, but he was quickly exited from the FBI, much like he was
Yes.
quickly exited from Twitter. Can you see if you can find that guy's name?
Yeah.
It's such a fucking basic name too. This is why I'm getting eluded. But he left the FBI because he was caught leaking to the media. And where did he go from there? He went to go work for Twitter in the general counsel office. And somehow or other, he was able to maintain his position at Twitter through
James Baker.
James Baker. Thank you. Jim. Who's Jim, by the way?
Yeah. Yes.
And so somehow or other, he was able to maintain his spot in the legal team over at Twitter through the regime change, which I think should be a red flag for Elon to continue to vet his employees. But during an email exchange between Taibbi and Barry Weiss, they were having a problem getting some of the documents, and she was looking at specific email chains and this, that, and the other thing, and these people were coming from Jim over at Twitter, and there was some pushback coming from there, and she goes, well, what's Jim's last name, by the way? And he goes, Baker, Jim Baker, James Baker. And then she said her fucking, her jaw hit the ground. And then immediately they kind of informed everybody that who this guy was, this, that, and the other thing. And he was actually vetting all the data that was given to Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss at the time.
He's he's vetting all that information.
All the info.
Without Elon Musk knowing about it.
Yes. And so nobody knew he was there. Nobody knew he was directly going through all the data to give Matt Taibbi selective data in the first Twitter drop.
How wild that no one knew he was there.
Word.
Like they didn't know he was working there.
Yeah. I mean, you've already slimmed down your employment that much. I mean, you got to have a better idea who's there and who's not. But who am I to say how a giant company like that works? But
so I have something to say about this. Jim Baker, right, before we move on. Don't have a better word for it. Surprises, quote unquote, surprises me that this type of like incestuous behavior between the federal government and social media, private sector, because it happens all over the place, is allowed to take place, is allowed or able to take place. And I don't know who should bear responsibility for that, whether the federal government should say, don't fucking go and do this, or if private companies should say, we're not going to have you work here. But regardless of whose responsibility it should be, it shows me that the federal government doesn't care about what their employees do when they're done, and that they directly benefit from what their employees are doing on the back end, because definitely Jim Baker still has some type of connections with the people that are still working with the FBI.
100%.
But
we've talked about this before. There is not only a revolving door of people that work in government to go work in, say, like the military industrial complex.
Right.
It works in finance. People, I mean, the Fed and the Secretary of the Treasury and the Fed chairman basically just change out seats. Like there's a revolving door in most major industries. That's including big tech.
Right.
Particularly on the security side of things. A lot of people that worked at high levels within the cybersecurity world, at the Pentagon, within various alphabet agencies on the federal level and the executive branches, when they leave their jobs, they're going right into big tech. And there are a massive amount of people that work at high levels of not just the legal realm, but also just the cyber and coding realm at every single tech platform that we have. And you would be stupid. You'd be lying to yourself if you didn't think that there was a maintained, or if you're a conspiracy-minded person, a planned continued relationship after they leave the government into the private sector.
And it would be one thing if nothing suspicious ever happened, right? If they just went and worked in the private sector and it was all well and good. But this type of stuff continues to happen. Whether, like you say, you're talking about the military-industrial complex. We just went over we had a whole segment on episode 1 or 2 episodes ago about all the different foreign nations that our different military members or the different veterans are working for. So this seems like this is just what happens when the federal government and its workers are able to involve themselves in the private sector. This is just seems like the natural end, because this type of stuff continues to happen, that they're not able to separate themselves from the government that they used to be a part of. And
I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to pretend like it's weird. It's fine. The tree keeps turning on and off. Somehow or other, it entered like a fucking blinking cycle. I don't know. Yeah, you're not wrong, because like we've talked about it in so many different aspects. Like we did that massive hit with the Washington Post stories and all that stuff about people going to work for other governments even and all that. I mean, of course this is the way it works, because it seems to have always worked this way. And the government has nothing more but to gain from having people at or in decent areas of the private sector. It's really bothered me now. I don't know. And yeah, we have seen that. And the third Twitter drop from Matt Taibbi goes into great detail about the massive collusion between the feds, multiple agencies in the feds, and Twitter itself. And I'm going to say this. I said it last night. I think if it's happening on Twitter, it's happening at every single tech platform. It's definitely happening on YouTube.
Facebook has the whole portal. They had the portal.
So does Twitter, too.
Right.
Twitter also had a portal. That came out relatively recently, too. And so if it's happening on Twitter, if we're seeing it there, the same exact thing, if not more so, is happening at these other places: Alphabet, Google, YouTube, Facebook, well, Meta for all that other stuff. Guarantee it's happening there, too. It's all there. This is just the first look behind the curtain that we have. And I think it would be unwise of people to assume that this is the only place it's happening, because that would be to disregard every lesson of governmental interference that we have learned throughout history.
Yeah.
It's always that way. If they're going to get in, they're not just going to get into Raytheon, they're going to get into all of them.
Yeah.
That's how that works. So, that being said, eventually we got to Twitter drop number 2.
Yes.
This one coming from Barry Weiss, which luckily was a shorter drop than Matt Taibbi's last time. Alex in the chat. Do you suppose the MIC has now supplanted the petroleum reserve currency as the actual backing of the U.S. dollar? What's MIC? What's MIC? I don't know.
I don't know.
But of course, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what MIC is, but
quite a
the
question.
petrodollar right now is struggling at best, because we don't really have a hold on
No, at this point we're trying to
military industrial complex.
I've
I've never really thought of it that way, but I want to.
It seems all right. Going
let's
on
fuck with this a little bit.
now. Okay, so
What?
I don't think that you're wrong because that would be a more stable form of currency for us. We,
Tell it, baby. Think about it.
based off of Jesus, there's a lot of assumptions that go into this, but this is all off the cuff, right? Looking at Democratic leadership in the United States, because it's looking like we're gonna trend this way, right? If we're assuming we have Democratic presidents right now, they are not showing a kindness to our oil production, right? Or
Word.
increasing of our oil production, which means we're gonna have to be getting it from other places.
Venezuela.
So our control over the petrodollar is going away. Our control over the military industrial complex isn't going fucking anywhere. And we just ensured that by sinking billions of dollars into Ukraine. And now I would
We backlog, bro. We got
already
years of
said
weapons
and
development
would
paid
be
for now.
willing to barter. We're going to be involved in the EU for an awfully long time now. That's going to be our new cash cow because Joe Biden gave up what we had going on. And I'm not like, oh, poor us.
In
Gave
the
up
EU,
what we
like
had
the
going
European
on.
Union? Is that what you're
Yes,
talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
What's going on over there with Ukraine and all the Eastern Bloc countries as it once was, right? We're going to be involved in that area for an awfully long time now, more hands-on like we are now than we were 10 years ago because we had the cash cow of Afghanistan. We were still pulling money in, still all kinds of weapons flowing through there. That's gone. Joe Biden completely walked away from that, didn't even leave any possibility of profit for those corporations because he left all that military equipment there. They have
No
to
resale value.
They've got to make money somehow.
Garage sale that
right?
shit.
They have to make money somehow. And this is, like you said, there's a backlog now for the weapons that we need because of what we gave away. So even if all of the supplies to Ukraine stop today, which we obviously know they're not going to, there's already a backlog of shit that Raytheon has to make. It's going to take them months, they said, just to get the Patriot missile production back online. Then they're going to be cranking them out for years to come.
Yeah.
So it's not like it takes 10 minutes to make a Patriot missile. I don't know how long it takes, but probably a little while. Probably a little while. I don't know if you're even making
I wonder if it's
multiple-
as sleek and smooth in the manufacturing of it as like a car.
Right.
I don't know if there's like an assembly line for
How long
Patriot
does it take
missiles
to
like
make
that.
one car? How long does it take to make one Patriot missile? I literally don't know.
I'd be
But
curious.
You're probably not cranking
Alex,
out,
that's your next mission.
Yeah, you're probably
Find
not
out how long it
cranking
takes to
out-
make a Patriot missile.
You're probably not cranking out dozens a day. I wouldn't
It
imagine.
doesn't seem like it.
So.
I don't know. But yeah, because with Ukraine, we'll just say, along with Ukraine, the only other partner at that point is in Taiwan. We've been doing small business with them lately. We cut off military sales or weapon sales to the Saudis. We did that. And so that's gone. So you got Ukraine and then you have Taiwan, which is just a splash in the, it's just a drop in the bucket comparative to what Afghanistan and Syria and Iraq and the entire Middle East was. Which, if you follow that thinking to its logical conclusion, Putin did just say the other day that the Ukraine conflict is going to be a long and protracted conflict. He told his people that on his state TV. So that's real good for the military-industrial complex. They like that because, the Ukrainian fighting spirit, if you will continue on until the last man, I think, from the sounds of it. So we'll always have somebody to send weapons to. But time will tell on that one.
So it takes to make a car.
Mm-hmm.
It makes. Let's see. What's amazing is the speed at which high production cars and trucks can be turned out. Toyota released a substantial amount of information about their production procedures and figures. They estimate that a well-appointed car, truck, or SUV takes 17 to 18 hours to assemble. That's on the floor, right?
And that is a manufacturing line that has been perfected down to
Yes.
like the fucking millisecond.
Yes. Other manufacturers have similar numbers. Some lesser appointed vehicles can be assembled as quickly as 11 hours. That said something about the Model T earlier.
Tomahawks take a couple of months to make. Woo!
Yeah, well, and that's you're saying Rolls Royce takes a few months to make too, and
Yeah.
I know that like McLarens are built by hand, so those take a long time to.
Nice.
But that's also. McLarens also fucking break all of the time because they're made by hand. Yeah, because they're not made by a machine. They're not assembled by a machine. So even though shit is all torqued to spec and all the whatever, it's still made by a person. So there's still way more flaw.
If I'm
that's
buying a
involved
car,
in it.
dude, I don't want a handcrafted vehicle, to be honest. I want one made with precision laser etched machinery, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest.
Let's put it this way. He and his staff came up with systems that reduced the overall assembly time on a Model T from 12 and a half hours to 93 minutes. Holy fuck. They were pumping out Model Ts in 93 minutes. That's fucking pretty impressive. I mean, truck was a lot easier to make at that point, but still.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Very
that's
few
a car.
parts. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Alex says, absolutely agree, Donovan. Well said. A backlog of weapons, and we just released the most prominent arms dealer of the 21st century. Coincidence? Absolutely not, if you ask me. That whole deal, man, that's a whole nother thing. Because, yesterday in the beer show, while you're looking that up, I will pontificate for a little bit. You asked the question about the validity of this trade deal between Brittany Griner and Boot. Victor, I think was his name. I can't remember off the top of my head. Victor Boot, a.k.a. Nicolas Cage.
I was just going to call him Nick Cage.
Yeah, I just call him Nick Cage at that point. That's why I put him in the thumbnail yesterday. But, I mean, there's a very good argument to be had of why Russia really, 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 really wanted him, given the vast amount of sanctions on Russia and on Iran. Why not get back in business with the sanction buster himself, a.k.a. the Merchant of Death, a.k.a. Victor Boot? He is going to be instrumental in getting more weapons to Russia if they want more weapons from Russia. It is not... The possibility of that is not zero.
So he's been hemmed up for like a decade.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that the world of black market gun sales is the exact same now that it was 12 years ago when he got hemmed up? I would imagine the power has changed around quite a bit, and his connections probably don't exist in the way that they once did.
No, but I guarantee you that if you want to have simple, off-the-books weapons deals on a state level, and you can't do them yourselves or through your former legitimate channels, you could easily set that up, or at least get advice from a guy who made a living doing that for decades. I'm sure he would be a valuable asset in allowing people to get more weaponry that they didn't once have at that point.
And I don't know that much about this dude. He wasn't working, to my knowledge, he wasn't working like for Russia, right?
No.
He was doing his own shit. He
Yes.
was black market, because he was selling shit to like Africa and whatnot.
All
He just
sorts
was,
of places,
Just was selling a lot of Russian arms because they're pumping out AKs like
Former
no one's
Soviet
business.
stuff, but ultimately, I mean, he was able to get a hold of like anti-aircraft missiles, and like he went from, I think it's just a colloquial tale at this point, but like essentially he went from selling a machete all the way up to, over the years getting up to selling like missiles and rockets and shit, not just AKs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just don't think it's not the possibility exists that he would be a incredible asset to the Russian government if they so chose to tap his resources, to tap his expertise, even to utilize him again, even if it's just, I need to start running guns and I can't have this above the book. So, if they set up the things for him to go do trade deals in Iran and stuff like that, if they want somebody off the books to get them what they need, he'd be a good guy to do it.
Yeah.
The possibility is certainly not zero. And the way Russian propaganda TV is spouting him right now and talking that he's a national hero and all this, I would really doubt that he's just off the board.
Yo, shout out Boot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I almost watched that movie last night because I fucking love that movie.
And we're like, he's fucking killed more people than... Bro, no.
So did Iron Man. So did Iron Man.
The same way that Remington has never fucking killed anybody, right? This guy has not killed... I don't know if he's ever personally taken anybody's life, but outside of the people that he's actually killed with his own hands, he's not fucking killed anybody. Whoever bought those guns and handed them to other people, that person still hasn't taken anybody else's life, that number of people's lives, but have a closer argument... You have a closer argument to make for those African leaders than you do for this guy. He's a fucking... Call it what you want. This guy's a salesman. He sells shit. He sells fucking guns to people and weapons and equipment. He has no control over what other people do with them. Mm-hmm. Should he maybe have had more discretion over who he sold shit to? I don't know. That's not my place to say. He's a fucking individual. I hate this. It's the same narrative of the gun companies. That's what we're doing here, of allowing people to sue gun manufacturers because they're, the way they're marketing things or the tools that they're making or the whatever. I don't give a fuck what this guy did. The same way I don't care what Donald Trump does with his taxes. I don't care what this guy fucking sold to what African warlords. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I just don't care. All these people, what a horrible guy he is. All this fucking blood that he has on his hands. I don't care. Let's talk about fucking Coney if we want to talk about blood that we have on people's hands. There are people who are literally getting children to murder other adults and other children. I don't care. Like, I don't want to talk about where they got their guns from. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. And what matters more is that there are children murdering other human beings in African nations because we don't give a fuck about that. We would rather talk about this Russian guy who sells guns to them. I don't care.
It sounds like you're making a really based argument about liberty not just being an American thing.
No, they're going to hack each other up if that's what they're going to do. You're not going this weapons dealer isn't going to stop the civil wars in Africa because he isn't selling guns there. Did they stop when he fucking got hemmed up? No, I'm pretty sure all this shit still happened. I'm pretty certain. Don't know for sure. Pretty certain, just like when I fly somewhere that I'm in a different country and then we're not just in another part of America, pretty certain that those things still happen even when he wasn't selling guns there. So it's such a ridiculous argument that he's so pivotal and such a horrible person when nothing fucking changed when he was done. What do they have to wait 10 minutes to find a different fucking dealer? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And this, it takes away from the ability. Not even the ability, because I'm doing it right now, but it takes away from the public appeal of a liberty-based argument because it doesn't. For what reason should he not be able to sell guns to other people who can get his hands on them? Why? Because you don't like it? Because you didn't think of it first? That's a dumbass reason. That's not a good reason. Because you don't like what other people are going to do with it. Doesn't matter. I don't like what you do with it. Doesn't matter. I can't think of a very good, succinct example, but it doesn't.
Based Victor Boot.
yeah, fuck it. I don't, base boot. I don't care, dude.
Alex, I just want to thank you for this incredible side road that we took. That was fantastic. I haven't heard that was a good rant, my friends. That was fantastic. I don't know if I want to put that on YouTube as a separate clip because that's like,
they'll pull our whole channel
what's
down.
up, buddy?
They'll pull our whole channel down.
Probably safe in the live stream with 6 viewers, but that's, we'll take it. Okay.
I can't find how long it takes to build a Patriot missile.
I would be surprised if you could Google it. You know what I mean?
Don't want me to know
exactly.
that, you know?
I would imagine nobody wants you to know that.
Patriot missile system
I bet
cost,
you
but
through your contacts, you could get a generalized idea.
the Patriot system replaced the Nike Hercules system as the U.S. Army's primary high to medium air defense system and replaced the M1M23 Hawk system between $1 to $6 million per missile for the system.
I'm more a fan of the Hellfire.
Yeah.
I like the Hellfire missiles.
How long is a Patriot missile?
I don't know. Let's find out. What does the internet say?
5.31 meters.
5.31 meters.
That's a long ass missile, bitch. Holy
Dude.
shit.
Wonder how big that Shredder missile was that took out that dude on his stoop in Afghanistan. That was a whole deal. Well, fun stuff. Ready to talk about Twitter again? Or are you not off this wagon yet?
Yeah.
You're into it, man.
Yeah, no, I'm ready.
I like where this went. You're
Takes
gonna
like
find
30
out.
minutes to get it ready, it says, but that's all that I can like to get it ready to fire. It takes 30 minutes to prepare the system for firing.
Interesting.
A battery of launchers and associated support vehicles can change position up to several times a day. You also fire them remotely or like mobily. That's wild. You drive a truck somewhere and you park it. I
And
don't
go
know. It's
click,
just,
boom.
it's just weird. You got a fucking missile that's 5 meters long. And shove it in a tube, drive it to a field, and we'll launch it off and it'll all be okay. It's just a weird... I don't know.
I wonder if they drive it like an RC car. You know what I mean? You have drones flying around all over the place. Why can't you have like a drone Tomahawk missile or Patriot
Yeah.
missile launcher?
All the ones I'm seeing are just on fucking huge trailers. Like
Oh,
it
yeah.
doesn't seem like they even have an independent vehicle for it yet. That they still just put the launching system on a trailer and they drive that somewhere.
Interesting.
Yeah, none of these are.
Wonder what they use, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi?
They use
Probably a radio signal of
Amazon
some
Web
kind.
Services. Duh.
AWS, baby.
Yeah.
The
They
most
just
secure.
got- what's like Amazon and Microsoft just got like a $9 billion contract through the Fed. Is that what it is?
I don't know about this.
Yep.
I'm
They
not
just
surprised.
they
but
just split the cloud computing contract for the federal government, like $9 billion. Amazon and Microsoft.
And you wonder why inflation's so high.
Yeah, we out here.
$9 billion. All right. Let's lighten up here a little bit. Get back to
The
fake-
Patriot missile. I'm just kidding.
Again, shout out Alex, bro. I needed that in my life. We were too social media focused here for a minute. We had to bring in the good old military industrial complex and Merchants of Death and Patriot missile systems. I'm really glad we did that. But also, talk to homie and see if he just is maybe some generalized info. I'd be really interested. Okay, so we're just going to go through this one. This was the second Twitter drop. This is all about shadow banning. And if we all remember, shadow banning doesn't exist. Twitter doesn't shadow ban people.
Right.
Except for the fact they absolutely did. And now we have the fucking receipts. That's really what this whole thing is, right? You're not getting all the info. But what you're ostensibly getting are receipts to the fact that these things did happen. You may not have access to every situation or whatever, but what these Twitter drops are coming with are receipts that it is indeed happening. So, Barry Weiss says, thread, Twitter Files Part 2, Twitter's secret blacklists. A new Twitter Files investigation reveals that teams of Twitter employees built blacklists prevent disfavored tweets from trending and actively limiting. I gotta zoom this in a little bit. It's too far to read like this. Sorry. My old man eyes. And actively limit the visibility of entire accounts or even trending topics, all in secret without informing users. Twitter once had a mission, quote, to give everyone the power to create and share ideas and information instantly without barriers. Along the way, barriers nevertheless were erected. I like that word, erected. Get your mind out of the gutter, you sicko. Like an erector set. That used to be a thing for boomers when they were kids. Take, for example, Stanford's Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who agreed that COVID lockdowns would harm children. Twitter secretly placed him on a trends blacklist, which prevented his tweets from trending. Do you remember Dr. Jay Bhattacharya? Early COVID period.
Okay.
He was outspoken about how school lockdowns were going to hurt children, and then all of a sudden, bye-bye. Misinformation.
Right. Something that we now know to be true, that corporate media is saying, oh, God, isn't it terrible that this is happening?
Mm-hmm. And you'll see here, this is a kind of backdoor look at his Twitter, right? They're saying he's an active user, and he has notifications on his account. It's a recent abuse strike. So at some point, he had a recent abuse strike on his channel, and he is trends blacklist. He has 0 current strikes on his channel, but he is obviously right there. He's obviously on a trends blacklist, and he has recent abuse strikes. So these are what
tags
Twitter is
putting on people's accounts.
Yes, that obviously are being algorithmically controlled. Or consider the popular right-wing talk show host Dan Bongino, who she conveniently tags on Twitter now that he's back on, by the way. Who at
he had been kicked off Twitter.
Oh yeah. He at one point was slapped with the search blacklist.
He used to be tweeting every day. Today, the date, and and Donald Trump is the best president that America's ever had. And then as soon as Joe Biden got in office, this is the date, and Joe Biden is the worst president of America. Like, without missing a fucking beat, he was doing it.
I follow a couple of accounts that do that.
Hilarious.
Every day, somebody will say, today is so-and-so, and Joe Biden is still the worst president ever. I have one guy who does it for Inslee. Today is so-and-so, and Governor Inslee is the worst governor in the United States. So you can see here on Dan Bongino's account, he's a verified user, he's active, notification spike.
What does that mean?
That means you don't get notifications.
Means you don't get notifications for him?
Yeah, so if you follow him and you have your notifications on, you're not getting a notification.
And isn't it funny, all these people are like, I don't know why people aren't getting the notifications, because that happens on YouTube and all that type of shit all the time.
Which is why I say it's very important to remember,
right? If
it's happening here, it's happening here.
Which is why we want to remind you to like, subscribe, comment, and share all of these things with everyone that you know. This right here
helps break the algorithm.
We've talked about shadow banning before, and this is why this is so important, because they are doing this.
Yes, and he also has a search blacklist. So even here, you can't find him in search unless you specifically type out the exact name.
Bongino or D. Bongino.
Yep. Twitter verified, multiple accounts. Which says he has multiple accounts.
Which I've heard different arguments about this, whether they're claiming that he is operating multiple accounts or there are multiple accounts associated with him that he could tweet from.
Yes, and that's an indicator to say, hey, this guy it's not just this guy. He also has other things. Like if
Right.
we,
and they probably link the
yeah.
Bongino Show Twitter account and anybody
yeah,
else.
when
that
we
is
start
on
our
there.
Salt of the Streets Twitter account,
Yeah. You and I will have multiple accounts.
we will have multiple accounts if that's the path we go down.
Right.
But yeah, so that's like a whole thing there, and that's just a reason. So like if they ban this one, they're gonna have to go ahead and ban the other ones. Think
What-
Crowder at that point.
Right.
Crowder bits, Crowder clips, those things.
And not safe for work view means he says bad shit and like swears and stuff like that, right?
You can assign whatever context you want to it, but as far as how the algorithm keeps your account down, it will not be shared as much, it will not be promoted as much because it's considered not safe for work.
Do you know what SPMA stands for?
I don't.
Okay.
There's a lot of Twitter speak behind the door here that
Right.
only some of it's coming out, and they'll sometimes explain it as they go along. Sometimes they don't. Twitter set the account of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who I despise, to do not amplify. Recent abuse strike,
Pretty funny.
notification spike, do not amplify. Again, multiple accounts, not safe for work, and apparently 2 others.
And notification spike.
And notification spike, yeah. Twitter denied that it does these things. In 2018, Twitter's Vijigade, the head of legal policy and trust, and Kayvon Bikpour,
Whoa.
Bikpour, head of product, said, "We do not shadow ban." They added, "And we certainly do not shadow ban based on political viewpoints or ideology." Well, receipts and shit.
Eesh.
What are you talking about? This is all just objective, bro. This is just
Yeah.
totally objective. Of course not. What many people call shadow banning, Twitter executives and employees call visibility filtering, or VF.
Because they're assholes.
That's what they call it. They call it visibility filtering.
So
Multiply
because
high-level
because
sources.
they call it something different.
Yes,
They're like, we don't
it's-
shadow ban people. We
It's
would
kind of
never do
like
anything like
how Fauci says we don't do gain of function.
Yeah.
We just define it differently. Multiple high-level sources confirmed its meaning. Think about visibility filtering as being a way for us to suppress what people see to different levels. It's a very powerful tool, one senior Twitter employee told us. VF refers to Twitter's control over user visibility. It used VF to block searches of individual users, to limit the scope of particular tweets' discoverability, to block select users' posts from even appearing on the trendings page, and from inclusion in hashtag searches, all without users' knowledge. We control visibility quite a bit, and we control the amplification of our content quite a bit, of your content quite a bit, and normal people do not know how much we do. One Twitter engineer told us, 2 additional Twitter employees confirmed. The group then decided whether to limit the search of certain users was the Strategic Response Team, Global Escalation Team, or, SRT GET. It often handled up to 200 cases a day. Excuse me. Problem with drinking beer when you need to talk. Sometimes it just happens. But there existed a level beyond the official ticketing, beyond the rank and file moderators following the company's policy on paper. This is the, quote, site integrity policy escalation support. The SIPPES, which just, what's up, tech bros? Come on.
Just acronyms, yeah.
Yeah. This secret group included head of legal policy and trust, Vijigade, the global head of trust and safety, Yoel Roth, and subsequent CEO Jack Dorsey and Parag Agarwal, and others. This is where the biggest, most politically sensitive discussions got made. These guys make a huge appearance in the next drop too, by the way. Think high follower count, controversial. Another Twitter employee told us for these, quote, there would be no ticket or anything.
And a ticket is just like a digital tag that follows accounts so that people that work there can.
We'll just
look it
directly
up.
manipulate the account as needed with over 200 cases a day. How'd you like to be on that fucking Slack channel just constantly blowing up? Especially, hey, there's a reason why Trump started a tweet at 3 o'clock on the Golden Throne, man, to get these motherfuckers awake on the East Coast. It's midnight. They got to wake up, or they're still up drinking from the night before, ruining your day.
He's fucking with that algorithm.
Yes.
He's fucking with that
He's
algorithm.
like, come at me, bro. If you want to come at me, you're going to have to not sleep tonight, bitch. One of the accounts that rose to this level of scrutiny was Libs of TikTok, an account that was on the Trends blacklist and was designated as do not take action on user without consent of the SIPPES. So that's that high-ranking group, right? And so we look at Libs of TikTok, high profile, active, notifications spike, Trends blacklist, recent abuse strikes, Twitter blue verified, multiple accounts, 2 strikes, high profile, NSFW, and 2 others. And then a note on top, do not take action on user without consulting with the higher up authority. That's a lot, bro. What the fuck? Libs of TikTok, heavily gunned after. Wild when you see this, right? The account with Shauna Rychik began in November 2020 and now boasts over 1.4 million followers, was subjected to 6 suspensions in 2022 alone. Rychik says each time Rychik was blocked from posting for as long as a week. Twitter repeatedly informed Rychik that she had been suspended for violating Twitter's policy against hateful conduct. But in an internal SIPPES memo from October 2022, after her 7th suspension, the committee acknowledges that quote, LTT has not directly engaged in behavior, so Libs of TikTok, behavior violating the hateful conduct policy. See here. So site recommendations. I mean, this is all them talking about this, man. And type of enforcement action, repeat 7 days timeout, will not lead to permanent suspension. So this is just a thing from their policy.
The third assessment at the bottom.
Oh, assessment.
Since its most recent timeout, while LTT has not directly engaged in behavior violative of the hateful conduct policy, the user has continued targeting individuals, allies, supporters of the LGBTQIA community for alleged misconduct. The targeting of at least one of these institutions. So we're going to suspend you for something, even though we're saying you haven't done it because we don't like what you've done, but we don't have a rule that says you can't do that.
Check. You saw that kind of thinking and rationalizing in the first Twitter drop when they were debating how to justify the taking down of the Hunter Biden story. Very. This is standard practice in legacy Twitter. What we're calling legacy Twitter
Straight
now.
up ideological.
Yes, within a small group of people, all in the in the C-suite essentially.
Because it's only because you can't take action on the account without the say of that council, which has fucking like 10 people on it.
And they're all in the C-suite essentially. They're all executives. They're all in the upper echelon of the leadership. The committee justified her suspension internally by claiming her posts encouraged online harassment.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but that council also has people on it who used to work for the fucking federal government.
Check.
But the federal government has no influence at all.
Not even a little bit.
Over what's being done on these people, right? It is, I'm telling you now, confirming for everybody listening, it is ignorant to assume that the people who used to work for the federal government that are actively on that council are not being spoken to and influenced by people still working in the federal government. That is ignorant for you to assume. And I'm not coming down on you for that. I'm telling you. I am instructing you. That is ignorant. Do not think that. You have no good reason to assume that. You have no good reason to assume the federal government is not trying to censor your free speech, especially if it can do it through a backdoor in a private company without doing it themselves. I'm telling you, it is ignorant to assume that. Do not think that.
What you do have is a mountain of evidence to the contrary, and you would be ignorant to ignore that. So anyways, they justified, the committee justified her suspension intentionally by claiming her posts encourage online harassment of, quote, hospitals and medical providers by insisting that gender-affirming health care is equivalent to child abuse or grooming.
The curated and lightly editorialized posts of this account are targeting individuals even though they're curated from other people's fucking accounts, right? Libs of TikTok, if we all remember, is not taking videos of people and post them on the internet, right? Taking videos themselves. They're curating videos from other accounts that people are putting on the internet them fucking selves.
Yeah.
That if you knew it was there, you could find it yourself.
It's right
if
there.
someone just told you, didn't even send you a link, just said, hey, look up this account. You could go and find it yourself.
Oh yeah, just go to TikTok because all these things are mostly reposts. They're all reposts from TikTok, libs of TikTok.
It's a curated account.
It's just the
curate
algorithm,
accounts.
and at this point, her TikTok account over there is just nothing but that because of what she's looking at and what she's getting. So she's just getting all of that. That's all she's getting in her algorithm is on TikTok. TikTok is good at one thing, and that is getting in front of you the content that you continue to watch. And if she continues to watch these things and then turn around and repost them on Twitter, that's all she's going to have in her feed at that point. So she, at this point, is literally just opening up her TikTok and finding a right one, reposting it on Twitter, maybe adding a little fucking thing, and that's it.
It's akin to when we were during COVID and they're having press briefings every single day, and we were dropping like 10 clips per episode of all these different press briefings. I mean, it would be akin to the federal government being like, you guys are targeting government officials because of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like that's literally that's a
same
very similar
concept.
comparison.
Yep. Same exact concept.
Because we didn't editorialize. I took clips from my phone, sent them to you, and we played them on here. There was I would put the name of the clip that was this person regarding whatever the question was.
Yep.
Like that's which is akin to what there is slightly more editorialization from libs of TikTok because
Sometimes, yeah.
they're obviously like, look at this fucking piece of shit. But
Yeah.
they're not saying that. They're saying this is a teacher from so and so school that thinks it's appropriate to do this, right?
Now, compare this to what happened with Rycheck herself when Rycheck herself was doxxed on November 11th.
By Taylor Lorenz, which we covered on this show because Taylor
Amen.
Lorenz is a piece of human trash.
Yes, and I haven't looked it up directly, but apparently that post is still up, by the way.
Well, I fucking don't doubt it.
Of course. So a photo of her
Fuck Taylor
home with
Lorenz,
her
fuck the
address.
Washington Post.
Amen. Fuck Jeff Bezos while we're at it. Except for, I like Amazon. It's very convenient. I'm a shill for that. A photo of... There are needy children in this world who have benefited from my Amazon Prime account, okay? Period. We're doing a net good for the community, goddammit. So anyways, yes, the post of her home and her address was posted in a tweet that has garnered more than 10,000 likes. When Rycheck told Twitter that her address had been disseminated, she said Twitter support responded with the message, "We reviewed the reported content and didn't find it to be in violation of Twitter rules. No action was taken.
Even
The
though Twitter has
doxing tweet is still up."
Even though Twitter has a rule against doxing.
Boom. There it is right there. There it is right there. That's
Fuck
your
you
standard
guys.
cookie cutter response for, yeah, we don't care. Leave it alone. An internal Slack message, Twitter employees spoke of using technicalities to restrict the visibility of tweets and subjects. Here, Yoel Roth, Twitter's then global head of trust and safety, in a direct message to a colleague in early 2021. This guy, he is a superstar in the Twitter file drops, man. He is all over the place, along with Vigigati.
When he's out here defending shit now, like
Ooh,
he's going
yeah.
hard on like, no. We're
Double
doing,
down.
We're doing the Lord's work is what we're doing.
Yes. You're not ideological at all. A lot of times, SI, so that's going to be, it's an abbreviation for one of the departments, safety and integrity, or who knows, it's one of those, has used technicality spam enforcements as a way to solve a problem created by safety under enforcing their policies, which again isn't a problem per se, but it keeps us from addressing the root cause of the issue, which is that our safety policies need some attention. So he is justifying finding other ways to take people down on technicalities because he thinks, it's not necessarily a bad thing that we have to do this because, like, our policies need some work.
It's not against the rules now, but it should be, so let's find a way to make it against the rules.
I just don't like this guy. We'll take him down. 6 days later, in a direct message with an employee on the health misinformation policy and identity research team,
AKA the anti-COVID team.
the health misinformation, privacy, and identity research team. That's a whole lot of things in one team.
Yeah.
Roth requested more research to support expanding, quote, non-removal policy interventions like disabling engagements and de-amplifying / visibility filtering. One of the biggest areas I'd love research support on is regarding non-removal policy interventions like disabling engagements and de-amplification / visibility filtering, aka shadow banning.
Disabling engagements, like making it so people aren't allowed to engage with this account.
Yeah, that's the old can't like, can't retweet, but you can look at it type of thing.
Which
You've
I
seen
have
those.
experienced before.
Yes.
Like not with my own tweet, but other people's tweets. Like why?
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm clicking like on this, and the heart just goes away.
Yep, can't do it.
What the
that was
fuck?
before they just grayed out the entire bottom bar, which is all conversations they would have had at the time. The hypothesis underlying much of what we've implemented is that if exposure to, an example, misinformation directly causes harm,
Exposure to. If exposure to it directly causes harm. If fucking seeing a tweet directly causes you harm because you're a fucking pussy, get the fuck out of here. We're gonna craft policy because people can't look at fucking words on their phone without thinking they're gonna kill themselves. Get the fuck out of here. Turn your phone off, bitch. Get the fuck out.
hit the mute button.
You have got to be joking me.
We should use remediations that reduce exposure and limiting the spread. Virality of content is a good way to do that by just reducing prevalence overall. We got Jack on board with implementing this for civic integrity.
Get the fuck out. We got Jack on board.
With this for civic integrity in the near term, but we're going to need to make a more robust cause to get this into our repertoire for policy recommendations, especially for other policy domains. So I'd love researchers' point of view on that.
Which this just double underlines that Jack is a piece of shit because he's telling them
So yeah,
it's fine for now, but you guys are gonna have to come up with something better. He's even I don't really fuck with this, but I'll do it. I'll do it. I know that's fine.
Bro, I'm over in India. I'm at a fucking
Little
Tibetan
bitch.
monastery. I'm trying to meditate here. Just do what you need to do. All right? It'll work for now.
Those people are all pussies.
It's like a whole deal. Don's rage is real today. Hey, man, I really appreciate getting you off mic a little bit before you started to scream. That didn't blow my eardrums out. That was healthy.
Somebody needs to tell that guy he's a pussy.
Roth wrote we already read what he wrote. He added, we just got Jack on board. Yeah, we already read that, Barry. Thank you very much. This is the problem with this,
Right, because you
this
just
thread
posted
business.
a screenshot and then tweeted twice quotes from what
Yes.
you just said in the screenshot.
Yeah. There's more to come on this history, which was reported by Abigail Schreier. There's Michael Schellenberger. It's Schellenberger! It's Michael Schellenberger right
burger.
there. That's him. Nellie Bowles and Isaac Grafenstein and the team of Free Press, which was, that's her Substack. The authors have board and expanding access to Twitter's files. The only condition we agreed to was that the material would first be published on Twitter. We just
Oh,
started.
that's okay. That's
yeah.
why.
So you have to first publish it on Twitter. Now go to town building your other stuff. I guess
okay.
that's which again I get.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I get it because now all of a sudden my Substack enrollment is going to have to just get expanded. Alex Berenstein Bears. He's going to have to take a seat on the back burner. He's going to have to be benched because I got to bring in Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I exchanged Barry Weiss's Substack for Alex Berenstein Bears at the time, and then now I'm going to have to bring in Matt Taibbi. But anyways, yeah. She just closes out there. It's a big thanks to everyone involved. Watch Matt Taibbi for the next installment. Which, why don't you pontificate for a minute on your overall thoughts on Barry Weiss's drop? Because I got to pee, and this next one is very, very long.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Process what you need to process. It's a lot to process. Do you want me to grab you a beer in the meantime?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be.
Oktoberfest or Space Dust?
Let's go with an Oktoberfest. We've experienced some of this before. We've talked about it. We've experienced some shadow banning before, and it's very frustrating because as I'm looking back on some of the experiences that I have had with Twitter, right? We call it the engagement disabilization. All the times that I have been unable to like or retweet something, I have just chalked it up to oh, it's just the Twitter app is just being fucky. You know, it's just being fucky right now. It happens all the time. It's an app. Thousands of people are on it. Millions of people are on it. It's just Twitter app is just being not good. And now there's certainly a possibility of that. But now we're also seeing that we're seeing proof of the fact that they were doing that themselves. They were actively making it so that you couldn't engage with people. We have fallen victim before to the issues with the algorithm here. So it just grows the frustration to see that while we were not specifically targeted, we fall into an umbrella of people that are being directly targeted because of this. And
I guarantee your YouTube channel is targeted in the same exact way.
there just isn't a way around that without the involvement of other people. But the site has been constructed in such a way that is near impossible.
It's tough without a lot of people all at once, which is why everyone should like, subscribe, share this right now. Just do it all. If you're not hitting the like button, you're watching this video right now, you're doing something wrong. So do it. It takes a half a second.
And I don't at all want it to sound like I'm saying if it weren't for a shadow ban, we would be millionaires, right? That's not
No.
the claim that I'm making. The claim that I'm making is that we would have a larger audience than we do now had we not been caught in this cycle that we are in on all these different social media platforms. It's the ban for us on Facebook got so bad we couldn't pay them for ads. We couldn't give them money to show our content to people because we had received enough of these clarification censorship things on Facebook that they just wouldn't even take money from us because we couldn't get a clear answer as to why they would do it. Akin to, it doesn't align with what we're talking about, so fuck it, right? I mean, akin to that of, well, you have to go here even though this page doesn't exist, and there it will tell you what the issue is. And then when you actually find out what they're talking about, even though they've misdirected you, and you ask again, so this is the issue, they just don't respond at all. They just refuse to answer when you actually find the information that they're trying to mislead you from.
That's just because, Facebook's a way bigger company than Twitter, so there's not like a single small group of people to make decisions, at that point. It's just,
But the left says
we just won't talk about
The
it.
left says just because our content just isn't that good. That's the left says. It's not because you're being targeted. It's because your content just isn't that good.
That's
That's
fine.
what they say. It's just not that good.
Yeah, they're a bunch of
Yeah, no.
shills. Oh, by the
certainly.
way, you have a glass
Certainly.
over here.
That's why. Yep. That's why the people who watch the show love the show so much because only 10 people like the show.
Yes.
That's the.
Yeah, you're a true fan when you're one of like 4 or 6 that come around every 2 weeks. That's how
Because
you know.
they let you know about this show.
Yes. Okay. Now we are going to go a ways. We don't need to go through the whole fucking thing because this is a 60-some post thread. This was a big one. This was all about the banning of Donald Trump on Twitter. And it goes from October 2020 to January 6th, which is a lot. So this is the period leading up to election, post-election, and Jan 6. And we're going to go for a little while, and then, because there's some other Twitter-related things I want to get to, obviously. And this is going to be an ongoing thing. I have a feeling that on the beer shows for the next number of weeks, I'm just going to be doing an independent segment. Maybe we'll just make the show longer and be doing an independent segment on the rest of the Twitter updates because these things are not going to be stopping. There's supposed to be one today. There's supposed to be another one tomorrow. So, but we're going to be doing our best to report on those as we go through. So that being said, let's tackle number 3 from the glorious Matt Taibbi, which is another point of contention with a lot of these different shows. I have heard Matt Taibbi's name mispronounced every possible way you can mispronounce
Why would
it.
it be so hard?
I don't know. I mean, Joe Rogan's got the most popular podcast in the world, and Matt Taibbi was on there relatively recently. Just go there, and you could hear it pronounced.
I heard
It's not hard.
Gerald call him Matt Talby.
Matt Talby, Matt
Yeah.
Tibby,
Yeah.
Matt Tibby.
Look, Taibbi.
It's Taibbi right there. Taibbi. I can understand maybe like a Taibbi.
Or Taby.
Taibbi,
Like
you know.
but
Talby?
Talby, there's no L in his name. Fucking
You are
anywhere.
underestimating
Idiots.
how much of an idiot Gerald is. The dude is dense, bro. Gerald Knows Stuff is like a kindergarten segment for a reason. It's because he is a kindergartner in his head. The dude's not smart, bro, and you know it. All right, so let's get through some of these. Obviously, in the beginning, it's all editorializing because that's what these things have become. These are journalists writing articles in fucking thread form. So, the world... Oh, yeah. So, I already told you the title. The world knows much of the story of what happened between riots at the Capitol on January 6th and the removal of President Donald Trump on January 8th. We'll show you what hasn't been revealed, the erosion of standards within the company in months before J6, decisions by high-ranking executives to violate their own policies, and more, against the backdrop of ongoing documented interaction with federal agencies. This is why this one is so important. This one has the receipts to the collusion between the government agencies, multiple agencies, and how Twitter how it ran its company, how it created policies. This is...
Congress is like, we need to regulate social media. Okay, but the intelligence agencies
are.
have their fucking dicks inside of these companies so deep
Yes.
that they're controlling them.
They're essentially already doing that without doing it through Congress. They're not doing it legally. They're just doing it by showing up and having discussions and making suggestions and keeping them informed about what's going on. And yeah, you should probably watch this and this. We will get into that. But there's an analogy out there for what's happening here, right? It's when you look at like the big tech hearings, the congressional hearings and stuff, you know, we're not going to regulate you to do this thing. But we're going to tell you right now, while I'm up here on this stand, to tell you, like, it would really be good if you were doing this, if you were looking at this, if you would run your company like this. We're not going to regulate you, but we're going to do it. We're going to do everything but regulate you and essentially tell you exactly what we want you to do, so then you'll do it. Because otherwise, we might get into some hairy territory with constitutionality and legality and things like this, but we're still going to basically tell you how to run your company. And if you don't do that, then we're going to come down on you.
Yeah.
This is the same exact thing that's going on here, except this is all through the executive branch. Outside the people's house, outside any oversight from Congress, out of anything. This is all just happening with FBI, DHS, and I think NSA, or they go into it. So we'll carry on. The first installment covered the period between the election through January 6th. Tomorrow, Schellenberger. So that's why I got to be following Schellenberger, because today he's dropping his thing. We'll detail the chaos inside Twitter on January 7th. On Sunday, Barry Weiss will be revealing the secret internal communications from the key date of January 8th, the day I believe he was actually suspended. Let's see here. So yeah, we got today and Sunday. It's going to be a heavy rest of the weekend. Whatever your opinion on the decision to remove Trump that day, the internal conversations at Twitter between January 6th, January 8th have clear historic impact. Even Twitter's employee understood the moment in this landmark moment in the annals of speech. And then he shows a Slack chat here from an unnamed and guarded employee. It says, "Is this the first sitting head of state to ever be suspended?" I think it's interesting that say head of state and not president, but I guess not, because there's lots of heads of state from various nations on Twitter that aren't presidents.
That are worse than Donald Trump. So that's probably why it's written that way.
Ayatollah is still... Yeah, he's not a president.
No.
As soon as they finished banning Trump, Twitter execs started processing new power. They prepared to ban future presidents and White Houses, perhaps even Joe Biden. The quote, new administration, says one exec, will not be suspended by Twitter unless absolutely necessary. Shown here in a Slack chat. As stated in our show the tweet, if it is clear that another account is being used for the purpose of evading a ban, it is also subject to suspension. For government accounts such as @POTUS and @White House, we will not suspend those accounts, but will take action to limit their use. However, these accounts will be transitioned over to a new administration in due course and will not be suspended by Twitter unless absolutely necessary to alleviate real-world harm. So right there, they're talking about limiting. They're talking about shadow banning the POTUS and White House accounts potentially if they need to. But once the new administration comes in, they will not do that unless absolutely necessary to prevent real-world harm. Those are the official accounts. POTUS and White House. This isn't at real Donald Trump. This is POTUS and White House they're talking about. So now they're talking about shadow banning and suppressing official White House accounts, that's a step.
Because of who they're connected with.
Yes.
And that's the only...
Yes, that's the only way. That's the only reasoning behind this.
That's the only connection between those things, because the because the president account and the White House account during Donald Trump never tweeted anything more egregious than what they're doing right now under Joe Biden. You know,
No.
a lot of Trump dick sucking, but that's exactly what they do now under the Joe Biden administration. Is just Joe Biden dick suck.
Yeah,
So-
and there was that ruling that came out at some point about how presidential social media accounts, official presidential social media accounts, need to be archived and saved for history and all this stuff. And there was and that's when Donald Trump became super, super active on his personal account over his POTUS account. And then the only stuff you saw coming from POTUS was like official press releases and things like that, because that's how that worked. But okay, so Twitter executive removed Trump in part over what one executive called, quote, context surrounding actions by Trump and supporters over the course of the election, and frankly, last 4+ years. In the end, they looked at a broad picture, but the approach can cut both ways. So just like you said, I'm not going to read this because he just sums it up right here. This is the important part. Context surrounding. That's what you were talking about. Who's the account holder and what the fuck are they doing outside of Twitter?
Right.
Because that'll make it more dangerous. So we gotta take care of that. And obviously, over the course of the election and frankly the last 4 years, that's rather eye-opening when they look at, they're like, well, yeah, this guy's just been a huge piece of shit. We got to really get after him for what's happened in the last 4 years.
And this is just my initial feel from what we're reading, right?
We're only on number 8, baby.
This is what this is underlining. We knew, right? It's further underlining the fuckery of it all.
Yes.
Right? But what this is highlighting in particular is the partisan basis on which it was done. That it's not just that we were doing this, because in the first one, the Hunter Biden stuff, they had some stuff from the Trump administration and the Trump team. They're like, listen, these guys are also pulling stuff from the portal. Like, these guys are doing bad shit. Everyone kind of on both aisles, because during the first drop, it seemed like there is shadiness on both sides, but it just happens to be there are more left-leaning people who work at Twitter, so there happens to be more left-leaning connections, so there happens to be more left-leaning shit. If it were the other way around, it would be the other way around because of the structure of the company.
Yeah.
But this is the ideological makeup.
Yeah, and by more,
Now-
you're talking like 98+%.
Right. Now it's showing you not only was this happening, but the ideological bend is so severe that they're being open about the way that they're doing
yeah.
it, and open about the effect that it could potentially have, and the way they're going to change it when when Trump is no longer in office.
We haven't even got to the government collusion ass side yet. This is just how Twitter ran.
This hurts my body.
I knew it would. The bulk of the internal debate leading to Trump's ban took place in those 3 January days. However, the intellectual framework was laid in the months preceding the Capitol riots. Before Jan 6, Twitter was a unique mix of automated rules-based enforcement and more subjective moderation by senior executives, as Barry Weiss reported. The stuff we just talked about, that one PIS, PPP, whatever group. Where the firm had a vast array of tools for manipulating visibility, most of all which were thrown at Trump and others. And that's the that tab we were looking at, the and others, and there was like 1, 2, 5, whatever. Those are all those other tools for manipulating how that account moved throughout the algorithms pre-Jan 6. As the election approached, senior executive, perhaps under pressure from federal agencies with whom they met more as time progressed, increasingly struggled with rules to begin to speak of Vios as pretext to do what they likely had done anyway.
The ingenuity of this all is super disturbing, because highlight and underline. It's like the only words that I can think of, but it just shows you further and further. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they have to keep finding other ways to do it, to find a way around directly banning people for ideological purposes. They just have to come up with different tools to do it because it's not as effective as they want it to be. Because it's not just an outright ban, because they can't do that.
They need to find more and more creative ways to hide it better and better and better. Because that way, when Jack Dorsey's going up in the hill and saying we do not shadow ban people, he can be
under oath.
He can
and
be
not
under
perjure
oath
himself and get sent to fucking prison.
Yes, because that's what they're dealing with here, right? After Jan 6, internal Slack showed Twitter execs getting a kick out of intensifying relationships with federal agencies. Here's trust and safety head Yoel Roth lamenting a lack of generic enough calendar descriptions to concealing his very interesting meetings with partners. So he says, "Hey, it happens. I'm a big believer in calendar transparency, but I reached a certain point where my meetings became ... very interesting ... to people, and they weren't meeting names generic enough to cover. Anyways, let me know." So he's trying to be like, hey, my calendar is like, I get it. I know transparent, but the names on my calendar dates aren't transparent enough because, they're not generic enough to cover. He says, very boring business meeting that is definitely not about Trump. Winky smiley face. He says, pretty much, definitely not meeting with the FBI, I swear. Laughing my ass off. So they're trying to find ways.
They're making jokes about it.
Yeah, they're trying to find ways at this point to conceal on Yoel Roth's calendar that he is not meeting with the FBI. About Trump.
Because if they have to release his calendar for some form of transparency, they also need to be able to say, no, that guy doesn't work for the FBI. That's this guy. I'm just
meeting with something very important about Trump. FBI, I swear. He's meeting with the FBI. He's got dates on his calendar that are describing meetings with the FBI about Trump.
While Donald Trump is in office.
Yes. Boom. These initial reports are based on searches from docs linked to prominent executives.
You know the worst part about that particular thing?
Tell me.
The worst part about that particular thing is that all of these fucking right-wingers that you have been trying to shout down for the last 6 years about how there isn't a deep state, just said, oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Deep state, bitch? What's that?
Yeah.
What's that about no deep state? You just said you're meeting with the FBI about Donald Trump while Donald Trump is president and head of the Department of Justice.
Yep.
Right? The executive at the head of the executive branch who happens to be in control of the Department of Justice, right? Definitely no deep state. Definitely no one. Get the fuck out. I don't care if I don't believe that. I don't care. You can't tell them they're wrong now because of what you just did, because of what you said, because of what you did. You can't tell them that they're wrong now. You're lying if you say that because it's obvious that that's what happened.
Yes. And it was obvious enough beforehand, right? It was obvious enough beforehand, but now we have receipts.
This lie is purple, bro. It's like a fucking bruise. It's so dark it's purple. It's not a white lie. It's not small. This is a fucking purple ass lie because it's so bold and you fucking hit it so many times that it's just 5 bruises stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, buddy. These initial reports based on searching the docs linked to prominent executive whose names are already public. They include Roth, former, and Vigigati, and recently plank-walked Deputy General Secretary and former top FBI lawyer Jim Baker. I knew it was going to be in here somewhere again. One particular Slack channel offers a unique window into the evolving thinking of top officials in late 2020 and early 2021. On October 8th, wait for it. On October 8th, 2020, executive opened a channel called US 2020 XFN Enforcement. Excuse me. Through Jan 6th, this would be the home for discussion about election-related removals, especially ones that involved high-profile accounts, often called VITs. So very important tweeters.
I hate all these people.
All the VITs, baby. So, hey, everyone, starting tomorrow, October something until November 15th. This channel will be used for the following reasons related to U.S. 2020 elections. And they just go on to explain, like, hey, this is a private Slack channel that we're going to be using to talk about these things. And you could just see, tech bro much? This is what they're typing on Slack. So it's tech broy, obviously. There was at least some tension between safety operations, a larger department whose staffers used to rule more rules-based process for addressing issues like porn, scams, and threads, and a smaller, more powerful cadre of senior policy execs like Roth and Gade. The latter group were a high-speed Supreme Court of moderation, issuing content rulings on the fly, often in minutes and based on guesses, gut calls, even Google searches, even in cases involving the president. You're going to love this. So here's a perfect example. This is a tweet. Oh, shit. You can actually see it better this way. It says, it's from Donald J. Trump. And I remember this, too. I remember when all this was going down and be like, bro, this is not a great deal here. Breaking news. 50,000 Ohio voters getting wrong absentee ballots. Out of control. A rigged election. From October 9th, 2022. Somebody, who will remain nameless apparently, a rigged election would be enough to be in violation, right? And then Roth comes in. If the claim of fact were incorrect, yes. And then he links, but it looks like it's true. And he links an NPR article that goes to an article that says 50,000 Ohio voters to receive new absentee ballots after error found. So he's just Googling to see if it's real. And be like, yeah, okay, no, that one's real. During this time, executives were also clearly liaising.
Like a liaison.
This is the first time I ever heard it in that text before last night when I read it, and I was like, I know what it means. Like, yeah, you're a liaison, but you're liaising.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, with federal enforcement.
Whoa,
baby girl. The blind dog must.
Up to her.
Exactly. She's laying there trying to sleep. That's what she does now. She's a grumpy old lady.
He doesn't know where he's going.
She's like, neither do I, man. I got
scared. I got startled. The tiny dog stepped on me. Chloe.
Hey, baby, come here.
Hey,
come here,
be
Puppers.
nice
Come
to
here.
him. He is old.
He just gets lost. This poor guy.
He doesn't know even where he's going. He's stretching right now. He doesn't know. He literally doesn't know where he is.
Come here, tiny dog.
Says there's a light here. Is there a light over here?
Come here, tiny dog.
Oh, bud.
Come here, tiny dog. What's
where?
up, little buddy?
Up in the
Say
air
hi
now?
to the people. Say hi to the people, little tiny dog.
Oh, my dad.
I'm gonna put you over here, bud. We'll get you on the right side of the law here. All right. Okay.
Till the cat finds him.
Well, that's a whole other. She will wrap him up like an MMA fighter, bro. It's a whole deal. Okay, so during this time, clearly liaising with federal enforcement and intelligence agencies about moderation of election-related content, while we are still at the start of reviewing the Twitter files. We're just at the start of reviewing the Twitter files, by the way. So we're only just getting started. We're finding out more about these interactions every day. Policy Director Nick Pickles, one of the greatest names ever, is asked if they should say Twitter detects misinfo through ML human review and partnerships with outside experts, end quote. The employee asks, I know that's been a slippery process, ... Not sure if you want our public explanation to hang on that. So, Nick Pickles, are you comfortable with marketing talking about misinfo by saying that we detect it through ML, human review, and partnership with outside experts? Essentially, he's talking about the FBI. How do you want me to talk about these intelligence agencies? I know that's a slippery process, so on and so forth. We just read that. And then Nick Pickles, can we just say partnerships? E.g., not sure we describe the FBI and DHS as experts or some NGOs that aren't academic. So we're meeting with FBI and DHS. I don't know if I would describe them as experts, so let's just call them partners.
We're meeting with them. We're using what they're saying as justification to censor people.
Yes.
And we don't think that they're actually experts, but we're still going to fucking do it anyway.
Yeah. We just don't know how to make it public. We don't know how to cover our ass on this one. How best do we cover our ass
Because
on
we don't
this?
even believe what we're saying.
Well, we know what we're doing, so let's just say, does this sound right? That sounds like a little too sus. Let's just I think we should just call them partnerships. Yeah. I skipped the next one because he's just going over that second picture there. This post about Hunter Biden laptop situation shows that Roth not only met weekly with the FBI and DHS, but with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So FBI, DHS, and DNI.
And the DNI has like direct access to Donald Trump through the chief of staff.
Yes. All these people work directly for Donald Trump, essentially. Boom.
And they're meeting to talk about Donald Trump.
Yes. It's definitely not the deep state, though. But this is what's called the deep state. The deep state, 100%, we're in a partnership with social media giant Twitter.
The thing that makes I feel most uncomfortable about this is that I'm not, nor have I ever been a Trump guy.
All right,
But you literally can't not defend him because it's so fucking blatant at this point.
Yeah. That's the hardest part about all of this is like he obviously was a victim of the fucking deep state. And I don't like to say that but it is what it is. That's exactly what it is. So check this. This is an actual conversation here. So this is bot application so-and-so. This is Yoel Roth that's checked in. Here's what they said. So this is Yoel Roth talking, right? What's new since our last check-in? Hacked materials exploded. We blocked the the New York Post story. Then we unblocked it, but said the opposite. Then said we unblocked it. And now we're in a messy situation where our policy is in shambles. Comms is angry. Reporters think we're idiots, and we're refactoring an exceedingly complex policy 18 days out from an election. In short, fuck my life. Weekly sync with FBI, DHS, DNI in regards to election security.
Weekly.
Yes.
Weekly.
The meeting happened about 15 minutes after the aforementioned hack materials implosion. The government declined to share anything useful when said. Monthly meetings with FBI, FITF, which is just another bureau of it, I think, briefed on several ongoing investigations. So this is from Yoel Roth, like updating what went down in the weekly meeting.
We blocked the New York Post story, then we unblocked it.
But said the opposite. Then we said we unblocked it. And now we're in a messy situation where our policy is in shambles. Comms is angry. Reporters think we're idiots. And we're refactoring a exceedingly complex policy 18 days before the election. In short, fuck my life. Weekly sync with FBI, DHS, DNI regarding election security. Hand in hand, bro. Hand in hand. Roth's report to FBI, DHS, and DNI is almost fracture.
What the fuck do they want from the federal government? They said the federal government refused to share anything useful when asked. Mm-hmm. What? What do you want to know that the New York Post did not tell you?
They're not going to help you, bro. Because they met 15 minutes after the whole New York Post fucking implosion. And they were probably like, well, is there anything you guys can help us with? They're like, I don't, there's nothing we could do, man.
Do we think there's any possibility in the world that the FBI doesn't know about the existence of the Hunter Biden laptop before the New York Post posts an article about it?
Oh, no, they absolutely did.
Then what the fuck do you want? Like, what could you possibly hope for? Because they know. The only thing they can do is tell, yeah, it's definitely real. It's definitely real. Mm-hmm. And
that's why they're not going to say nothing. Oh, God.
You are such an asshole.
Yeah, she gets that way. She's fine.
He doesn't know what's going on.
Oh, no way. Shout out, girlfriend. She just got a flight with a layover. Fucking A. That's a trip, baby. That is a trip. Congratulations. You're awesome. Where's she going? I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you after the podcast. I'll tell you the next break. I don't want to say it on the internet. Congratulations, baby. That's awesome. Carolina. And that's a good trip right there. I'm excited.
Good.
I'm very excited for it. Okay. Let's get back to the depressing news. Ross' report to FBI, DHS, and DNI is almost farcical.
Farcical.
Farcical. Thank you very much. I I'm going to blame that one on the beers, even though I know it's not the beers.
Well, hold on, because the sentence is Roth's reporting to FBI, DHS, DNI is almost farcical in its self-flagellating
Tone.
Yeah, that's quite the sentence that he threw together. I'd have loved Matt Taibbi,
I have
shut the fuck up.
I got a North Kids at education, all right? So
Yeah,
that's fine.
I love it, but shut the fuck up. You're
And then
just
he goes
being
over.
saucy at this point.
Yeah, so he just kind of goes over what we just read. That's fine. It's another problem with these things is they'll post it, you read it, and then he pontificates on the things you just read, stating exactly the same things. Some of Roth's later slacks indicate his weekly confabs with federal law enforcement involve separate messages. Here, he goes to the FBI and DHS respectively to go first to a, quote, Aspen Institute thing, then take a call with Apple. NYC, here I come. Okay, good. You said it, not me. Nice. Yeah, she's going like New York City. So, Yoel Roth. Hey there. I have to miss the FBI DHS meeting today, unfortunately. I swear you're on the invites for both as our site policy. Can you give me a quick readout if there's anything interesting that comes up? And this is Patrick Conlon, who becomes very involved at this point. He says, sure thing. I hope everything's okay. He said, yeah, mind you, they have no idea what the fuck's going on at this point because everybody's still working from home. If we all remember the landscape of what's going on during the 2020 election.
All zooming in with to these
they're all
meetings.
fucking zooming in
Oh my
and having
God.
and then logging into Slack.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Hold on.
I love
Hold
this.
on. You're actively colluding with the federal government against the president of the United States so that you can collude with them, so that you can censor people on the internet, including the sitting president of the United States, and you can't even go into the fucking office to do it. You have to do it on Zoom like a millennial piece of garbage.
Well,
get the fuck out of here.
Well,
On whatever the government equivalent of Zoom is, that's on a secure server that we can...
I would
Get the fuck out.
I would
you
guarantee
can't even
you-
have the conversations in person like you should have a respectable, secret fucking conversation.
Just to make you even more mad, I guarantee you they were on a Zoom call. Like a legit Zoom call. There was nobody even thought to create government versions of Zoom
And the FBI
clones
cares
until well afterwards.
so little that yeah, that's fine. Zoom's fine.
That's fine.
no
We'll just get
problem.
on there. So he says,
Less travel for me.
So
You've got to be. It's so inept. It's so inept and sad that they can't even like try. We're
love this
gonna
so much.
collude. We're gonna do horrific conspiracy-laden garbage. Can't even try all the way.
No.
We're gonna do the laziest fucking job that we possibly can because we're the federal government.
that's right, baby.
U.S. of A. baby, always top of the list.
This should surprise
It's
nobody.
So horrific. It's fucking sad. It's sad to watch. Not because it's my own government or because it's
Because it's bad TV
because it's
even.
so sad. Because it's so
Yes.
poorly executed. And you're the fucking FBI. You're the FBI. You're supposed to be the best of the best fucking Men in Black shit. We're that guy. You can't even collude. You can't even do what your job is and do something secret.
It's the what is the old the it's not the king has no clothes. Is the king that has no clothes?
The emperor.
The emperor has no clothes. That's what this is. Did you there was a podcast a while back with from Lex Friedman. He talked to a former CIA guy, and he was talking about this whole thing with all these alphabet agencies, these secret intelligence agencies and stuff like that. They rely on their reputation alone. It's not through adequacy and responsibility and accountability. No, it's just the vague, it's the fucking FBI, man. It's the CIA. Of course, they know everything that's going on, man. They want those rumors to be out
Yes.
there because of their ineptitude. Because they're going to be on Zoom chats. And let me just say this, if you like that, listen to Yoel Roth's reason for why he's not going to be attending this meeting with the DHS and FBI today. He says, just have conflicts on both times. An Aspen Institute thing this morning on vaccines that I have to present at, and then a call with Apple to avoid us getting kicked out of the Apple store during the DHS one. Oh, those both seem very important. He says, indeed. So he's got an Aspen thing he's got to do, and then he's got to call with Apple to make sure they don't get pulled out of the App Store. So, we're going there. Because this was during the time Apple was like, well, fucking Trump's going to be on Twitter. We might have to pull Twitter off the App Store.
God.
Here, the FBI sends reports about a pair of tweets, the second of which involves a former Tippecanoe County, India councilor and Republican named John Basham claiming between 2% and 25% of ballots by mail are being rejected for errors. Okay, so let's read this again. Here
is named after a presidential candidate from like the 1800s. He ran with Zachary,
I just figured it was
Tyler.
Just figured it was a dude that got all fucked up in his canoe and
No,
tipped over.
it was the nickname of a guy, Tippecanoe and Tyler too. That was like,
I've heard of this.
Yeah, that was like their slogan when they
I'm
ran.
so glad you're well read. I have somebody to bounce things off of like this. Okay, so let's read this again though. The FBI sends reports about a pair of tweets. This comes from the FBI. Take a look here. We just got a report from FBI concerning 2 tweets, and then they give the tweets. Do you have a moment ready for this one? I believe was deemed no VIO on numerous occasions. I still don't know what VIO means, VIO. That's been mentioned a lot lately. I still don't know really what it means.
Right.
The FBI second report concerned this tweet about John Basham. So this was John Basham's actual tweet. Editorial at the Democrats are in complete panic as their massive push for vote by mail is backfiring on them. 2 things are unfolding. 1, an unexpected number of registered Republicans are returning ballots, and 2, between 2 and 25% by mail are being rejected for errors. The FBI flagged the tweet, then got circulated in the enforcement Slack. Twitter cited PolitiFact to say the first story was proven to be false, then noted the second was already deemed no VIO on numerous occasions. So we just got a report from the FBI, blah, blah, blah. Yep, he just showed us that and then went over it again. The group then decides to apply a learn how voting is safe and secure label because one commentator says, it's totally immoral to have a 2% error rate. Both then give the final go-ahead to process initiated by the FBI. I think we can use the mail-in voting label for this one as is. So now they're talking about, okay, so here's the tweet this guy put out. The FBI sent us this tweet. They flagged this tweet for us. We got it sent to us from the FBI.
And told us why it's wrong.
And now we're going to go, okay, well, that one, yeah, we can't take, that one's dead because a PolitiFact says it's wrong. And then this one, though, we could say that's okay, just throw the label on it that,
It's
elections
not
are safe and secure.
It's not even influenced by the FBI. At this point, you're acting on behalf of the federal government.
Yes.
Like, this is no longer...
We're just sending you the tweets, bro.
You can't even argue on any facts that this is an independent company because it's working on behalf of the federal government.
Yes.
So the argument that even the most well-intentioned of us were tricked into, that's like, well, at the end of the day, it's fucking Jack Dorsey's company. He's going to do what he's got to do. He's going to do whatever he wants to do.
Yep.
Except it's not, because even though your name is on the front of it, your name is on the building, the FBI is fucking meeting with you every single week to tell you what you need to take action on. And in between the meetings, sending you tweets that they don't like and telling you how you should censor them, what labels you should put on them.
But technically... on paper,
but
the government isn't working on it, so technically it's fine.
Because you made the decision yourself, it's fine. Twitter made the action because you, Yoel Roth, made this decision, even though you made the exact decision that the FBI requested on the exact tweet that they sent you, because you are the one that said, yeah, it's fine. We can use the mail-in voting label for this one as it's listed, because you're the one that said it. You're able to somehow convolutedly argue that you do the things yourself.
Mm-hmm. So examining the entire election enforcement Slack, we didn't see one reference to moderation requests from the Trump campaign, the Trump White House, or Republicans generally. We looked. They must exist. We were told they do.
Exist.
However, they were absent here. So they've again, this just speaks to what they're going through and all this. They can't find what's going on here. And now I believe we're going to have an issue slightly.
In the Slack that they've gone through, this is just to restate that, in the Slack that they've gone through, they have not been able to find any requests, moderation requests, just like we saw from the FBI, from the Trump campaign, the Trump White House, or Republicans in general.
Okay. I'm going to have to do this again. There was a problem in one of the tweets that came by next. There was like a spelling error in it or something like that, he said, and so he deleted a portion of it and then had to go back and re-add it, and it's not here right now. It's not in the original thread, which is problematic. He reposted it later, but regardless, it has to do with somebody, I forget who exactly it was. Oh, it was Mike Huckabee. He posted something, it was a joke, and then it got banned. He got banned, did the whole 9 yards, and they're having a debate about the joke and how if it's a bad joke, this and that, but the context behind the joke is what matters, so on and so forth.
Sarah Sanders' dad.
Yes. Who is now,
She's the governor
That's
of,
right.
like, Alabama.
Something like
That's what
that.
it was. I was going to say Georgia, but I know that's not
She's
it.
the fucking governor of a state.
First lady governor of that state.
Ooh, first lady governor.
Yeah.
We all love lady governor.
She's a fucking bulldog, dude. That's a female Ron DeSantis right
cross-eyed
there.
bulldog, but
That's a female Ron DeSantis. Not in political influence and breadth in the way they handle themselves.
But she's a fighter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She's a
that's
female
right.
Ron DeSantis.
Gotcha,
She's a fucking
gotcha.
bulldog, just
Yeah.
like Ron DeSantis is. She don't have the same pull that he does.
She was Ron DeSantis before Ron DeSantis was a thing, bro.
Ronnie
She's the OG.
Yeah.
So anyways, he's going to make reference to that as we go along. But like I said, this is 68 fucking pieces long. So just tell me if you're ready to hit the eject button at any point. So this inspires a long Slack chat that reads like a Titania McGrath parody. I agree it's a joke, concedes a Twitter employee, but he's also literally admitting to a tweet in a crime, in a tweet a crime. The group declares Huck's an edge case, and though no one notes we don't make exemptions for jokes or satire, they ultimately decide to leave him be because we've poked enough bears.
We don't make jokes. We don't make exceptions for jokes or for satire.
But ultimately, we're going to leave him alone because we've poked enough bears. So, and then we move on to like a different kind of topic here, or different subject, if you will. Could still mislead people. The humor averse group declares before moving on from Huckabee. So they're just kind of going, well, let's just read some of their, let's not do that because I can't see that. Actually, I'm going to have to, if I think I zoom out, it'll get bigger again. Nope. Come on, Mike, come with me. Okay. So he says, hello. Putting this tweet on everyone's radar. This appears to be a joke, but other people might believe it. Can I get you weighing in on this? Your Roth says, he said, yeah, I saw this one last night. Agree it's a joke, but he's also literally admitting to a tweet to a crime.
Roth is the one that said that.
Yeah.
I agree it's a joke, but he's still...
Yes. So you got a low-level guy coming in.
That it's a joke.
Yep.
I'm going to say he's also admitting to a crime, even though I fucking just said it's a joke.
Yes.
What a fucking idiot.
Could still mislead people, but although misleading...
Joseph
is here!
How you doing, buddy?
He's in the
Communication
house.
with Trump and Republican members more likely involved. Why did you ban censor this person? Not will you ban censor this person? Yeah, that's probably...
Yeah, that's basically what we're finding out why now. Because all these people just don't like him.
Well, and
they don't like none of this.
You said, I think you just got here. I don't know how long you've been here, but we were just saying Matt Taibbi has said they're going through the Slack channels and they're not even able to find any content moderation requests from Republicans.
Yeah. They were told
Trump,
they were
Trump
there,
White House.
but they haven't found any. They were told they were there. They should be here, but we're not seeing them. And I highly doubt Jim Baker got rid of those. back when that was a thing. All right, so still could mislead people, but although misleading, in my opinion, I don't think I can unduly influence the election. Could still mislead people. Yoel Roth replies back, yeah, I could see us taking action under misleading claims, or quote, misleading claims that cause confusion about the established laws, regulations, procedures, and methods of a civil process, end quote. That's a policy. Wow. But it's not one that we could really label in a useful way. So it's removal of a stupid and ill-advised joke or nothing. I may be inclined not to remove without a report from voting authorities, given it's been a while since he tweeted it, and virtually all of the replies I'm seeing are critical and counter speech. Can't see Eridix. I don't some. Oh, I think those are. Oh yeah, he's like P. Content, A. Rodericks, and R. Summers. What do you think? So there's three. We knew about P. Conlin, but we didn't know about the other two people, A. Rodericks and R. Sommers, who obviously are being blacked out in the rest of this tweet here. So, but there's two more names that we know now, which I think is very interesting. So we just don't know which one of them is saying what, but they're involved in this chat at some point. Somebody says, I tend to agree. I feel like it's really an edge case, and we've poked enough barrels already. Conlin says, oof, I just saw this. Looking at the replies now to get a feel for how much confusion is being generated. Conlin replies again. Says a quick glance indicates that people aren't confused, but I have concerns under the policy. We don't make exceptions for jokes or satire. So while I doubt that Huck was really this stupid and is joking, I'm inclined to say that it should come down. Somebody else replies, I wonder how much of this is an attempt to play the ref prior to congressional heading, in that the goal is to get censored. But yeah, as Patrick says, the policy didn't have that carve out. And then somebody else says, the thrust of the joke seems to be that mail-in ballots are for the fraudulent votes, so I could see an argument for our mail-in voting label, but absent confusion, I'd also be inclined to leave the joke alone. So they're looking at the replies in this particular tweet from Huckabee and his joke that he did to decide how it's being perceived and whether or not they should censor and take down the fucking tweet.
Christ.
Whew. Sorry, that thing got really, really small.
Joseph says, I've been here from the beginning. Gerald does not strike me as a low IQ individual. Colin, defend your claim.
I don't like Gerald.
I'm
That's my claim.
I don't like Gerald. Oh my
No,
god.
dude,
I'm just listening
on
to this
every.
What are you cooking, Joseph?
Yeah, what are you cooking, man? I just really I like to find somebody on every podcast that I can just, for no reason, just dislike. I don't like the way Gerald communicates. It bothers me. It bugs me. It rubs me the wrong way. He's not usually wrong. Generally, I mean, he's gotten the channel taken down for reading fucking CDC statistics before.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of a G, but he's like a boomer dad, but he's not a boomer.
Yeah.
He's just so cringe all the time, bro. He's just, fuck Gerald. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm sure he's a very nice man, by the way. Anyways, this is just something I do. It makes life more exciting. We carry on. Oh yeah, I can zoom back in now and make this all big for everybody. Ross suggests moderating. Oh yeah, we go through this whole thing. We just went through this thing. In docs, execs often expand criteria to subjective issues like intent. Yes, a video is authentic, but why was it shown? Orientation. Was a banned tweet shown to condemn or support? Or reception. Did a joke cause confusion? This reflex will become key in January 6th. In another example, Twitter employees prepare to slap a, quote, mail-in voting is safe warning label on Trump tweet about the postal screw-up in Ohio before realizing the events took place, which meant the tweet was factually accurate. So here we go.
They're slapping warnings on shit before they even
do it.
before they verify whether or not it's even true.
Yeah, before they Google it.
I wonder if that means that they're like they had an AI assigned his account to just.
They have multiple, which we'll get into later. So no, period. A rigged election. Donald Trump replied to an ABC 13 News tweet saying nearly 50,000 voters received wrong mail-in ballots. And then here we go. Yoel Roth, Trump just posted these 2 tweets. Check, a bunch of stuff. Learn how to vote by mail is safe and secure. Not sure what the process is for GET. Are we expecting to do the policy comms right up for this other tweet? Carbon copy Yoel Roth, Trump just posted. Oh, yep, okay. Learn how we voted. Not sure what the process is. Okay. Jeez, all this fucking shit is so rough. Okay, so somebody posted that. Boom. So we'll have to wait until Yoel wakes up.
Yeah.
I've been on PTO, so not 100% up to speed. I've been on paid time off, all right? My understanding is, in both cases, is that the events took place and that the commentary about POTUS is his opinion related to these real events, so that there wouldn't be any labeling action violation on our side. Yoel Roth says yes. He says, yeah, those are factually accurate. Thanks for clarifying. This is just a fucking shit show, bros. Poor man's burnt ends out of London broil and tomahawk steaks.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Good for you, sir.
Burnt ends are the best part of
Good
any
for
grill.
you, sir.
Jeez.
These are
And
just
a
more-
tomahawk, bro. That's heavy hitting
Yeah.
right there. I mean, you're a master of the London
poor
broil
man's
yourself.
burnt ends, he says, with
What is that? What is a poor man's burnt end? I don't know
Right.
what that means.
because it's not. What is burnt?
Are
ends
you
usually
just like
brisket?
cutting it up
Yeah.
and making burnt ends out of all
Right.
those? Because, fuck. I made a really nice steak the other night, too. Was that last night? That was last night.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was last night. It was very good.
These are just more examples of what were of the same thing.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's various. This one is congratulating them on speed for how fast they acted on a post. Well done on speed. Just going back and forth between these people. A seemingly innocuous follow-up involving a tweet from actor James Wood, whose ubiquitous presence is argued over Twitter data sets, is already a Twitter's file in-joke. So apparently all the people on this board over at Twitter had a lot of mixed feelings about James Woods and his tweets.
Yeah,
And they said that's apparently some kind of in-joke in the Twitter's files.
they don't
people.
like James Woods.
They do not like James Woods, which is why they took James Woods off at one point, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then he came back. Let's see. How we doing? You doing all right? You good?
Doing good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's plenty more we get
Yeah.
to. After Woods angrily quote tweeted about Trump's warning label, Twitter staff, in a preview of what ended up happening after Jan 6, despaired of a reason for action, but resolved to, quote, hit him hard on future VIO. Considering the PV2 bug outs this weekend, RE James Woods being so over the strike limit that our tools won't work on him, I suggest we action him for something worth the fiasco rather than screenshot, since we don't have a firm policy basis for action on his account. Yep. Are you fine letting this one lie? Blank. Can hit him hard on future VIO with firmer basis. So that was him because he screenshot something and posted it.
Yeah.
That's back when people were trying to get around algorithmic shit. If I'm gonna, instead of retweeting this thing, I'm just gonna screen post it and then tweet that out with a reply. Right. So they're trying to find workarounds. Here, a label is applied to Georgia Republican Congressman Jody Hice for saying, say no to big tech censorship, and mailed ballots are more prone to fraud than in-person balloting. It's just common sense. If that's not the pot calling the kettle black. Say no to big tech censorship. Well, let's censor you. Let's do it. Let's put a stay informed label on that one. Twitter teams went easy on Heiss, only applying soft intervention with Roth, worrying about the wah-wah censorship optic backlash. So the quote tweet still shows up with the EDI, and the actual content Rep Hess says is low level. I think I'd lean towards just putting a MIB soft intervention on this rather than the full EDI. Yoel Roth agrees. Colin says, yeah, I was just typing that. I think I think going too far down the rabbit hole of labeling critical speech is dangerous. It becomes a self-reinforcing wah-wah censorship cycle. And Connolly, I'm currently responding to Judicial Watch's whining to public policy. I regret nothing, but I'm happy to iterate what rules they violated. So there's lots of examples here. This one was pretty good. Meanwhile, there are multiple instances involving pro-Biden tweets warning Trump, quote, may try to steal the election that got surfaced only to be approved by senior executives. This one, they decided, just expresses concern that mailing ballots might not make it on time. So now this is doing the contrast between pro-Trump and pro-Biden tweets, right?
Right. So they've decided that it's okay for Democrats to claim that Donald Trump might, and we asked questions about this leading up to the midterms, that it's okay for Democrats to claim that the Republicans might try and steal the election, Donald Trump specifically, but it's horrific and actionable for Donald Trump to claim that Democrats might try and steal the election.
Yeah, which is why we can't talk about our favorite HBO documentary with all the Democrats talking about voting machines. It's the same shit, bro.
Shout out Joseph. The Pell Girls are the shit.
You can't talk to me like this, man. That's
Shout
talking dirty, bro. Ooh.
No. I've done the London broil. Grilled it a ton of times. I did it on the smoker one time.
You're a master of the London broil,
Yeah,
good sir.
I have not done it up like some burnt ends though. That sounds
That
fire.
does sound stupid good. Poor
Yeah.
man's. Oh
Good
my
for you,
god.
Joseph.
Yes.
Good for
Good
you.
for you. But also, you're kind of an asshole because now I'm hungry. That sounds really, really good. Oh, okay. So this is disgusting and terrifying. They're going to try to steal the election. We have 1 week. If you haven't voted yet, don't mail, drop it off, or vote early. If you can't vote, make sure your family is, unless they are Trump supporters. Just let them forget.
So he's
Hashtag
obviously-
vote them out.
So he's obviously not a Trump supporter.
Because he's replying to an ABC News story of Amy Coney Barrett being sworn into office, or sworn to the bench, or whatever the hell you say when
Yeah.
you get Supreme Court
To the bench.
And he's saying, "This is it, man. It's over. They're gonna steal the election now." He says, "Hey team, can I get your opinion on this?" Shows the tweet. This is an edge case with commentary or ampersand encouraging voters not to vote by mail. I believe we should label it. Colin says, "I think that I'd not bother with labeling this one. It's still encouraging people to vote, but expresses the concern that mailing might not make it in time, which seems fair this close to the election date. Still encouraging people to turn in their ballots in person or to vote in person."
Wait, hold on.
Okay, thank
hold
you,
on,
Patrick.
Hold on, you fucking dumb bitch. Hold on, you dumb bitch. Hold on. If you drop it off, if it's post-dated by election day and they get it, then they'll count it.
I believe
Hasn't that been the claim the whole time?
I believe so. I believe so. Mind you, I'm trying to think back to like 2020 election time. There might have been conversations either way at the time. Maybe we didn't know which states would or wouldn't do it, and it turns out afterwards, obviously, everybody was like, "Yeah, no, it's fine. If it's post-dated, we count it," because that's generally the way the law works in most of these states or all of these states. I don't remember that well,
I'm
but
sure it's all different.
But you can
Or they are all different.
you can definitely see here that he's like, "No, bro, it's fine. We'll just leave it alone." I mean, he's encouraging people to vote. Don't worry about saying they're trying to steal the election.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. He says they're trying to steal the election. Donald Trump says they're trying to steal the election. It's the same thing. And I'm not arguing that the president has the same reach as whoever the fuck that guy is that was tweeting that. But it's the same thing.
It's
If you're going
content
to
moderation.
label one, you need to label the other one.
Yes, it is moderating content. But what they're doing is moderating from a wholly one side of the political bias spectrum.
And
This is
it's-
a Biden supporter saying Trump's going to steal the election because Amy Coney Barrett's going on the bench. No, that's fine, man. They're still encouraging people to vote, so that's fine.
It's important to remember.
This guy, I would say,
It's important to remember it's not the individual cases that are important. The individual cases outline a trend that bends in the wrong direction.
yeah, it builds a totality. It builds a picture of what is actually happening here. That's understandable. Even the hashtag steal our votes referencing a theory that a combo of Amy Coney Barrett and Trump will steal the election is approved by Twitter brass because it's understandable and a reference to a Supreme Court decision. Do you want to read the details on that?
A Supreme Court decision.
Hey, team, can I get a second opinion on this one? We'll just show this one. So this is from a verified user. Check with your local USPS folks to see how slow the mail is. Also, find out when mail-in ballots must arrive in your state. But mostly hashtag vote ASAP. Trump and his new Amy Coney Barrett SCOTUS will try to steal your votes, so our numbers have to be huge. So it's a get out the vote tweet, you know? It's a get out the vote tweet. Hi, team. Can I get a second opinion for this one? Roth says, not seeing a violation here. Conlon says, I wouldn't label. I think that it's encouraging people to vote, but to be realistic, that a mailed ballot might not make it in time. Perfect. Thanks. You'll and Conlon. I was wondering about this part. Quote, Trump and his new Amy Coney Barrett SCOTUS will try to hashtag steal our vote. All good. Didn't even get a reply. He's like, well, I was wondering about this part, not the supporting
Right.
your mail-in, but I'm good. That's understandable. Believe that it's a reference to the U.S. Supreme Court decision on processing mail-in votes that arrive after Election Day. Thanks, Conlon. Shilling, bro. Just shilling. In this exchange, again, unintentionally humorous, former Attorney General Eric Holder claiming the U.S. Postal Service was deliberately crippled, ostensibly by the Trump administration. He was initially hit with a generic warning label, but it was quickly taken off by Roth.
Because that means Eric Holder would be claiming that Donald Trump was intentionally
Trying to steal it.
interfering with the
Yes.
election.
And so they were going to put the label on it, but it was overruled. Hey, folks, can we reverse the label on this tweet? So he finds the tweet and asks him to reverse the
Let's see,
labeling.
what did Eric Holder say?
Eric Holder says, it's too late for us to use the mail. Given Supreme Court rulings, I urge everyone to now vote in person. Early vote or use drop boxes. Protect your health, but don't let the court and the deliberately crippled postal service deprive you of your most precious civil right.
Right.
Plan your vote.
Because Republicans haven't been arguing for years that the Postal Service should be privatized because it can't. It's running itself into the ground.
Yes.
Right? No one has been arguing that at all. Definitely not Republicans. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so then he said, hey, folks, we remove the label on here. Working on reversing it now. Roth, I have removed the moment label. I am still trying to remove the EDI. Removed. Excellent. Thank you. It's just incestuous, bro. Incestuous.
Yeah.
So later in November, we got 68 of these, by the way, and we're at 4 hours right now. How are we doing?
Well,
Do you want me to
have
keep
two
going?
we have 2 more parts that we have to do. So
I know. I'm just making sure you're good. We're good.
What do you mean? Am I good? What are you
good.
asking me?
It's going to be a minute.
Yeah. Well, we should maybe move on because we're 4 hours in and we got 2 more segments that we
Okay.
got to do. Is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Okay. Good. So, but I think this paints the picture pretty well,
Yes.
right? We got it. So we're more or less up to date on the Twitter tweets, except for the sideshow going on right now with removal of child exploitation material and Elon calling out Jack. This was tweeted out there by Mike Cernovich after a few more people on Trust and Safety resigned the other day. This was December 8th, so this was Thursday.
Okay.
3 of the heads of Trust and Safety resigned, and that's because Elon's working conditions, it's not a good place to work anymore. They don't trust him, so on and so forth. You all belong in jail, Mike Cernovich says, and on a New York Post article that says Twitter refused to remove child porn because it didn't violate terms of service, which prompted Elon Musk to get directly
Because they
involved.
allow porn on the website?
Well, yes, but it's still classified as illegal,
Right.
but it's hard for them to get at it. And so Elon Musk chimes in. He says, it's a crime that they refuse to take action on child exploitation for years at this point. And Jack chimes in and says, this is false. Elon says, no, it is not. When Ella Irwin, who now runs Trust and Safety, joined Twitter earlier this year, almost no one was working on child safety. She raised this with Ned and Parag, but they rejected her staffing requests. I made it top priority immediately. The two of them really got into it. One of these ladies that was on trust and safety,
Elon
by the
and
way.
Jack did?
What's that?
Elon and Jack did?
Elon.
And Jack got into it? You said these two really got into it.
Yes, they got into it right there. They're calling each other out on.
I wasn't sure if you
in
meant
public.
after that. Okay.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know what happened in the past years, but so on and so forth. And they had a few more off this thread conversations back then, but the two of them were just kind of sparring at this point. And last night, Eliza Blue had an open Twitter Spaces, like chat, where Elon Musk came in and talked about this whole idea, and they invited Jack to come. But I missed the space. I was, working on doing show prep and whatnot. It was all happening too fast. But so they met. I don't know if Jack ever showed up, but the idea was the two of them were going to sit there and hash it out. But apparently Elon's got the receipts that they did not, at least in his determination,
In his view.
go after child exploitation material in the fashion they should have, and that it's illegal.
Right.
And so
And
this
maybe
is an
doing-
ongoing case.
Right. So, in Jack's point of view, is saying that they did nothing is not correct.
Yes.
But they should almost definitely have been doing more.
But I think, as we have known at this point right now, Jack was not running his company. He was the
Right.
CEO in name only at this point. So he
It
has
seems
no
like,
idea.
What's her Vijay?
Vijay.
I almost called it Pramila Jayapal. That's fucked up.
I mean, they might be one and the same.
Vijay.
Yeah.
She was effectively running the company with other people, not by herself. But
Yes.
she seems to have more control in the day-to-day operations of Twitter than Jack Dorsey does, which is not uncommon for like a CEO in a company, but still. To not have an idea of what's going on is not good. Like that's weird to
Yes.
not know. It's not weird to not be tapped in this day-to-day operations, but to not know what's going on the major fronts of the company is
Yes.
very weird and not very healthy, especially for a company you started. Because Jack is the one that started Twitter, right?
Yes. Yeah. And we know he got edged out essentially being just giving himself a title like that and only having, I think, at 1.3% ownership in the company or something. He was CEO in name only, but he was a good face.
Right.
They were still able to put him out in front of Congress, and they could keep him in the dark about all this stuff.
In name only, she says they were doing what they wanted and simply pacified Jack.
Yep. Well, because
Somehow-
Jack, as the CEO, would be called in front of Congress, and they
Right.
gave him plausible deniability because he actually may not have known everything that was going on.
Just like Zuckerberg when he was on Joe
Exactly.
Rogan, he's like, I don't actually know about the specific conversations that happened because
Yes.
I didn't have those conversations, but I know the gist of it because I'm the CEO and I be running the bitch.
Yes, they become a tool of the machine at
Right.
that point. They're not necessarily involved anymore. So
Joseph says, somehow this all seems like a distraction. The info we got so far has been vetted by the FBI. What else might be going on right now, I wonder. And it's only the first part that was vetted by the guy from the FBI, right?
Yes.
After that, at least from what we know,
Yeah.
they seem to have had, Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi, seem to have easier time accessing this information post Jim Baker being expelled from the company.
yeah, because they probably had to
doesn't mean that-
re-go over things. And
Doesn't mean there aren't more people in the company who work for the FBI, because if they didn't know
Exactly.
Jim Baker was still employed, which I don't,
I don't know about that.
how do you not know? How do you
Yeah.
not know?
Yeah.
There isn't one person in the company who knows that Jim Baker used to work for the FBI and he's still working for Twitter.
And who in the company knew that, but then didn't say anything about it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's problematic. Obviously, it's makes things difficult for old Muskie as he tries to
Yeah.
do what he's doing going
Yeah, and
forward.
we'd also
but-
kind of touched on that earlier, Joseph, of it would definitely be beneficial for the world to be able to sift through, that's what I was looking
Yeah.
for, sift through the Twitter files as a whole, because if there is more shit that Taibbi is not seeing,
yeah.
then someone will find it. The sleuths, the trolls and the sleuths. If we can't pronounce Matt Taibbi, then why not try Vagina Godly?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think
That's
there's
awesome.
much else we need to see here.
No, that's
Because it's just
okay.
more examples of the same type of stuff.
Right.
So in closing, it's not just the fact that the government had portals into this stuff. It's the fact they were literally meeting with them weekly. They were sending them posts they wanted them to, quote, look at and take action on. I mean, this is 100% government collusion with a big tech platform. And I've said it 100 times already. I'm going to say it one more time. If it's happening on Twitter, it's happening at the rest of them.
Yeah.
Period. Definitely happening.
Do you have your Signal open on your computer?
Fuck, no, I don't.
Oh, I just sent you the, you know what I sent you.
I do know what you
I
sent me.
sent you.
I know what you sent me. So we're going to have to wait just a second.
Yeah.
Because it should show up. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look
I
at
forgot
that.
to go through and pull those from last week,
Did you?
from last episode.
Oh, I can't even do the thing.
I meant to go through the other parts, you know what I'm saying? And pull through the ones to make them short. I completely forgot about it. I forgot that I did this the last time. I forgot. I completely forgot.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I wonder if it makes it bigger if I do half like that.
If you could
That works.
move it up, grab the bottom of it, like the bottom of the yep, right there. That's perfect.
Look at you, teleprompter style.
That's perfect. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Don't worry about the producing that we're doing right now. This is just because we do a
Peek
live show.
behind the
Yeah.
curtain, baby.
Yeah. So of course, you guys are going to ask me. I'm going to ask you. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? Right. This is what the show is about. Liberty. What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? After years of postulating, it is now obvious that private companies cannot be trusted to oversee our free speech on the internet. And as we know, the government is even less qualified. The internet needs to be a free access, open utility to be able to be used by everyone. This is different even than water or power because it's a tool used to facilitate the expression of our right to free speech, a freedom that must never be limited or contained in a free society. The collusion between big tech and government highlights the level of incest that has ruined any hope of objectivity or bipartisanship to be reached on the platforms.
I think that is very well spoken, good sir.
With that, we're going to take our next break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3. We're going to be talking about authoritarianism around the globe and at home.
Let's do it. We will see you guys shortly.
Thank you very much.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that?
To Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday normal person's podcast. Upper left or the upper left?
the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode.
Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast.
Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hello, and welcome back. Thank you. Part 3, episode 139, Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I am indeed Colin.
We
who-
are happy. Oh,
Oh, I was going to say whose phone you heard ringing
Oh.
during that, and it really freaked us out during the time. But that's just because I had my Signal app open on my computer.
yes.
So even though my phone was, we were like looking at the volume levels on the microphones and all that, everything was fine. And oh yeah, obviously Signal's open on my computer. So that's the thing. So that's what you all heard during the break.
Everybody use Signal.
Everybody use Signal
Yes.
right now.
I want to thank you guys for joining us here for episode 139. Obviously, you've been watching us on our youtube.com, Salt of the Streets, as well as over instagram.com/Salt of the Streets, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more better content just like this. We have the newsletters, the book clubs, the beer shows, all these beautiful things. Like, subscribe, comment on this video, share it with all your friends so we can get this out. Obviously, we're talking about shadow banning, so we know this is real. Help us break through the algorithm. Share all of this content with your friends.
Like,
friends,
subscribe,
family,
share.
everybody
Do
that
it
you know.
all right now.
You can find all this at saltofthestreet.com, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. This segment is brought to you by Location Skate Shop in downtown Bremerton. Go there if you're in the local area and you need some skateboard stuff.
Yee.
Skateboard.
Skateboarding and skateboarding accessories.
Even more relevant than the other two segments, evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP. This first part of this, we're talking about authoritarianism
Yeah.
around the globe and domestically. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff in China. As you see these things, understand that these are symptoms of the Chinese Communist Party. You need to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the Chinese Communist Party any way that you can. Easy way to do that is through the type of business that you do, the places that you purchase things from, the things that you purchase. Try and purchase less things that you know are made by slave labor. So we talked about that here. Started with shoes. Shoes was an easy thing. It was more expensive. It was difficult. It was difficult to find a pair of shoes that I liked, but
Yeah.
shoes was a really easy thing to transition from. Good shoes. So evaluate and adjust.
What was the name of that company?
Soames.
Soames.
S-O-M.
Hashtag not an ad.
Out of Colorado. So
That's right. So yeah, like you said, we're going to be talking about authoritarianism abroad
There you
and
go.
here at home, and there is no better place to start with authoritarianism at this point than China.
I was chatting with Kevin on the Instagram in the DMs this week about China, back and forth a little bit.
Shout out, Kevin.
Shout out Kevin.
So yeah, we're just going to start off by showcasing some of what we were all privy to thanks to social media and the generalized freedom of communication that comes with it. And to kind of piggyback off of what we talked about in part one in anonymity, the importance of that, because if you are in CCP-controlled China and you are caught sharing some of these videos, it obviously has consequences, and hence your internet anonymity is very important in these cases.
They spray you with one of the drones if they find out. that
I'm
you
sure they have
shared one of the
lots of
videos.
different creative things they can do to you.
Is there any word yet on what they were spraying out of the drones?
No,
Do you have a video of them spraying the stuff out of the
I
drones?
do not.
I'll find a video of the stuff.
Yeah, find them
You know
and-
what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, I'm going to open back up my signal because I'm pretty sure she won't call me now. So I will
You know
do
what
that.
I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do not.
What?
Was this like riot suppression type spraying of the drones?
Don't know.
Ooh.
No one knows what it was.
Ooh, I'm very excited about this. And of course, it's the CCP. So if nobody knows, Donovan, how can I know? I don't know more than the CCP does. Did you happen to see that the not Xi Jinping's direct predecessor, who recently got ushered out unceremoniously from the CCP meeting when Xi retook power, but the one before that, he just died. The old school founder of the 1980s CCP. He just died. They had a big ceremony for him over in China.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole deal. I thought for a minute, I was like, is that the guy that they pulled out of the meeting the other day? And I looked it up, and it was not the case. That dude was old, bro. Old. Say what you want about China and their terrible pollution and what like that, but there be some Chinese people, man. They be living real long lives, kind of like Japan. You know, they have some of the longest living people around. Japan's got a single prefecture that has the longest living human beings on the face of the planet, and it's still that case today. It's a wild deal.
Like areas of them where people Chinese drones over
Try
DC
finding-
security, spying fear, spraying the streets.
What is EH, Joseph? Try finding EH rated boots for everyone, everyday use that you can actually wear. Which is EH?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, this is from
It's diet.
Our New Earth News. So, you know, but this was just the first place that I could find it.
Earthy.
Yeah. So,
You sending it to
I
me?
saw this. Yeah, I'm going to Signal right now. Just hey.
Hey.
Okay? Hey. All right?
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. Let's pull it up on fucking Microsoft Edge, baby.
Let's see it.
All right.
Oh, because I sent you an edge
Chinese
link.
drones are spying the street. It's just my automatic link opener thing through there. Electrical hazard. Oh, try finding electrical hazard rated boots for everyday use that you can actually wear. Yeah, good luck. The reason they live so long is their diet. Yes, Deborah, yes. Chinese drones are spraying the streets with what? No, who really knows? But it's probably not vitamins. Let's
Beat
watch
this.
this little video here. Chemtrails! What the shit's going on
See what
there?
I'm saying? And I saw multiple videos like this. This wasn't even the one that I saw. This is just the one that I just found.
Well, peeps,
And
you
this
know
is-
it's probably not vitamins. It's some sort of
This one
control
is
chemical.
from Drone XL. Mysterious agricultural drone spray chemicals in Chinese city at night.
You know what? It's probably just like vaporized vaccine. It's probably just they're just trying to help out their
Daily
people,
Mail
bro.
says that it's disinfectant.
Ugh.
China's drone army fighting coronavirus. Farm police and personal drones are repurposed to spray disinfectant over villages and cities hit by killer virus. The drones are being used in coastal provinces of Jilin, Shandong, and Zhejiang. Individual drones can disinfect area of 1,600 square meters in a single morning. At least 213 people with the virus have died and more than 9,800 infected.
Yeah, see, that's a thing we're going to get into a little bit later throughout the authoritarianism.
So it's disinfectant, they say. Mm-hmm. That they're just...
For a respiratory virus. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, I mean, you remember all the videos of them originally during COVID, like there was those guys in hazmat suits with what looked like flamethrowers on, just spraying fucking disinfectant everywhere.
To release disinfectant in areas not otherwise easily accessible, such as roofs, gardens, skyscrapers, and gated communities. You can't get into a gated community, right?
You already
Why
locked
do you
it.
need
You
to
already welded it
disinfect the
shut, bro.
roof of a building?
Because people might be going outside. Can't be doing that.
Gardens, skyscrapers, and gated communities. Crop protection officer Qin Chuchong from the village of Longfu reportedly disinfected his village on January 30th using his own drone. It said drones can cover a much wider area and achieve very good disease prevention results.
What are you preventing with an airborne infection?
As disinfectant is harmless to humans, it doesn't affect
Oh, it's
anyone's daily
harmless.
life.
We're so behind the times.
This is
They still
this
drive pickup
article
trucks spraying some fogs.
is from it's from January 2020. I was going to say this says 213 people have died. Like, get the fuck out of my face.
Oh my God. What is it? China's numbers at this point reportedly are like only 5,000 people have died from corona in our country. It's mosquito control. Amen. That's what it is.
This article from The Sun, Drone Wars, terrifying video shows Chinese super drones hunting humans in packs.
What? Wait. I was reading the chat for a minute. What the fuck did you just say?
Terrifying video shows Chinese super drones hunting humans in packs amid fears they could be primed to kill.
You got a video?
Yep.
Let's fucking full send, baby. I want to see that.
Oof.
Are you sure this is not just a Black Mirror episode?
Ooh, they're operating through the jungle. Ooh, this is creepy.
No, the jungle? Oh, buddy. This is exactly I don't like none of this, bro. I don't like none of this. The sun. Oh, the glorious. No, sir. No, sir. This is the video, right?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Breast cancer
Pink
is now
Tools
the
for
most
Hope
commonly
campaign.
diagnosed
Fuck
cancer
you. We're not watching
worldwide.
this ad.
This got the team at Work Pro
We're not
thinking.
doing this ad, bro. Fuck you.
I'll say
You
that
and
I
your
didn't-
Pink Tools.
Pink
Work
Tools.
Pro? That's not a
We're
DeWalt.
going to need Jill Valentine to fight off the future zombies. That's the woman from Resident Evil.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you better believe it.
Lord.
I'm so glad I know that. Otherwise, I could be chastised.
What the hell did
What's
CERN do now?
Telling you, man, they fired it up, and we're in a new reality once again. How can I not skip this fucking ad, by the way?
Yeah, I didn't get an ad.
Come on, UK. Jeez. And Work Pro. Who makes Work Pro? If it's not a DeWalt or a Milwaukee or Cobalt. Cobalt, that's the, I don't know. Fucking, give me a Ryobi at the very least. I mean,
Ryobi.
come on. Come on.
This is quite the ad.
It's a minute-long ad. Oh, available at Amazon. Of course it is.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Here we go.
Give me some drones.
Look at these things.
No. No.
Look at him. Look at him zipping, dude.
No. I don't like this, bro. Dude, and they're ducking and dodging through the
Yeah.
bamboo forest.
Uneven ground. They're just.
We saw it during the Olympics, bro. Look at this dude. He just dips between them two little... What? Lex, where you at on this? Oh, yeah, we got down trees. Everybody pay attention. Yep, we're going to go around those. I don't like this at all, bro. Yes, we get it. They're acrobatic, bro, okay?
Bro, but look how acrobatic. That's what the circles are showing you.
I don't like this.
Dude,
They're damn near more acrobatic than that dude. He went down there. What the shit? Oh my gosh. This is bad,
the
dude.
sound is menacing.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Okay, imagine a world in which the government
Nope.
is fucking after you.
Nope.
Right? You are trying to hide.
Nah.
You are hiding in a forest.
Nah.
All of a sudden, you start hearing this. The-
No. I don't want it.
It's light. It's light at first. It's quiet at first, and it starts getting louder and louder, a little more intense.
Steve Carell. No. No.
Yeah, Matt, I'm
no.
gonna show you to sell your
Then
used
all of a
car,
sudden-
your cage camera, and under.
Then all of a sudden, bzzz, and they're fucking right on top of you, and they're just chopping you up with their little titanium blades. Just dive bombing you. Yeah. Yeah.
I would
That's how
like to
they're
make
gonna
that
do
movie,
it.
though. That sounds like a dope-ass movie.
Or a book.
Or a book. You know, maybe. Maybe there's things involved.
Government does all kinds of wild
Oh,
stuff.
my God.
So there you go. Chinese drones. One
We
more
should have
thing to
seen
be
this
afraid of.
coming during the fucking Beijing Olympics when they first brought that out to the world and they showed, hey, look at all these cool acrobatic drones things that we could build to make this wonderful light show in the sky. Of course we're going to turn them around and chase people through the fucking bamboo jungles of China. Terrifying, bro. We needed this during Vietnam. Viet
If
Cong
you
would
could, you could plot something and plot an operation during a windy time, but you operated those drones through the woods, that would cut a lot of the wind, but they would still get the noise coverage, and so you wouldn't hear that buzzing until they were fucking right up on you. I'm not sure, Joseph, if someone like each one is being controlled individually.
No.
Or
No, there's hive technology at work here.
You
That's
think
what's
so?
happening. 100%. Each one of them is making independent choices on how to duck, dive, dodge, just like in dodgeball. But altogether, there is this troop is moving this direction, go. Make sure you don't crash.
the impressive bit of hardware runs off an algorithm and charts surroundings in real time, meaning it can readjust its flight path in an instant. According to experts, these high-tech drones update every few milliseconds, which means they can avoid colliding with each other and objects and quickly regroup with others to flight with super efficiency. Because they don't need a GPS signal, they can easily be deployed in areas with poor satellite coverage. Experts say the tech will make surveying remote wildlife or hunting for survivors in disaster zones much easier. But in a chilling turn of events, the crew at Zhejiang University also trialed the drones on a man making his way through a cluster of trees. The bots were also to keep focus on when the man hid behind objects to shield himself from the cameras. Addressing the breakthrough in the journal Science Robotics, researchers said the swarm's capability of navigation and coordination in these films has attracted and inspired numerous researchers. Here,
The swarm.
The swarm. Here we take a step towards such a future. Dr. Jonathan Aitken from Sheffield University hailed the development, telling New Scientist it was an excellent achievement. To achieve a quality map built from a distributed collection of robots of the detail demonstrated is an excellent piece of engineering. To couple this with an additional successful navigation and avoidance of obstacles and critically other members of the swarm is an excellent achievement. It's not the first time China's tech developments have been cause for concern. Last year, Beijing unveiled a terrifying new war machine that can unleash swarms of suicide drones at troops and tanks. A clip showed dozens of deadly devices being launched from a weapon system mounted on the back of a truck and also being dropped from helicopters. The China Academy of Electronics and Information Technology video showed 48 attack weapons being launched with compressed air before using an electrical propeller to fly towards and then overwhelm their targets. Each carries highly explosive charges designed to rip through tanks and annihilate armored vehicles. Paul Scher, former senior Pentagon official and expert on drone warfare, said the clip shows how well China's drone program is progressing. He told the Times, "We can't see from the Chinese video whether the drones are communicating and coordinating with each other. It could be just a launch of drones like the launch of missiles from a multi-launch rocket system. However, the test shows that China is developing swarm drone systems and they could be operational in a few years."
None of what you just said is okay. That is fucking terrifying. I'm out. I'm done. We're not doing this no more. I don't want to play this game. China, you win. I'm not dealing with swarms. Swarms of drones.
The swarm, they call that.
The swarm of drones. I'm not okay with this, buddy. That's terrifying. We need to shut this. Can we just? I might be in for American Empire at this point. Can we just take this over? Because I'm not into this.
They can hover in the skies for up to 40 minutes while scouring for a target.
They think it's fun and stuff. That's fucking terrifying,
Worried
dude.
about this for a while. We have had a full generation of gamer employees being trained daily for this stuff. Yeah, I mean, they've been using Xbox controllers to fly drones for years now because it was easier for kids to learn on. For you kids, I mean, 18,
the US
19,
has
20
them
years
too?
old for... Oh, certainly.
I just thought maybe our technology, we were just like not that concerned. And we're like, hey, let's work on like self-driving cars. That's where we're going to put this. The Chinese can develop the military side of the tech, and we'll just steal the tech back.
I refuse to believe that. I don't believe that there's a world.
It's called R&D
where-
sharing, all right?
No, I mean it based off of my response to Alex's question earlier. I don't believe there's a world
of
in
course
which
not,
the U.S. doesn't have any of this shit pinned down. Just because we're not talking about it, well, yeah, fucking let China flaunt. We've been doing this shit for 10 years now.
Yeah.
We're in it.
Have you seen any of those fucked up videos of in Ukraine, drones flying over, holding a grenade over like a Russian
Yes.
fucking foxhole? And
like an
boom.
old school fucking flying ace, bro? Yeah.
Yeah, in a fucking
Yep.
in a Falker 2, just driving over there, tick,
Yeah.
down. There's a really, really, really good movie called High Road to China with Tom Selleck, and it's in that time of year or that era, if you will, flying biplanes all the way from where the fuck do they start? I don't remember where they start. Somewhere in the Western world, and they fly them all the way over to like the Middle East and shit like that. And then there's a scene where they're hanging out with a Mongol Khan of some kind, and they're fighting against some kind of they're fighting against the British forces over there, and they take them captive and all this stuff, and they get in these biplanes, and they're trying to like turn around and like fight against the Mongols who are going to attack the British. So they get in these biplanes, and the leading gal gets in the biplane and starts flying around, and so she's flying over this Mongol camp as the British are invading and stuff like that, and she starts dropping little grenades out the side. I was like, there it is. It's a great movie, by the way. You should watch it. It's fantastic. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I had to lighten it up a little bit because that was fucking terrifying, and I don't know about this.
Cheddar.
Wait till we see what the Chinese have done to genetically engendered super soldiers.
Yeah, bro, they did those AIDS babies a couple years ago.
Yeah, I remember
and
the
that's-
AIDS babies.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we accidentally made them super smart at the same time.
Well, okay,
Don't know how that
I got a
happened.
theory about this. So
Not having AIDS makes you super smart.
because I mean, I think by default you're probably smarter if you don't have AIDS, but
Oh my god.
that's okay though. Actually, I don't blame you if you did get AIDS because Fauci lied to you about AIDS at the time, so it technically really wasn't your fault. It was his
Fauci's fault.
So fuck that piece of shit, the little ghost elf. But about the super soldiers, yes. I remember when this happened because there was that one scientist. He came out and he debuted like
The guy who did the surgery.
Yeah, he
or
did-
did the CRISPR thing.
He did the CRISPR thing. He debuted like the AIDS-resistant babies, right?
Yeah.
The AIDS-free babies or the anti-AIDS babies, whatever you want to call them.
Peep this, guys.
And
Kids will never get AIDS
and
ever.
he was disappeared
Oh, yeah.
real quick. But then he eventually made his way back on the scene, kind of like Jack Ma did, of whatever, the Amazon of China. I forget what it's called. Alibaba.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he came back and then he was singing the praises of CCP. He was a good government supporter and all this
CCP
stuff. I
's
guarantee
mad
you they
dope.
picked that dude up and they were like, all right, so here's the deal. You get water torture or you tell us how to do this to our army. And so he's like, yeah, okay, here we go. Let's implement this thing. Let's set up the program. Let's do it. And then he's back on the scene again. So, of course, there's Chinese super soldiers, bro. And, but the Chinese super soldiers are not out there beating up the Foxconn protesters. That's called segue, Donovan. I see you typing away, so you're not going to get it until I really nail it home.
No, I got it. I got it. I just was going to let it be.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So, as far as authoritarian abroad, we're going to be focusing a lot on China today. We're going to be talking a little bit about Iran. And then we're going to be shifting back home. And then we're going to be thumbing through our good old fashioned Constitution. You got your Constitution, Donovan? Yep. I said it over there.
Okay. I did not
It's
bring
ready
my
to go. I
Constitution
made
today.
we have props. We're ready to go. I am a good producer, Donovan. I don't give a shit what you say about it. I didn't have unprotected gay, and I didn't have or monkey. So, for that matter,
So he's smart. Is that what he's telling us? He's smart?
that's what I'm saying. Like you didn't have those, so obviously you're smarter than the
Smart.
average Joe. Oh my God, I love this show so much. Okay, so we're going to start off by highlighting authoritarian in action over the past. It's good to hear. It's okay, Deborah. You're online. It's not contagious. We're going to be highlighting some of the protests and the riots and so on and so forth that have been taking place in China over the last couple weeks, to kind of give everybody a literal picture of what authoritarian in CCP China looks like. You know, this
Motion
followed
picture.
motion pictures.
Motion picture.
Yeah, we're in the moving pictures days these days,
The
young
talkies.
man. The talkies. Yes. Oh, it's too bad the old stash went out of style. One motherfucker comes along and kills 6 million Jews,
I
and now
was
all of
wa-
a sudden you can't wear that beard style anymore.
I was watching something. I don't remember what it was the other day. Some type of comedy podcast, and they were talking about the Hitler mustache. Oh, maybe it was Protect Our Parks.
It was
And
Protect
then
Our
they were
Parks.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
how
yeah,
Michael
yeah.
Jordan had like the Hitler stash for. I was
Yes,
like, I didn't
for a
even
minute.
ever think about it.
Yeah, and that's when when Ari Shafir's Jew came out, the special.
Yes.
he was talking to Joe about, yeah, man, I just need to get it up to 6 million likes.
Right.
You know? And Joe's like, no, bro, man, you could do so much better. We can get it up to 8 million. It's like, Joe, we need to get it to 6 million. Wink, wink. And he just did not fucking get it.
Said it took him like a week.
So funny. That was a very particularly special Protect Our Parks.
Yes.
We haven't had it. Usually it's a drunken podcast.
Yeah.
With a little bit of weed smoke and stuff like that. This was a mushroom high podcast, which
So I'm freaking out.
I'm freaking out, man. Fucking Mark Norman. I'm gonna be. I started to
according to
catch up
Jim.
on Tuesdays with Stories. I watched the latest one last night. Fucking Joe List was right off the bat. I was like, fucking typical Joe. Is he always like this? Where he's just super. I hate myself. I'm not good.
Yes.
The producers, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
He's always like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what to expect at this
the
point.
show is filled with insecurity. It's filled with insecurity and exposure of.
I don't know if I should take part in this.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I like it because it makes me feel more normal about the shit that I think about. That I'm like, okay, well, I'm not the only person who. It's filled with social anxiety and weird, just everyday situations they have where they're like, fuck, and now they think I'm an asshole, and this person sucks. And it's a lot of that type of shit, yeah. And so I'm like, I feel that. I feel that.
Maybe that is a good, healthy thing for me to start watching, considering what I talked about in part one of this podcast. Fuck you, Donovan, for making me open up on the podcast, by the way.
It's good
so
for us.
if you missed that part, make sure to catch it later on.
One.
It's a whole deal. So, all right. So we've laughed a lot. We've had some fun. Now let's watch some
cry.
terribleness. Let's do it. So this, Foxconn. There was
we're starting with the Foxconn.
We're starting with the Foxconn.
protests.
You know about Foxconn. Tell me about Foxconn.
Foxconn is the #1 iPhone production facility in China, and the.
Spoiler alert! I haven't seen that yet. Yeah, okay. We won't spoil too much more than that.
Haven't seen.
That was like in the
Protect Our
first
Parks?
5 minutes.
Protect Our Parks?
Which one, Joe? So Protect Our Parks or Tuesdays with Stories?
Yeah.
Damn, I missed it. It's okay. Everything's online, Deborah. It's fine. You can always go back. It's the beauty of the
Unless
internet.
they're talking about part 1 of our show, because there's also.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're not talking about our show. They're talking about other people's shows. Foxconn.
Foxconn is the #1 iPhone production facility in China, and the working conditions there are so poor that they have nets on the top of the building so people cannot jump off and kill themselves.
Fact check true. And we had a protest at that Foxconn facility
Protect
about
Our Parks and part 1. Okay,
Okay,
Protect
there
Our
you go.
Parks is excellent. We won't talk about it anymore. Definitely.
what is this,
go-
number 6?
Number 6.
Yes.
And part 1, Deborah, was excellent in our Let Me Ask You This segment.
It was good.
Yeah, we
They
talked
debuted the
about-
new segment too.
That's right. Yeah, calling it a new segment. Definitely go back to part 1. There was a new segment, and we also did Let Me Ask You This. I talked to Colin. We talked for a while about values
Yeah, it
and
was
things
good.
that we value in ourselves and see value in other people. It was very good.
Yes.
So,
And no spoilers, but
No.
go watch it.
Protect Our Parks. Yeah.
Yes, okay. Let's just watch this because it's terrible. Yes, this was a protest essentially protesting the working conditions at Foxconn. They were
Because people are getting sick there, right?
they're getting sick, but they were recently
And not getting-
withheld from a raise
Yes.
that they were promised at some
and
point.
regular pay, right? They were just
Yes.
missing pay.
Well, yeah, and if you were quarantined at that point, you had to stay at the Foxconn facility. They were not letting anybody leave. There was everybody's locked down, which we have more videos to show you what the fuck that
Get the
looks
funk
like.
out of my face.
What?
Yeah. No.
Okay, yeah, sure, whatever that means. So let's watch.
There's no way I would not stay in a facility just because I had also.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Also, have you seen Tropic Thunder?
Of course.
No. That's not it. That's not
Multiple
it. Semi-pro.
times.
Semi-pro. The team is the Tropics. Semi-pro has Will Ferrell in it. They're on a basketball team.
Nope.
Okay.
That was during my I'm not into Will Ferrell.
You gotta
period.
watch Semi-pro.
Okay.
Because it's great.
It's got the other guy in it too, right?
Yeah, it's got
Danny
the other guy.
It's
Fucking
not
like
Danny
30 people in
McBride,
that movie.
but his like co-star. It's not Danny McBride.
John
He's the
C.
curly hair
Reilly.
guy.
John C. Reilly. I don't.
He's the one that did the Johnny
Step
Cash spoof,
Brothers?
right?
Yeah.
And Step Brothers. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't remember whether or not John C. Reilly is in that movie.
Okay, so it's not like a dual
No
picture. It's
no.
mostly Will Ferrell.
is
Okay.
is the star of the movie, and he plays a basketball player for a semi-pro team who also owns the team. They're the Flint Tropics, Flint, Michigan, the Flint Tropics, and of
course,
his character's name is Jackie Moon, and he is
Mooney.
like trying to save their team. Well, this whole reference is a fucking waste now because you haven't seen this movie, but he also makes music, and one of the songs that he makes is called "Get the Funk Out of My Face." So, get the funk out of my face. Get the funk out of my face. Yeah. So I assumed incorrectly, obviously, that you would get my reference. But
there was a period of my life where I liked Will Ferrell, and then there was a period of my life where I watched all of his stuff, and I was like, this is not funny. I don't get it anymore.
You got to watch Semi-Pro.
I have rewatched when Step Brothers first came out. I was like, this is the stupidest movie I've ever fucking seen in my life.
So good.
I have since rewatched it, and my sense of humor has shifted back to be like, this movie is amazing.
Yeah.
Fucking Catalina wine mixer. But
It's fucking Catalina wine
that's
mixer.
right, baby.
It's maybe the most quotable movie, like.
Oh,
of our
yeah, for sure.
generation. You know,
For sure.
Easily.
I should pull some quotes for the soundboard, to be honest.
Oh, for sure. It's the fucking Catalina wine mixer.
I went-
that one's good. That one's great.
That's why I went directly to the office for the Bad Takes one, which I love hearing that all the time now. I'm really tempted to hit the button. I'm not going to hit the button, but I really love just hearing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start rewatching some of my favorites, and I'll just send you like.
You have to be high, I think. I mean, maybe.
I don't know, man.
I don't know about that. I don't smoke weed. No.
Step Brothers is pretty.
I have a present for you.
Okay.
I forgot. Thank you, Joseph, for reminding me.
Okay.
Because I don't get high no more right now
Okay.
for this period of time. I was gifted some homemade.
Oh, nice.
I was gifted some homemade stuff.
Oh, nice.
So that is
Shout out Big M.
homemade. Shout out Big M. $25. I can't stand Will Ferrell. Yes, baby, you're not supposed to. I think that's how that's supposed to work. At a certain age, it's supposed to be like guy humor. So the bottom gold stuff is last year's reserve, and then the freshies are the greens on top. So I'm not going to use it. So it's all yours, buddy. And yeah, just it smelled good. It smelled real good.
That's nice.
Freshly made. I think it was the day before, because I met him on Tuesday. I think after work. Yeah.
Shout out Big M.
Big M, what's up, dude? I won't say it, but Big M has made an appearance before
On here?
on our fucking YouTube channel. Yeah. Obviously, never watched that episode.
No. I didn't. I guess I didn't realize that.
Long time ago.
Yeah,
in the
I guess I
long
didn't.
ago. Yeah.
Has he lost a ton of weight since then?
I mean, no, not a ton.
No.
No. I mean, he's lost some. He's lost some. The beer gut went away and stuff like that.
First of all,
yeah.
I didn't realize that was the same person.
Oh,
I
for
just
real, for
didn't
real.
connect.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
also a long time ago.
was a
Lee,
long time
so
ago.
I didn't consider, this
Yeah.
is the same.
It's Big M, bro.
Okay.
Mr. $25 himself.
Okay. We have done an episode with Big M before. Deal.
That's an Easter egg you can go find.
Okay. All right. I did not know. That just connected a circle.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't do the episode, but we
Yes.
as Salt of the Streets did that.
We have, yes.
That was
yes.
that was back when I was reaching for. I was like, I need more in my life. I need to do something else. Can I do this thing, Donovan?
Right.
And you're like, yeah, bro, do it. You're like, yeah, bro, do it. Do what you need. I'm back. I'm finally back. What's up, Kevin? We're about to get real depressing because we're about to watch a bunch of Foxconn people get beat up by the CCP. Ready, Donovan? We're gonna watch it.
Let's see
and go. So obviously everybody in the white suits are the CCP.
Asses kicked.
Well, I mean, they're outnumbered. They're outnumbered.
Fuck around and find out, China.
Yeah. So there's that. William Wallace in the chat.
Wallace.
Buddy, heading into work now.
Shout out.
Will Wallace, you're the fucking man, and you know it. Okay, so that was Foxconn video. You told me we needed to start out with Foxconn, and now we're just going to start showing you other videos of the protests that have been erupting in China. And this is all essentially, the Foxconn thing was a deal, right? They started with that. That was kind of like what helped kind of kick off this era of protests in China. But much like we'll talk about later with Iran, it quickly spread to more of a generalized anti-regime, in this specific case, anti-COVID zero policy in China, and that led to multiple protests.
COVID zero, yeah.
Yes. So we're going to watch a couple of these, and then they're all in order. I put them in order last night, and at one point I'm going to see a video, and then I'm going to have another point to make about that, and then we'll continue the narrative as we go along. So other than that, here is more destruction of CCP. Oh, he's got the shield. Look him up with the shield. Under the tongue. Oh, man. If there's one thing, bro, you're not safe with that camera. He's got his phone. He's just holding his phone like that. That's not good, man. Lost your sandal, bud.
With the social criticism, people are testifying to be recorded.
And
so if a Chinese official is walking around with his phone out,
yeah,
that's probably a deterrent.
we will see more of that. Okay, I'm just going to exit out of these. Okay, so now part of the this is a good indication of where we need to. Why are you not coming up?
This has been happening since the beginning of COVID.
Beginning of COVID, 100%.
Literally welding people into their fucking homes.
So when you hear that,
so horrific.
If you are hearing that from various outlets and whatnot, and it's not a play on words, it's not anything. Literally welding people into their apartment buildings.
Nor is this new. Check the bar that's across it to keep them in while he's welding them into their houses.
Thank you. This comes from TikTok, by the way. Look at this. It comes from TikTok. You know, the only people out there are fucking... Those are party members, obviously, higher ranking than the normal plebs.
They don't need to be wearing the
the
full body suits.
Yep.
These guys
put your mask on, bro.
Welding people into their homes.
Yep. This place has been quarantined. You cannot leave. Full stop.
Sure, that's what the sign above the door says.
I'm sure that's what it says. Just to illustrate, it's not hyperbole. Actually happening. Now, this one here is this is a picture, a video of a quarantine camp that have been built in multiple locations around China. This is just a picture of one of them during the construction phase.
Because if you test positive for COVID, they come and get you from your house, and you have to quarantine in this camp. You don't get to stay home.
And it's worse than that now, because now they're quarantining entire districts of cities. Look at that thing. It's massive. Massive. And then what happens? When an entire area gets quarantined, this is what it looks like as they march everybody into the facility. So you can see the buildings. They're all the same. The buses are coming in, dropping them off, and they're being marched into the facilities.
Probably half these buildings are just going to fall down.
I wish I was joking. I wish this was... And then the security at the testing facilities. This is what authoritarianism looks like.
Just a little sub, yep. Just a little shorty. God, dude.
He's just watching the testing facility. Get tested or else. If you test positive, or if your app on your phone shows... I'm going to mute this one because it's pretty horrific. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to listen to it. Unless you want to listen to it.
Just do it quietly.
Okay. This is what happens if you are told to quarantine and you resist.
He's refusing to quarantine.
He's refusing to cooperate to go to the quarantine, yeah. This is not the only video, by the way. This is like the easiest one I found to watch. The other ones are really, really atrocious.
哎，你们能不能不要这么暴力啊？就说句话的时间就不行吗？
Fuck out of here.
This is what authoritarianism looks like.
This is what happens. This is what happens when your population is disarmed and you have no recourse to defend yourself. Anybody in the chat, anybody here who owns a firearm, would this ever happen in your home? Would you allow people to come into your home and forcibly remove you from your family because you refuse to go to a quarantine facility? Fuck no. That's why that shit didn't happen here. That's why it's impossible. Not impossible. That's why it didn't happen here during COVID. Because
the only reason it didn't.
Because they would have died.
Otherwise, we would have looked a lot like Australia.
In Australia, they have no recourse. In China, they have no recourse. They have nothing, no way to defend themselves from this.
The best they could do is just
authoritarian
try to lay down and not move.
atrocity.
This is why I own 2 ARs and multiple handguns. Amen, Kevin. This is why I have multiple thousands of rounds in my house, too. It's another just picture of it's a video of a riot. People trying to stand up and fight back.
Because they've been quarantined for more than 100 days.
Because in China, if you were quarantined, there's no... Unless you go to an actual quarantine facility... if you're just quarantined in your building, you just stay there. There's no way to get food in. There's no way to get resources in. There's nothing to get the word out. There's nothing. You are just in there. And at some point, I mean, people are dying in their apartments from malnutrition and dehydration.
And we talked about the new protest, right? Because this other round was because there was a fire, right?
Yes,
and
the fire I think is coming up.
Okay. I didn't want to jump ahead. I wanted
and actually, yeah, I should have put that video earlier.
No,
you go ahead and talk. I think it's like
there was a fire at one of these apartment buildings that had been welded shut, and people died because they couldn't get out of the building. Where like 11 people died or something like that because they.
Oh yeah, this is the building this is one of the buildings that was on fire. Here it is, the entire door. See, at a certain point, they weren't welding people shut.
They were wiring it.
They drill it into the other side of the building, and then they go ahead and go around this thing. And
so you just can't pull the door open.
You just can't pull the door open. Either way, you're locked inside. Yeah, apparently. Thanks, baby, for letting me know what's going on. It was a little too loud, I guess. Yeah, see, he's just showing you. This is what they're doing right now. You do this. This is probably a good example of it. I can't read, obviously, Mandarin or whatever.
First of all, this is why you don't live in a city. Second of all, this is why you own fucking guns.
Yeah. Well, you can't do that in China.
Third of all, this is why you train. Owning guns is not enough. Owning guns is not enough. You have to train. You've got to train.
I'm not a gun owner. I'm what is termed a collector. I buy guns. I never sell them. I have guns that I absolutely hate, but I will never get rid of them. I like it. Now, this is what happens to people that attend to protest, to try to push back anywhere along the party line, that try to fight back against any of this stuff. In China right now, they have you have an app. I believe it's all through WeChat. Everything's done through WeChat at this point. And if you are... Sorry, I'm just checking the sounds real quick. Yeah, I think everything's okay. But yeah, if you have essentially what's called a social credit score in China, right? And it's all done through WeChat and stuff like this. And so if you are in an area you're not supposed to be, if you are not totally up to date on your COVID test, anything like this, you have a QR code that you have to show on your phone. And what happens is this QR code is either green or red or yellow. And if it's red or yellow, you're not allowed to participate in society. You can't take it. You can't go on public transportation. You can't go to any restaurants. You can't do anything. Which means at that point you have to go get your COVID test and you got to get cleared, and then you're allowed to move about the cabin. And so this is a group of people at one of the protests who are showing their QR codes being yellow or red, and in every single one of them, they're all showing it. And this video is how accurate the geofencing and the geolocating is on your particular phone.
Hold on. Let's hit some of these comments real quick.
Yep.
Deborah said, yes, we have a family collection. Kevin said, this is exactly what the World Economic Forum wants for the rest of the world.
Yes.
Joseph said, I only train on guns I intend on using. Kevin said, Klaus said that China is the model for the rest of the world. First of all, Deborah, yes. Own many guns.
Lots of guns.
Second of all, Joseph, 1000%. I'm not saying you need to, doesn't matter. You understand what I'm saying. Guns that you're going to use consistently, know how to use them well. It is important for you to know how to use them well, how to use them effectively while you're running, while you're moving. It's important for you to know different spots in your house to be. It's important for you to know how to clear your house. It's important for you to train these things. It's important for you to train medical. It's important for you to know all of these things, because we are just uncovering the nefarious nature modern, nefarious nature of the United States government. We don't know how any of this stuff is going to happen. We're seeing, as Kevin is saying, what our government and its global connections want the rest of the world to look like. It is important to prepare for the possibilities of these things happening. When Jordan and I first moved into our house, we talked about if someone comes to the door, this is how you answer the door. This is where this item is. This is the best way to stand in front of the door. This is the best way to put this item behind the door so no one sees it. This is what you do if someone tries to push in through the door. We've been there for less than 2 weeks. These are all things that are important for you to do. Before I moved in the house, I cleared the house with my pistol.
That's right.
It's important.
Lay of the land.
It's important to know these things, so you know where you can be. You know where other people can be. You know where they can't be. All of these things are extremely important. I gotta make sure.
Thank you.
Gotta make sure.
No, you're doing. I love it. I love every second of it.
Knowing your
And-
chamber and knowing your safety is on, of course. Of
Yes.
course. Baseline. You should absolutely always know the condition of your firearm at all times.
Yes. And
Always.
Kevin, to your last comment there, stay tuned because we have that clip, and we're going to show Donovan that clip of Klaus Schwab talking about the Chinese government. So now let's go back to this because I want to illustrate just how accurate the geofencing and geolocation is on these QR codes, and the difference of you being in the green or being in the red.
So sensitive color that it becomes yellow warning when sticking out the window.
Bloop. Bloop. I'm in the line. This reminds me of Men in Tights. Oh,
And now, 'cause
no,
he
now
went
it
out
changed.
too many times.
Yeah, you done fucked up. Now they're going to come knocking. But that just shows you. It just shows you exactly what's happening here. He's trying to prove a point, and then he really gets kind of screwed over because then it goes, all right, something's wrong. Now you have a red square. Oh, fuck, what's wrong? Throw it away. Welcome to the CCP, baby. Oh, Kitty's awake. Okay, so let's take a journey back to Foxconn for a second.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that happened during these protests, right?
Also clean your guns, 1,000%.
Also clean your guns. Yeah, dirty gun never works right. Amen.
I love you guys. I love you guys. You understand.
I love it. So during the Foxconn, after the Foxconn protests, and after the social pushback in America from regarding the CCP protests, however you want to dub these things, after all this stuff was going viral for about a week, we discovered that at one point Apple had coordinated with the Chinese government, the CCP, to remove the Bluetooth AirDrop feature on all iPhones within Chinese borders, and to prevent the dissemination of videos and information coming from the protests themselves. Because what we saw is just a very, very small fraction of what was actually being disseminated. And Apple decided to go ahead and disable those things, and so that you could not AirDrop with your iPhone within China.
Because China already has such strong ability to regulate the way that people use their phones, but like the only thing they couldn't regulate
Yes.
is Bluetooth.
And a lot of this is, it's not just the phone. A lot of it is, say, like, there are certain things you can't Google in
network.
China, the
Yeah.
network. It's because like various American big tech companies have worked with the CCP to build them their own private version of the internet that they can have access to out there, and things they cannot have access to within the Chinese society. There's no free internet in China. You can't necessarily do that. There are people that can,
Right.
and they generally inevitably found and then locked up. But for the everyday user that gets a smartphone,
Right.
they don't have access to the same freedom of information that we as Americans
China
do.
web.
Even given our own censorship at the time and the stuff that we've just gone through with big tech and all that good shit, it is still, they have a fraction of what is available to us. Even their TikTok app is very different than ours. Their TikTok app is forced to show people there's a certain period of time where it's not even allowed to work. You try to open it up, it doesn't work during certain periods of the day because they don't want the youth, they don't want people on TikTok at
All
certain
the
hours of the
time,
day. And so they shut that shit off. And then the algorithms are built to show them like Chinese pride, some propaganda stuff, some science and tech videos, educational videos, arguably better content. Mind you, better content through authoritarian means is no justification. So it's a completely separate world over there. And when Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, was asked about the move that Apple did over there to shut down AirDrop for these burgeoning protesters who are out there begging for freedom and chanting "Down with Xi Jinping, death to the CCP," his company blatantly shut down everything and their ability to transmit information amongst each other and amongst other people and be able to disseminate that information throughout the world. And this is a video
in support of authoritarian control.
Thank you very much. Yes. To label it thusly to the segment we're in.
Yeah.
The Chinese people's right to protest. Do you have any reaction to the factory workers that were beaten and detained for protesting COVID lockdowns?
He's just like, nah, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not. No
Do
comment.
you regret restricting airdrop access that protesters used to evade surveillance from the Chinese government?
This woman walking in front of him, making sure that
Yeah.
she can't get too
Do you
close.
think it's problematic
Drafty.
to do business
Look,
with
she's trying to
the Communist
strategically, like,
Chinese
move around,
Party
too.
when they suppress human rights?
So that was that. He obviously has no comment. Deborah
That's
says,
nice.
"Do you think that negotiation was tied to the manufacturing iPhones in China?" The negotiation to what? I would assume at this point, Deborah. What are you talking about there? But I will say that there has been rumors about the internet that Apple is trying to move their production facility out of Foxconn, out of
Yep.
China, and into other nations.
Yeah.
And whether that's just because of the giant pushback that's coming at this point and the complicated ties that come with having a relationship with the CCP, or if there's simply better
The
monetary
negotiation
deals otherwise.
to remove airdrop was tied to manufacturing iPhones in China.
I mean, it could be.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, if during the conversation China was like, also, just a really nice factory you have here. It would be a shame if someone
something
fucking
happened to
burned
it.
it down.
Amen.
Or
That
maybe
would be
that
would be
maybe
a
we
deal.
would just actually let COVID run rampant in this place and the fucking employees burn it down.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares? He says.
Yeah.
Now, you might ask yourself, how is the U.S. government handling the response to such things? Well, let's turn to oh God, what's his name? John Kirby, who is, I believe, what's John Kirby's title at the White House? Don't make me Google it, bro. You got a laptop
right.
in front of you. Get in there,
Well, I
producer
was
number
giving
two.
you time.
I don't remember who John Kirby is.
John
Secretary? No,
Kirby.
Chief of Staff, maybe.
John Kirby is a retired rear admiral in the
Yeah.
United States Navy, serving as coordinator for strategic communications at the National Security Council.
Oh,
in
he's the
White
comms
House.
coordinator. Okay. Well, he was
Yeah.
interviewed.
Oh, we know this piece of shit.
Yeah, we definitely know this piece of shit.
All right. This
All
guy
right.
is a real fucking asshole.
Yes, he
I
is.
hate this fucking guy.
Kevin said, "I will never use or buy another Apple product again. Never again." That is called reassessing or reevaluating your relationship with the CCP. Is that right,
Shout
Donovan?
out, Kevin. Yes, it is.
The fucking OG over here
Because your phone is designed in Cupertino, but it is fucking constructed in China.
under slave labor.
Made with metals dug out by a small child.
Who also, I should note, Elon Musk has a very tight relationship with the CCP because where do you think he gets most of the minerals to build all his Tesla factories?
Africa via China.
Via China. Same shit, right? Either way, you're dealing with the number one player. So now,
Lithium and cobalt mines and shit.
this is a 6-minute, 32-second clip. So let's feel free to go ahead. We're going to start. We're going to stop. Just tell me when to pause, when you want to comment. And we'll let John Kirby dig his own grave here, shall we?
Joining me now on that and some other topics today is the NSC coordinator for strategic communications, John Kirby.
Just not familiar
Oh,
enough
shit.
with what.
If I would have just let the clip
Joining me
play,
now
she
on
would
that
introduce
and
who
some
it
other
was.
topics today is the NSC coordinator for strategic communications, John Kirby. John, welcome. Always good to have you with us. Thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
You know, this is an interesting situation that has developed with
Bad hair day,
Apple.
sweetheart.
And I want to start there and get your take on what Apple is doing, because they have restricted, which is what the Chinese government wants, some
You know, Kevin, I was on the same tilt for a very long time until my bosses kind of pulled me into it at that
They're
point.
super into Apple.
Super into it.
use of AirDrop ability from iPhone to iPhone because they're cutting the service down, and this is the way the protesters are communicating with each other. What does the White House, what do you say to Apple about helping the Chinese government to keep their people under control?
Notice it's definitely Christmas time in New York.
Yeah, look at all the reads in the White House, too.
Yeah, dude. It's definitely Christmas time, baby.
Look, in general, and we've been clear about this all around the world,
This fucking smirk, what a piece of
we
shit.
want individual citizens, no matter what government they live under, to be able to communicate freely and openly.
Yeah, I bet.
This is a video lately. This is the big deal going on right now is the police. I'm just going to go ahead. The CCP agents are going around and looking at people's phones, going through their photos, going through their location data to find out if they have been at or been involved with
fuck
or
outta
have
here.
content related to the protests as of late. That is what is happening right now in front of you in Shanghai. When I learned about the cobalt and the kids mining, if I decided to look into every single company I buy products from, it's a lot of work, but it's worth the clear conscience.
Shout out Kevin Garcia.
Yeah, man. And I will tell you right now, it's damn near impossible to live life as a Western individual in our current society without supporting with your dollars some fashion of some kind of atrocity anywhere in the world, because that's how we've gotten to where we're at. We couldn't do the show right now if we didn't rely on... Have you seen the video of the cobalt mines in Africa?
No.
Oh my God. Okay. We might try to pull that up in part 4. It's rough because there's a lot of small holes and there's a lot of small children involved, and most of it happens in Africa, like you were talking about. And the videos are rough to see. So Deborah says, no, it doesn't make it
all
right.
pictures of children. That's. I mean, you type in cobalt mines and then you go to videos. They're all children. It's everyone that has a person in it that isn't a white person is a child. That is horrific.
Welcome to modernity, bitch.
Jesus Christ.
So Deborah says, no, it doesn't make it right, but there is a fundamental purpose to corporations. They will make money, and if China can stop them from being able to produce products, it goes against Apple's purpose.
But that's the thing,
That's
is
true.
that China and the CCP don't care about making profits, right? That's why they're still
To a
walking
point,
around.
yeah.
They don't care about that.
The only caveat I'm going to add to that is China's economy right now is getting real close to having some serious fucking issues, to the point where the CC power may come into question, because the economic fallout might be disastrous enough that the people might actually overthrow the CCP if the bubbles that we're seeing might actually burst in the worst manner. Literally, there are entire cities in China that were erected and built that have no people in them.
Right. The ghost cities.
So this is a thing that could happen. And so they do have a vested interest in making not smart economic decisions, but ones that will not be disastrous at this point. And so, because if everything falls apart and their entire economy collapses, the CCP they do not have enough power. There will not be enough people on the line holding the guns that will have enough.
Right. So
yeah.
So I was gonna make a half shitty point about they don't care about money, they care about power.
Yes,
and in effect,
power, which is the same though.
Right.
They go hand in hand.
Yes.
I should say they
Yes.
go hand in hand. Yeah.
Yes.
The CCP power is worth more than money. Communists always crave power the most. And yes, Kevin, I agree with you, but there is a point at which money and power do, like I just told Donovan, they go hand in hand. You can have, to a certain extent, one without the other, but at the end of the day, you can't leave money behind only for power, because if you're not paying the people that are required to maintain your power structure, you don't have power anymore. So it just goes hand in hand. It's a thing.
And their dollar is still tied too closely with the American dollar for them to not be focused on money. They still have to work with what?
Moist.
What?
Kevin just wanted to make us say the word.
Oh.
I wish I had Super Chat, because then I'd make you pay for it. We have a friend of ours that he can't stand the word moist. Money, power, the shitty point you wanted to make, because money alone isn't the deal. Power is what they're after. Communist power more. Sorry, I really jumped all over your whole thing there. Maybe we should
Doesn't matter.
we'll
Don't
let
linger
John
on it too
Kirby
long.
talk,
Yeah.
and maybe it'll come back to you.
Transparently and reliably, and we've made that clear with respect to Iran, and we certainly continue to make that clear here with respect
But
to
have
China.
you made that
Now,
clear
look,
to Apple?
Apple's a private company, Martha. They have to make decisions, and they have to
this is real
speak for
good.
those decisions. But here at the White House, here in the administration, we want to see that individual citizens, whether they're protesting or not, but in this case, I know that's the context we're talking about.
I forgot to add the white papers here. There's a colloquial term for this. Oh, what's up, kitty cat? The term for the protest that is going on right now is the white paper revolt. And that's due to the fact that, what's up, kitty cat? Come here. Oh, you sweetie pie. What you doing? Because in China, if you were to write a message on a piece of paper and put it out there for the internet to see, you would be dealt with incredibly harshly. The idea is to put up a blank sheet of white paper in front of you as essentially, I can't even speak right now. And there are memes going around the internet where people are putting messages of freedom on those white pieces of paper and then reposting them, which is, I think, the intent. Or the intent is to say, hey, I can't say anything, so here's a white piece of paper to show you I can't talk about this. So we carry on.
Are able to communicate freely and openly.
But why not say something to Apple? Because we were just told the other day that the White House is keeping an eye on Elon Musk and Twitter.
That's another point about this part. I forgot about this clip. The point that they're really going to drive out here in the conversation they're going to have revolves around Apple making moves overseas with their company to essentially kind of support the CCP and the government not really saying anything about it versus Elon Musk, believe is a U.S. citizen at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very least, a dual citizen.
And exactly. That was the point that we talked about on the beer show yesterday, I think. Because he's like the most. I tried to make my point about he might be the most influential or important American. And people were like, bro, he's South African. I was like, well, then he's South African American. And then I was like, well, is he actually a citizen of the United States? I think so. I'm fairly sure he is. And also Canada. But yeah, that's the duality between the government not doing anything about Apple and Apple directly supporting the CCP with their authoritarian government's control over China, and then keeping an eye on Elon Musk, a U.S. citizen who is essentially advocating for free speech within the United States.
Right. This is what I was going to say earlier.
Yes.
China
got there.
Their dollar is still too tied to the American dollar.
The yuan?
Yeah, because of the globalist nature of all of the way that all of this works, for them to not care about money. If they were able to transition their economy to a fucking China crypto, where they just were fabricating, you know what I'm saying, the value of their dollar all the time, then they would not care about money, because they would do what our government does and just change ones and zeros around to make it more or worse and make people feel shitty or better.
They should have got on that FTX train, bro.
Yeah. They're doing
FTX,
themselves
bro.
a real disservice by not being the number one in the world.
Yeah. We have to have money to have power. You can't have power without money. You can absolutely have money without power, but you would do that. But who would do that? I mean, honestly.
Word.
You know, if I had money, I'd have power. I'd take the power, baby. Would you take the power? I'd take the power.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're benevolent dictators, and we would definitely wield the power responsibly. That's how that works. All right, carry on.
Why would you say that from the podium?
Good.
You didn't say it, but Karine Jean-Pierre said it, and not call Apple out for helping the Chinese government to suppress their own people's ability to communicate.
Again, I think we've been very clear and consistent on this. Certainly publicly, we've been very open about our desires to be able to see citizens communicate. And you know, Apple, if this is a decision that they're making, then they should have to speak to that. But we can't. And we aren't in the business of telling private companies how to execute their initiatives.
Yeah, but Twitter.
Pause button.
What the fuck did he just say?
He just said we're not in the business of telling private companies how to execute their initiatives. Bro, what did we just talk about for 2 hours? What did we just talk about for 2 hours?
Get on my face.
Get out of my face, John Kirby.
Twitter's a private company too. So why is Twitter getting one treatment and Apple's getting another? Is my question.
Yeah.
Well, those are completely two different circumstances. You're talking
How so?
about the potential.
How so?
Well, you're talking about the potential
It's
for
gonna roast
perhaps
it.
foreign
Roasted.
investment and involvement in the management of Twitter. That's a different issue than what we're talking about here, which is a business decision by Apple with respect to how one of their applications is being utilized.
Certainly they're getting
different.
influenced
Have
by a foreign government,
The
and that
reel
government
of
is
Twitter
China.
and Elon Musk filing over there on the right. That's just, you knew what you were going to ask him. Obviously, you had that shit queued up.
And Apple's policies, they've changed policies specifically for China when it comes to what they put on their phones.
Right.
I mean,
And
that seems like something that the White House ought to be able to keep an eye on.
I certainly think that's a fair question to ask Apple and
Look at that.
try
People
to make
pushing
them
back at the testing
communicate
station.
why they did this.
But I'm asking, has the White House done that? Have you reached out to them as a matter of national security, since we obviously have national security concerns with China,
I like the fact,
who they seem to be...
I like the fact that it's so cut and dry because they're wearing the suits at that point. You know, like the regular civilians against the government agents. Because there's always a few... These are higher ranking, probably middling, like party members over here.
Right.
And then you got your everyday, government agents over there. But it's so easy to tell between
in this
the
process.
Sure, I don't have
the
any
black and the
communications to
white.
speak to specifically with Apple
The yin and
executives.
the
Again,
yang,
it's a
if you
private
will.
company. They make these policies, and they should have to answer for that. What we want to see is that citizens are reliably able to communicate, whether it's a time of crisis or not.
Yeah, but I go back to this same thing, because we were just told that the White House will keep an eye on Twitter because they're concerned about the new Twitter 2.0 that Elon Musk is putting in, where he wants more free speech on Twitter. So they're going to keep an eye on Twitter, and yet you're taking a hands-off approach. You say there's been no communication with Tim Cook at Apple about this process in China with the Chinese government?
Martha, I'm not aware that there's been any conversations specifically with Apple on this particular issue. It's a private company. And as for Twitter,
private
again,
company,
Martha,
baby.
these are
Private
apples
company.
and oranges. We're talking
It's no
about
big deal.
potential foreign investment issues, and I have nothing to report in terms of any investigations in that regard. But that was the general concern with respect to Mr. Musk's purchase of Twitter. This is a different issue. This is a policy issue inside of Apple.
They both involve foreign governments, I would argue.
They both involve foreign governments, I would argue, she says. All right, and that is the meat and potatoes of that clip. So, White House full shit? 100%?
1,000%.
1,000%.
1,000%.
It's terrible.
They're only hands off on private companies. I mean, at this point, this is the feeling. They're only hands off on private companies that they have no immediate need for.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how that works. The difference between Elon Musk owning Twitter and being an advocate for more or less free speech and exposing the U.S. government's involvement in big tech compared to Apple's relationship with the CCP and them really not looking towards what Apple's doing is they don't have any domestic cred in the game at that point. They don't care. They don't want to push the boundaries with China. They don't want to mess around with that. There's enough problems there. If Tim Cook's going to do what he's going to do with China, that's what Tim Cook's going to do with China. We don't really care about that right now because, hey, look over here, Elon Musk is he's supporting Nazis. And that's what we're going to go with. So, on those terms, obviously the White House is in support, or they're in support of looking away from China. But China also is doing something very interesting now after the weeks-long, I would say at this point, protests happening in China. The Xi Jinping CCP has decided they're going to relax some of the COVID-0 policies throughout China. Mind you, this is after he's been re-elected as Presidente, which used to be called chairman of the CCP, but now he is president. That happened
after his first term, right?
After his first term. It was like during his first term, yeah. It was a whole deal, but they changed the name of it now at this point. So he is technically president of China versus chairman of the CCP. But they have relaxed some of their COVID restrictions, and I really wanted to illustrate this. So this is an article from Reuters. China records drop in new daily COVID cases from November 28th, which is, what are we talking about, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
like barely 2 weeks ago. Not even 2 weeks ago, right? Well, guess what happened the other day? China struggles with COVID infections after controls ease. So, from Beijing, a rash of COVID-19 cases in schools and businesses were reported Friday in areas across China after ruling Communist Party loosened antiviral rules as it tries to reverse a deepening economic slump. Well, official data showed a fall in new cases. They no longer cover large parts of the population after the government on Wednesday ended mandatory testing for many people. That was part of a drastic changes aimed at gradually emerging from, quote, zero COVID restrictions that have confined millions of people in their homes and sparked protests and demands from President Xi Jinping to resign. That was some of the chants and stuff during that. So I wanted to bring this up because as we have, I think you could probably draw a few straws together at this point. You can bring, what was that?
Thunder.
I mean, we do have a winter storm warning going on, I believe.
I heard it in here. That's loud.
I have headphones on, so I obviously
I'm telling
don't
you,
hear
I
nothing.
heard it in here. It's fucking
Good.
loud.
That explains why the dog was barking.
Startled me like a cat. Not quite that bad.
Are you a Libra? Or I mean, a Leo?
No.
No, you're December. I don't know what the
Capricorn.
Capricorn. Yeah, I don't have.
I'm a sea goat, bitch.
I don't know nothing of that. Whoa.
Yeah.
You're a goat with the tail?
Yep.
A mergoat.
Go
I'm
with
a
the fishtail,
mergoat.
baby.
A mergoat.
Christmas Eve, fucking 2 weeks out. 2 weeks from today.
I know. I can't wait. I'm still. I haven't found the right picture yet, but I'm working on it. It's going to be good.
I think this is the first year that I haven't.
That's going to be content Patreon only, by the way. We're going to do a little
gift exchange.
At least, because I don't know. I don't want to put this on you necessarily, but when I give you my gift, I'm definitely recording that shit on my phone, and that's going on the Patreon because it's going to be epic.
Yeah, mine's cool, but it's not that cool. It's just
okay. Ike Soul Brothers. It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's not anything like that. It's
I
not
accidentally
creative
told you
like
last
that.
time.
I know. It's good. Like you will like it. I know that you'll like it, but it's not anything super crazy creative. It's just like, oh, I think that he'll really like this. That's all.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you. I know you're appreciative. CCP regulation pulling back. Okay. We've seen this happen in the United States.
We're bringing it back.
We're bringing it back. I'm bringing it back.
Crazy.
As with the COVID numbers, right, in China
Yes.
at this point, they're seeing a drastic influx of COVID cases after the loosening of the COVID zero restrictions, right? I think, generally speaking, when you look at the totality of the United States' overall health at this point, people getting sick and whatnot, a lot of people coming down on COVID that have never had COVID before.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. People that were double vaxxed, triple vaxxed, boosted, the whole 9 yards, everything going on that's been going on. You can definitely tell the people that are getting really sick right now because they're the same people that have been hiding away from society, have been out. And when you look at China and their, up to this point, the incredibly strict COVID zero policy and keeping everybody literally locked in their fucking houses, welded inside their fucking houses, zip tied essentially into their fucking houses.
Yeah.
By the time they loosen restrictions, you wonder why everybody's getting fucking sick? I don't wonder that. Why is everybody sick with fucking RSV and flu right now?
It's not good to not be exposed to germs.
That's exactly correct, good sir. It is not good to not be exposed to germs. Mind you, there's a lot that comes with that because people die when you do that, and that's
sometimes you get sick. That's what happens.
That's
Sometimes
the bitch
you
of
get
being a
sick,
human being.
but it's important for your immune system to you all know you're
Yes.
all intelligent adults, and that's why
when
you're
you're
here.
a child, you eat dirt for a reason.
It's important for you to be exposed to germs so that your immune system can gain immunity
Yes.
to all kinds of different shit so
Yes.
that you don't get super sick all the time.
That's exactly
very
why
important.
that one rock star's still alive. What's his name?
Keith Richards.
Keith Richards. That's exactly why Keith Richards is alive, because
Isn't
he's
it
on
funny
every
with all
drug
the
known to
rock
man.
stars? Isn't it funny with all the rock stars? I still knew who you're talking about.
Well, we talked. Well, it's not fair because we talked about this the other day, and I didn't remember who it was back then either.
Yeah. Let's hit some of these comments real quick.
Yes, do it.
So, Kevin Garcia said China is changing their currency. China is doing rare earth mineral-backed currency, and I did look this up. I do have an article from Fox News that says Russia and China may be preparing a new gold-backed currency, but experts assure U.S. dollar, quote, the safest currency today. Yeah.
Safe as my ass.
Yeah. Okay. And then Joseph said there are a few, but I'm sure who even knows who they are. Oh, the people who, yeah, okay. And then Kevin says, and Biden just gave them Afghanistan, which has trillions of dollars of rare earth minerals, 1,000%. Let's be honest, the petrodollar is failing, and when
Talk
it
for a
does,
minute.
U.S. Americans, or us Americans, us Americans are in for, so stupid, are in for a rude awakening. The only reason we get cheap goods is the petrodollar. We talked about the petrodollar earlier, Kevin. We had a question from another viewer, Alex, about whether or not the petrodollar was still around or whether it was being exchanged in America for the military industrial complex. We did talk about that a little bit because I agree with you to the effect that the petrodollar is failing. Biden works for China. There are fucking Chinese police stations within the United States now. You are 1,000% correct about that. I believe we have referenced that before. I don't think that we have like covered it extensively or even done a part on it or anything, but there are in fact Chinese police stations in the United States. Christopher Wray, who is the director of the FBI, has acknowledged that the feds know about their existence and they're deeply concerned about them, but they still exist here for some reason.
Thank you, sir. You're good at that.
So we do know about those things. That
Yes.
is confirmed. And then Carolina says, or
That's
is
not.
that-
That's
it's your
that's
mom?
the Madre.
I love
What's up,
that.
Ma?
Farm life makes for a good bug resistance.
It does indeed.
Your mom's funny.
When you're out there shoveling shit as a kid,
Yeah.
you get it. Your immune system gets boosted.
Yes. Oh, if it was Carolina, it would be a picture and everything. Who am I kidding?
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say hi, everybody in the chat. Say hi to my mom.
Yeah, the U.S. petrodollar is absolutely 1,000%.
100%.
1,000%. And it was back
Especially as
in,
the BRICS nation continues to gain power at this point. That's
Yeah.
going to be a problem very, very quickly.
It might have been in part 2, maybe part 1, Kevin, when we were talking about the petrodollar and the military industrial complex.
Yeah, I think it might be.
So either way, just watch the whole show again. It's not a big deal.
Just watch the whole show again, bro.
Watch the whole show.
Just
all
do
over.
it.
It's not a big deal.
It is the last show of the year, I might add, right?
That is
we
correct.
might want to remind everybody. So, yeah, it also wouldn't hurt you if you haven't watched. Go watch again.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Usually I don't usually comb it on camera. I will usually do it in between.
No, but I did catch you earlier. And
between?
you were like, you were talking to camera and holding your hair up like
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Just
yeah. When I, when I get
You get
when I
going
to
there.
thinking, I'm like, hold on, I got to clear my face up so that I can like really take
Yeah.
in, what we're, I got this going. I got a proper ponytail.
Oh,
in-
shit. I got the wife and the mama in the chat.
back. So
We're doing proper
Yeah.
Revolutionary War hairstyle. Okay, it's been a while. Let me pull up a picture of the man
So
himself.
you guys can see this. This is what we're going for in the front. Is a little bit of the side to side, and we've got a proper ponytail cooking back here. I don't have any hair ties with me, but
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Because this is what we're going for. This is what we're going
Yeah.
for. We're going for the Mel Gibson, the Patriot
I'm
look.
thinking more what his kid has going on, because his kid has the one that he's holding right now in that picture.
The dead kid?
can-
You want to be the dead kid?
I want the hairstyle of the dead kid.
You're
Because
you're pretty close.
He's got a little bit of the side to side, the middle part in the front, and then he's got a proper.
Right there? That
Yeah,
kid right
yeah,
there?
yeah. That's like precisely.
dies early,
It. That's like
hashtag,
precisely it.
Oh, I'm trying to find another picture of him.
No man bun. No. Don't worry about that. No. don't, no man bun.
There's no man bun involved here.
Yeah.
No.
The young
Ma,
boy in the
this
Patriot.
is an American Revolutionary era hairstyle.
And it's that scene when he's standing. No. It's one of the pictures over there where Mel Gibson is standing in the Continental Congress talking to that one right there. That when everyone
Ooh,
had their
yeah.
hair done up, that's when I was like, these haircuts kind of go hard. Like that's,
That was the
that's-
scene?
That was it.
That
Yeah,
was
was
the
seeing all these dudes with their hair done up. I was like, that's kind of sick. Like these are really kind of dope haircuts. Yeah. So I'm not hating
hey,
on the
Kevin's
man bun.
got a man
I'm not
bun.
hating on the man bun. The man bun is not for me. I'm just saying, no, that's not what I'm going for.
I did a man bun for a minute.
Yeah, no. I'm not
did it.
going for a man bun. I'm going for.
Gotta go with that Heath Ledger
yeah,
style,
yeah,
bro. That's what you want.
precisely, bro.
You want
Precisely.
Joker hair right there. That's what you should be
Precisely.
aiming for.
The
And
low
also,
ponytail.
let's get that shit dyed. Let's do it. Let's
Get
bleach
it dyed. Get out of here.
Let's bleach it,
My-
baby.
No. My hair is a wonderful shade of
Just
like,
black.
No, bro. It's like super dark brown.
It is super dark brown.
There's red in here.
It's like it's a couple C hairs away from black.
Yeah.
But you could still see, especially in the light, it glistens, and you could tell it's brown at that point.
When it's summertime, it lightens up a little bit. You know,
I
just
love our
from-
chat so much.
It's fire. Just from all the sun, it lightens up a little bit. But there's tons of red in there too. Like I got a ton of red in my hair, and
Okay, just because you have a fucking C hair amount of red in there doesn't mean there's
no,
a ton. It
I'm
means there's a
telling
little
you,
in
there's a ton
in
of
the
red
brown.
there. I'm telling you, there's a ton of red in there.
Okay, all right.
No man bun for me.
Oh,
Both are
no.
the bane of my existence. I have a man bun. I also have a full beard. One of my hipster. It's sorry, Kevin, just no man bun for Big D. Kevin, make sure you be wearing all of the plaid. It's all black all the time for me. I realized I've worn a black T-shirt on the show the last
Have you?
fucking 7 episodes. Yeah.
To be honest, I wore like 4 or 5 different shirts before you got here.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what to settle on, and I ended up going with what I call my felt shirt. It's technically a fleece, but if you feel it, it kind of feels like felt,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And it kind of feels a little cardboardy, but it's a nice navy blue. It's very nice.
It's a good. Yeah. It's like a
good
solid
wintertime
tone
one, you know?
flannel.
Yeah.
That's
It's a good deal.
interesting.
But I fucked up and I accidentally wore a V-neck T-shirt too, so you got a little Teen Wolf coming through here.
I don't own any V-neck T-shirts.
I don't. I've never bought a V-neck T-shirt.
You
Put
own
it that way. I own them, and it's not because of my beautiful wife who's in the chat right now. It's actually he's from my asshole brother. He was obsessed with V-necks for a long time, and so
I
he
bet.
gave me a couple. Oh, I'm really upset because I'm noticing now that my Klaus Schwab China video is not. It's not coming up.
Uh-oh.
They say something went wrong. Try reloading, and then I reload, and Klaus Schwab talking about how everybody should be China is not showing up. And that was way deep into my fucking bookmarks.
No, that's
and
okay.
I'm not going to go back through it.
No. I'll try and find it.
Because that was a whole deal, man. It was like a whole thing. And I delayed it because Joseph was talking about Klaus Schwab, and I was like, bro, I got the video, bro. I got it. And now I'm literally just kind of going
Kitty.
off the cuff at this point to see, hey, spray your ass. I got a thing. Give her a little spritz. I could give her a little spritz there. Come on, we're getting close. We're getting close. I'm just pontificating until I can find. There's John Bolton talking about running for president against Trump. That's a whole deal. Oh, and then Alex, the streamer, shooting her brand new M1 Grand. That was amazing. Might bring that up in the grab bag. Come on, Klaus Schwabi, where are you? You SOB. Dang it. Sometimes Twitter, I fucking hate you. Account suspended. Oh, account suspended. Oh yeah, there's his thing which we won't show on the internet. Cause did you see Yee's? We talked about it earlier, the Jewish star with the Nazi thing.
Yes.
Did you see the symbol?
No.
Oh yeah, so there
No,
it is.
That's what it is.
I'm not going to show it on the interwebs, obviously,
Right.
but yeah, that's what it was. Because I'm definitely not going to show the thing that got him banned. Because hey, that's how that works. Boop, boop, boop. We're getting real close. If it's not here, it's not here. And
all
it
these
looks
articles
like
don't have the actual video. It's
that's
just
fucked
fucking-
up.
It's just talking
Yep.
about
No.
it.
And then we're into last week's videos with the Colorado
They're
shooter's
scrubbing
dad
it, bro.
already. They scrubbed it, bro.
They're scrubbing it, bro.
Let me check this Facebook thing or this Fox News thing because they talk about it. During the interview with CGTN Tian-Wan on the sidelines of last week's APEC CEO summit in Bangkok, Thailand, Schwab said he respected China's tremendous achievements at modernizing its economy.
Modernizing.
It says modernizing. It says modernizing. That's not a word. Modernizing?
Yeah.
I'm going to be modernizing.
Modernizing.
Modernizing. It just doesn't sound right. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's been this
Making it
entire
more
week.
modern.
There's been a lot of words and shit. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. I'm like, I guess it is right. I haven't been taking Alpha Brain this week. That's why. My brain's all fucked up.
Fool.
My brain's all fucked up. I got to get off the sauce. That way I can, feel the burn again. What do you say? I think it's a role. Let me pull this actual article up here. I think it's a role model for many countries, Schwab said, before qualifying that he thinks each country should make its own decision about what system it wants to adapt. See, that's fucked up. Because I remember the clip, and the way that small little piece of quote lands doesn't land the same way that it did when he was speaking. He said, I think we should be very careful in imposing systems, but the Chinese model is certainly a very attractive model for quite a number of countries,
Peep
Schwab
that
said.
YouTube, see if that's it.
Oh, God, I fucking hope so. Yeah, let me go back to the wide shot so you don't see my dirty laundry. Holy shit, I got so many different things. Had an article for a fucking vibrator. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
What's up, Google Ads? I must not have hit
Why
the right
should you
fucking
tap?
button.
Learn more below and take the free.
Oh, you son of a bitch. This Klaus Schwab. Yeah, this is the one. I remember the lady there.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay, and
I respect China's achievements, which are tremendous over the last over 40 years since the opening up and policy and reform policy came into action. I think it's a role model for many countries.
A role model, China.
But I think also we should leave it to each country to make its own decision what system it wants to adopt. But the Chinese model is certainly a very attractive model for quite a number of countries.
Yeah, it's great. Very good.
super great. Yeah, exactly. That was the clip I was going to play. I'm surprised they took it down when they
There
did.
you go.
That's fucked up though that they took it down because it was. I mean, it's right there. I mean, it was loaded. It was sitting in the
They're
fucking
scrubbing,
queue, and
bro.
now it's gone, bro.
They're scrubbing, bro.
They're fucking scrubbing.
Well, thanks, Robert Govia Esquire.
Yeah. So, obviously, one of the things I wanted to add on top of the.
Well, this person says that Klaus Schwab is a relative of Hitler.
I mean,
YouTube commenter.
I want receipts, all right? Because I'm pretty sure he didn't swing that way. The only reason he was married to Ava Braun was for appearances, and then they offed each other. So,
Guy says,
pretty sure his line ended.
What would we expect to hear from a relative of Hitler?
I am Klaus Schwab. Just because he's German, B? Come on, leave him alone.
Yeah,
Fuck.
that's fucked up. Should we just
Yeah.
Google is Klaus Schwab?
No.
Why? Is Klaus
If
Schwab a
modernizing means
Rothschild?
adapting WWF policy, then let's just continue as relics. Amen, Deborah.
Is Klaus
I'm
Schwab,
about to become a fucking Luddite at this point. Are you kidding me?
Is Klaus Schwab a Rothschild? Is Klaus Schwab a Freemason?
Jesus Christ. What Pandora's box are you opening? Don't open this box. You don't want to go. Hey, you got your VPN on because you don't want the NSA, the CSI, the FBI, the NSA, all them people tracking down your Rothschild fucking tweets.
As
You're gonna end
world-
up like Kanye real soon.
As world leaders meet in Davos, Switzerland, social media users have attempted to create a familial link between the conference founders Klaus Schwab and Adolf Hitler. Schwab, who was born in Regensburg, Germany in 1938 during the Nazi era, has been the target of multiple conspiracy theorists, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. To that end, Twitter and Reddit users have shared claims that Schwab's father, Eugene Schwab, was an intimate confidant of Germany's infamous World War II leader. The claim, the post shared online May 2022, claimed Klaus Schwab's father, Eugene Schwab, was a close ally of Hitler and included a photo of the World Economic Forum leader alongside a man in Nazi uniform. The posts have received thousands of likes and engagements. Let's see if we can see this. They took it down.
Oh, they took it down.
The
What?
tweet. The tweet. I was trying to see if the tweet was still there. On the right,
Is he
his father, intimate confidant of Hitler, the industrialist and fascist Eugene
Give
Schwab
it a
in
goog,
uniform.
J-Mo.
Klaus was born in Hitler's Germany in 1938. At that time, his father was in charge. Klaus Schwab has been a frequent target of conspiracy theorists. So,
Is he? I'm not Googling it. Yeah, bro, no, we'll dive on that grenade for you. That's fine. It's messed up that if I try to tell people about the WF, they think I'm crazy because they don't understand that there are people in this world that want to control the entire world. What the fuck? Joseph says. Is Klaus Schwab a Luciferian? Okay, I don't want to talk about Luciferianism, all right? I got enough problem with all...
don't even
well,
know
I'm
what
not
that
going in
is.
it. That's Lucifer. He's a
Satanist?
fucking Satanist.
Oh.
It's biblical, which is a
That's
whole
awesome.
nother thing. Maybe we'll do a fucking beer show on that on Friday, Deborah. I'm going to go deep this week.
Worldview, Klaus Schwab, the most dangerous man in the world. This is from
I mean,
Garden-
even David Rockefeller admitted in his autobiography that he is working to subvert and destroy the United States and bring in a one-world government.
I just heard someone say that the other day.
It's
I did
not
look
a
into-
secret.
I did. I just mean that he said it, is what I'm saying.
Yes. And it's not a secret that there are a lot of people in this world, and it's not a conspiracy to think that there are a lot of people in this world who believe that we would all be better off with a single one-world government. If you are a fan of sci-fi and anime like I am, I have seen that portrayed many times over through many different varieties of reality. And yes, the United Earth government is something that has existed throughout time. And it has been a sought-after thing for decades and decades and decades at this point, because a lot of people don't understand that we ain't ready to be at that level at some point. Because Luke Gronkowski said it. Yes, he did, Kevin. Of course. I'm not spouting Luke.
That's what it was.
I'm not
Okay.
talking about Luke. Yes, he did. He always talks about that
I'm
shit.
watching a lot of IRL this week, so that's
I'm
why
very proud of you. I watch it every day.
that's what the aliens are waiting on.
Yes, because that is the only reason to push for a one world government at this point, is so that once we do that, the aliens will finally show up and reveal themselves for who they are. Because then they can say, "Take me to your leader," and I don't know why they're Spanish, but
Yeah.
or "Take me to your leader." But but at that point, yeah, they have a single point of leadership they can go to at one point. But that's insane. I've only ever seen it portrayed in science fiction, and I do not believe that the human society is ever going to be ready for a one world government. But it has been advocated for by multiple people throughout history, throughout modern human history, I should say. Because idealistically, you can understand how it could be like, yeah, that seems like could seem like a
It'd be
good
better
idea.
if we all work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all work together. Everybody one world government.
This-
Sounds real good.
This website is called gardenstatefamilies.org, and it
Do you know what state is the Garden State?
New Jersey.
Yes. Good. Have you ever seen that movie with Zach Braff
I have
and
not.
Natalie Portman?
I have not.
I love that movie.
This says that we
Who
don't.
the fuck will be that leader? Me, Joseph. Me.
This says that we don't know of that much about Klaus Schwab's early, like his childhood, but that his father was a businessman who went over the border to Switzerland, leaving him and his mother alone in war-torn Germany. He grew up and was influenced by these events, especially the notion of borders, destruction, and death. On the other end of the spectrum were Adolf Hitler's aspirations and his desire to take over the world, ushering in the Third Reich that would reign for 1,000 years. As Klaus Schwab grew, he lived in a country that used a police state built on fear and violence, brown shirts and operatives, surveillance, brainwashing and control, propaganda and lies, the merger of government and business, eugenics, dehumanization, and a focus on hygiene.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's all bullshit, because we all know
So awesome.
that we need to get behind Heinrich VIII to reform the Second Reich in Germany right now, so we can ring in the new era of true monarchical imperialism throughout the world. Obviously,
he's in down.
Fuck,
for
I'm on Interpol's radar now.
racial hygiene.
Racial hygiene.
This calls him.
Brush your teeth, everybody.
We consider him to be the most dangerous man in the world.
Klaus Schwab?
Klaus Schwab.
I mean,
I'm just
it's
saying
not like
that's
he's
what-
not. I mean, he is definitely very influential here.
Starts with Mark 8:36. For what will it profit a man
Don't
if he
bring-
gains the whole world and loses his own soul?
I don't do well. I don't do well when people when they start quoting the Bible
This is a good website.
into modern. Is it? What is it called?
The Garden State Families.
The Garden State Families. Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Our mission, the mission of the Center of Garden State Families, is to protect and promote faith, freedom, and natural family. Oh shit! Culture and public policy.
Fucking told you, bitch. Told you, bitch.
I love this.
The fuck? Did you watch the?
Natural family is defined by Jesus Christ. Okay.
I love you so much.
Yeah, we'll stop.
I want to show you the video of a modern day Western leader who praises Xi Jinping.
Oh my god!
Because this is an older version.
Look at the video,
motherfucker. That's the video I wanted to show earlier. There it is, right there. You can see it.
That's awesome. Okay, go ahead.
Thank God. Okay.
Justin Trudeau.
So, and it's gone now.
That's the China video.
Oh, here it is.
Trudeau.
Here it is. Okay, Trudeau. This is the Trudeau video. And this was from a minute ago, right? And then we'll go to Trudeau and Xi Jinping's current relationship.
Yep.
So that's a whole deal.
Of admiration I actually have for China. Because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn their economy around on a dime and say we need to go green as fast as we need to start investing in solar. I mean, there is a flexibility.
There's a flexibility there to the dictatorship that says we could turn on a dime and
It's
go
so
as green
awesome.
as we want and
Yeah.
all this stuff. Gary says, may Jesus have mercy on your soul.
Yeah.
Amen, Joseph. I need as much mercy as I can possibly muster at this point in time because I ain't there, bud.
Yeah, and this was just a few weeks ago.
This
at
was
the
great
G20, right?
at the G20, yes. Which Klaus Schwab was a guest speaker at, I might add. So the WEF.
I'm shocked by that.
How shocked are you, Donna? Show me your shocked face. Show the people your shocked face. I was going to be like, this is my shocked face when I hear Klaus Schwab is at the WEF.
Oh.
Yeah, of course he is.
Trudeau is a China fanboy.
He certainly is. But Xi Jinping is giving it to him in this clip. This is a good one. Go read the subtitles.
Everything we discuss is leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not how the way the conversation.
This is not how the diplomacy works.
No translation for that.
If there is
If there's sincerity on your part,
If Canada, in Canada,
we
believe
interrupted
in-
him.
We did interrupt him, and then he starts looking away like, "Bitch, nah, I'm
Yeah.
talking here, Daddy,
I
little
said what I
sonny
said.
boy."
In Canada, we believe in free and open and frank dialogue. And it is what we will continue. We'll continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we disagree on. And we'll have to, and G says, let's create the conditions first.
And then fuck off, kid. He interrupts him, and then he refuses to look at him. Trudeau interrupts Xi Jinping as he's
Yeah.
talking, and to say, "Well, I mean, we believe in freedom of the press and blah blah blah. This is how we do things." And he goes, "I'm not gonna look at you anymore. I'm done with you, you fucking man child. I'm done. Go back to dressing in blackface and just go out in front of your fucking people and whatever. This is not how we do things." And then he finally says, "Well, let's create the conditions first where we can talk without you leaking everything to the fucking press."
Right.
And then just walks away. And he just limps off all by himself and kind of just does this little turn. And like, I don't know.
Also, do you know how you know that you're not an important world leader? Because you were allowed to walk by yourself. That no one is concerned that you might be killed at any moment.
At any moment.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he's
you know
just
what?
allowed to walk away by himself. Doesn't matter.
Oh my God, I think we
'Cause
actually.
no one's scared you're gonna die.
Is this.
What?
I'm trying to think. Because this is the grab bag tab. Oh my God, this is it. This is the Iran stuff. We haven't even gone to the Iran stuff.
Then let's go to part 4 with the
Yeah.
Iran.
I mean, the
We're 6
Iran
hours
stuff,
into this.
let's just say it's still going. It's ongoing. It's still terrible. There was some fake news
Colin will be
about.
around next week.
Yeah, I'll do a round next week. How about that? There's still a bunch of fake news going on, so we'll do a round next week. We're going to go ahead and take ourselves a break at this point, and we'll close out this segment because we're not going to go ahead and read the Constitution now and do all this stuff. We've done it. We're here, and this is where we're at. Welcome to the Salt the Streets podcast, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for part 3. We'll be back in a few minutes with the grab bag. I'm ending this bitch. We're at 6 hours. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. We got so much to do in the grab bag. It's just I can't do this. The beer shows are about to become fucking 3 hours.
Let's go.
We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you very much. We'll be back.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right. Salt of the Streets. Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the Streets. Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat with everything going on.
Welcome back, everybody, to part 4, episode 139, the last episode of the year. This is the last part of the year for the show. We will be back January 14th. That's what we decided, January 14th. It's going to be fantastic. We did talk about the infrastructure attacks earlier in the show in part 1.
Yes.
So
Joseph, take that. Go back. Listen. Do it. Don't do it right now, but stay live now.
So go back
You
and
can.
check out for part 1 for the attacks on the infrastructure.
Yes.
Again, I want to thank you guys for joining us. Part 4, episode 139, Salt of the Streets, youtube.com/Salt of the Streets.
Wrong button.
Instagram.com/Salt of the Streets, Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, sign up, help us make more better content just like this. We also have the book club, the newsletters, the beer shows, all of these fantastic things. $5 a month get you the beer, get you the newsletter, get you the beers, get you the newsletter. We also have t-shirts and we have stickers and all kinds of stuff that for sale. If you guys
These
would like
stickers,
them,
they're vinyls.
saltofthestreets.com for all of this information, including our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. The sponsor for our final segment is JP Bakery. She is getting her shit set up in her old house, actually. While they figure out.
That's a fucking move.
Yep. While they
I
figure
did not
out.
realize the move that could be.
Was
That's a
just
solid
very
move.
Recent. Yep.
Good
Now that
shit.
can be finished into a cottage kitchen, so she just has to adjust her menu a
Yes.
little bit while they work on the more permanent facility because it's looking like it's going to go in the new building.
Also, fuck the state.
Yeah. It's looking like her other facility is going to go in the new building that's going to go next door. So. Either way, JP Bakery, leggings and aprons, go there. We can mail you things. Like I said, if you guys want t-shirts, we make them ourselves. If you guys want stickers, we don't make them ourselves, but we will mail you them ourselves.
I got a stack.
We'll
We got
mail you all
stacks.
kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we got all the stuff. You want merch?
Just to let us know.
Let us know, please. I would love to send you merch.
Yeah, I want to start
for
with
your money.
What does this have to do with freedom and liberty from the last segment?
Because I cut out a little too early.
Colin was out here. He's balling. And then we have...
I don't usually run the shows. I
but
usually
this time you are.
produce the shows, but
Yeah.
this time I'm a badass, and I kind of forgot my producer requirements on this one.
I'm a show map guy. It's just easy.
Exactly. But also, you just moved, so
Yeah,
I tried to help out.
all
Here we
last
are.
week.
I want some stickers. Kevin says he
week.
wants stickers. Well, hit us up on our
Yes.
socials, Kevin,
Yeah.
and we will arrange for that to be possible.
Get you your address and stuff like that.
They're awesome. I
And
had
we'll mail them out to you.
as a personal testimonial
They're
to our
vinyls.
own stickles. Yeah, they are vinyls. They are our logo, and I put mine on my truck skis that recently got stolen. Donovan has it on his mug there. I was going to put mine on my mug earlier today.
It worked pretty good.
I just didn't quite get there before the start of the show. But I can tell you right now, because I've taken my truck on multiple hunting trips. I've been up in the mountains during freezes and thaws and rains and downpours and thunderstorms and all this stuff. And not even the smallest little piece of vinyl got moved, got adjusted, got nothing. It was all fucking there. These are hardcore vinyl stickers. And shout out to the person that makes them.
Facade vinyls.
Facade vinyls.
Yes.
On Instagram?
On Instagram.
On Instagram. Facade vinyls on Instagram. So
it's one of our followers.
hit us up just hit us up on the DMs on one of our socials right there. and we will make that happen for you.
Yes.
And with that, Donovan, what did that have to do with freedom and liberty?
What does this have to do with freedom and liberty? Of course. This one's obvious, right? The level of tyranny being suffered in other countries is possible here. It is vital that we all remember that we are the exception to the rule of tyrannical leadership so far. The continued collaboration between our government and the authoritarian regimes around the world should be a red flag for us that they are working to polish the techniques roughed out during COVID. The technology and tactics being used by the CCP and Iran exist here right now. All they have to do is flip the switch. They have drones to spread messages in mists, robot dogs already being considered for violence and murder in San Francisco, and we have seen the masses of police and military willing to completely destroy the oath they swore to defend the Constitution if their bosses tell them to do so. In my opinion, we are quite a way down a very dark path that we started on just a few years after the Declaration, and we are at a very serious risk of fatally compromising this experiment if we do not return to the values of liberty.
I 100%, 1,000% agree with you, and I think that is very well spoken. And now it's time for shenanigans. Because that's the grab bag,
Yeah,
baby.
so I have a question for you that I came up with earlier. This has to do with the woman in Colorado, the web designer.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And we
This is a
talked
very
about-
serious Supreme Court case at this point in time, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We talked about a similar issue, of course, a few years ago with the baking, the cake.
The
Masterpiece cakes,
Masterpiece,
I believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this has to do with the internet lady, right?
The internet lady.
Yeah, she's a web designer.
For
She
particularly
doesn't-
wedding websites, I believe.
She does all kinds of stuff, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. She says she doesn't want to do a website for a gay wedding for this one is for artistic reasons, right? That's what this is? Mm-hmm. Artistic reasons, not artistic and free speech, because
it's free speech. I don't want to, as an artist, I don't want to have to create a message I
religious
don't
freedom.
believe in.
Right.
It's very similar to the Masterpiece Cake Shop because of the artwork side of it.
Yeah.
This is a very, very complicated and complex and also ultimately fucked up situation, but continue on.
Yes. So
I'm sorry, I had an epiphany. I'm like,
that's perfect.
that would be legit. Just right there.
Yeah, I have a sweatshirt like that.
I almost ordered a Drinking Bros fucking flannel like that last night that has defund politicians right there.
I have one Salt of the Street sweatshirt that has a small logo on
Just
the chest.
right there.
Yeah.
That would be fucking lit.
I'll make you one.
Okay, I'm gonna purchase a flannel of a solid color that it can go on because I think that would be money. And I
Okay.
wear a lot of flannel
If
these
you don't
days.
want the square, if you want the letters, then you'd have to do it a little bit differently.
I would,
but we can figure.
We'll figure it out. We'll
Yeah,
figure it
we
out.
can figure it out. It's not.
I want more merch.
Okay, so the Colorado woman, right? This case feels to me like it relates to censorship with Twitter. I wonder why I wrote that.
Free speech, probably.
Yeah. In Colorado scale, why is free market not enough? Right? And at what point is free market no longer sufficient to regulate this type of interference? Because we're seeing, obviously, on a Twitter level, on a social media level, allowing the free market to regulate that is no longer working. But on a lower level like this, I have, for a long time, been of the mindset that whether or not I agree with this woman is not really part of the issue.
Indeed.
I think that
It's the
she
principle.
should be able to do or not do what she wants, and people should be able to say or not say what they want about it. And if she can get enough people who support, who want to buy from her, that either don't care about what she's doing or agree with her message, then she should be able to do that and have a business and be prosperous. However, if the people in her community fucking hate what she's saying and they choose not to support her business, she goes under. That is also a side effect of what she chooses to do, and I feel like that should just be left to the free market.
I generally agree with you, but there is a few
People concerned that it's a slippery slope.
Well, there's other complications than just that. I'm just going to put this fake ass chew in my mouth real
I
quick.
thought you were throwing a proper dip, and I was like, this is where we're at now? We're back to proper dipping?
No, this is fakey dip.
Okay.
This is primarily corn silk.
Why not just dip for real?
Because I don't want all of that all the time. So part of the problem here is that if you remember relatively recently, the case about
corn silk, like the shit on the outside of the corn underneath the husk.
Yeah, read the ingredients, bitch.
Molasses, corn silk, water, glycerin, kudzu root, salt, artificial flavorings, sodium bicarbonate, propylene, glycol, cayenne pepper, blue 2, yellow 6, red 40, lakes.
Don't read me all the artificial food colorings.
Methyl propylparabens. Oh, that's nice.
It's fake ass chew.
Yeah, tobacco-free, nicotine-free.
Mm-hmm.
Our
Yeah, it's just corn silk.
food-grade
It feels
products are properly made in modern FDA-registered and inspected facility in Coppell, Texas.
Yeah. It feels like regular
Smells
chew.
like
It feels
chew.
good. Yeah, put a fucking dip in.
No.
It's just fucking corn silk.
No.
Good for you. I'm glad you don't because
If I'm not gonna
it feeds the beast.
If I'm gonna throw a dip, I'm gonna fucking throw a dip. I'm not gonna fucking throw a no nicotine, no fucking tobacco dip.
All right. So part of the problem here is that there is a.
Part of the problem.
You know what? You know what?
Oh no! You're hilarious.
You're an asshole. Part of the problem here, I put too much in and it was hard to talk, so you gave me a good excuse. Part of the problem here is, if you remember, not too long ago, there was a court case in a conversation, particularly a Supreme Court case, that involved the Civil Rights Act and the definition that not only was it illegal to discriminate against somebody for their race, but it also became unconstitutional to discriminate against somebody towards their sexuality and gender identification, right? That is one of the key problems with this case at this point. We're not even at that level yet because right now we're just talking about somebody and their artistic ability and so on and so forth. It's very, very complicated, but one of the problems they're going to have here is with that last precedent they set in that particular case. This is dealing right now primarily with a Colorado law, and specifically that says a business cannot discriminate against somebody on the basis of race or sexual
The bakery was
orientation.
in Colorado too, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And so, yeah, Colorado. Who would have fucking thought that Colorado was a fucking stomping ground for civil rights? But one of the problems with essentially the civil rights bills.
Problem with civil rights.
One of the problems that came from the civil rights bill at one point is when racism is not necessarily a generalized socialized problem that is exercised on the everyday level of discriminatory laws against water fountains and seating areas and so on and so forth, is it becomes relatively arbitrary and people can use it to whatever advantage they feel they want to pull from it. In this particular case, I can tell you right now, this lady necessarily doesn't have exactly a problem, other than the fact that there is a precedent trying to be built here about somebody not being required, if they do not feel like it, if they do not want to put their... There's so many problems with it. There's so many layers to this, which is the problem here. This is a larger conversation, but their artistic ability towards something that violates their religious freedom.
Yes.
Right? Which is a massive, massive... case when it comes to like the First Amendment rights and your exercise of religious freedom and expression, right? It's a whole deal, but it becomes a problem because the Civil Rights Act at the time was necessary.
Yes.
Argue with our points of view in modern day society now. Oh, thank God I'm not the only one who can't pour on camera. With our modernized views in our contemporary world right now, I would argue that the Civil Rights Act could have some deleterious consequences because you're not allowed to discriminate against somebody. Because just because you discriminate against somebody for maybe not having qualifications, maybe not having the right personality, whatever it is as a business owner or as some kind of institution that is into a hiring situation, you may have a civil rights lawsuit brought against you because you did not hire somebody of a particular race or marginalized group.
Even if that's not why.
And in this case, because of the expansion of said Civil Rights Act at this point, thank you, Justice Roberts and Kavanaugh, that includes gender identity.
Wait, I thought that all the conservatives hated gay people. You're telling me now that they
No.
did something that expanded protection.
They did.
Wait.
What's up, Kavanaugh?
Wait.
You know that guy who supposedly
Wait.
ran a train on Christine Blasey Ford?
He raped that woman, right?
Turns out he's super for civil rights.
Wait.
The expansions of the Civil Rights Act.
Hold on.
Yes. But
fucking assholes. Dude.
But the problem here, right, we don't even get into the meat and potatoes of the Civil Rights Act on this point. Like, with this particular case, right now, all the advocates for this bill, the people that are arguing the bill, the justices involved at this point, all they're looking at whether or not you have a license as a creative person to have creative freedom in the ability to, if you're doing something as far as like work is related, right? In a creative process, say I am from Colorado. I am this lady. I create wedding websites.
Right.
But I do not want to create a wedding website for a gay couple.
Right.
Then I have the artistic freedom to not create something that I believe violates my values.
Right.
But the problem going on right now, particularly at the Supreme Court level, is the argument being had is just a categorization. It's just a marginalized, saying that when it comes to like those who can kind of like get around, did she get you like yes, the cat attacks. When it comes to like trying to get around the Civil Rights Act like that, something like that, we say, well, I'm a creative person. The product I'm putting out there is a creative endeavor. Like I have the right to not be able to provide my creative services to somebody because I don't agree with their values. That's the argument putting forth right now. So we're finally chopping up another thing. Like I am a cake shop owner. I don't want to decorate a cake for a gay couple because it violates my values. I am a website designer. I don't want to create a website for a gay couple because it compromises my values.
And the fear being propagated by the left is that this is going to expand into different categories. That there's going to be people that say, I don't want to make wedding cake.
I don't want to build a house for a gay couple.
Right. Well, and also to to racial categories and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
That if we allow people to discriminate against people of different gender identity or sexual orientation, then it will also allow people to do it.
I don't want to do a memorial service for this trans person.
Right.
You know
and
what
I
mean?
feel largely
it goes
the same
all sorts
way
of different
about
ways.
that too. If you want to make it open to the public that you don't like the fact that white people and black people are getting married together, then you go ahead and do that, and we'll see how long that lasts. You know,
Exactly.
I don't think that's going to be a very popular opinion, and I don't think there's going to be that many people that want to patron your business, and I think you'll probably go out of business pretty quickly.
I think you'll be all right, but you'll service a single sector of the economy that only wants that one particular thing, and that's not a
you
bad
won't
thing.
see much growth. Yeah.
No, you'll have a niche little market. Good for you. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
If I'm a gay couple, if I'm a trans couple, whatever, and I come into you or I hit you up on your website or whatever, hey, I'm interested in this. Me and my husband want this, and you refuse me. It's like, I'm sorry, we don't offer services to gay people. And be like, word, that's cool. I'm gonna tell all my friends about you because that's fucked up. And then boom. Then you'll just be put off in your own little place in society, and then society will judge you for being that way. And I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
but it is
also-
not the important part here. Because societally, I have one argument, right? I don't discriminate against nobody unless they're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Because there's some crazy ass motherfuckers out there. I don't think discriminating against anybody just due to whether they're gay, what kind of race they are, if they're male or female, because there's only two, or whatever it is. I don't care. You can come at me as a trans person and want something. If I have a business where I'm creating something, whatever, that's cool. If you're an asshole to me, I probably won't want to work for you.
Yeah.
But if you're open to word, let's do business. I would love to take your money and create a product for you. That's cool.
Yeah.
But if there's a certain segment of society that is against it, that's fine. I don't care. I'll take their business. That's just fine. But as far as the government involvement on this point, the government itself has they got no fucking play here, man. They should not be forcing anybody to do anything for anybody, period. I understand the civil rights movement. I have ethical problems with the government being involved in the civil rights. I have a problem on that level with the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
I still think you're a piece of shit if you want to discriminate against somebody if they're a different race. 100%. I don't believe the government. I don't think it's their job to be involved in that. And I think they're pieces of shit for being involved in that. But that I also understand the reality of the world we live in and our society around us, in which case, down with the Civil Rights Act. I'm cool with that. I got that. But ideologically, again, so in this particular case, I think there's something at work here that is far greater than actually what we're seeing. There's something that is going to have reverberations down society throughout time that is going to come back and kick us in the ass. And if this one fucking person who just, dare I say bigot, if there's one person who's like, well, these people are gay, so I don't want to work for them and take their money.
Yeah.
Good for you. Go fuck off. Don't bring it to the Supreme Court. Just be an asshole. How about that? That's fine. I don't care. Go away. And the couple that's trying to get work for them, you deserve much better than that. Go a million other places to create you a wedding website. That's fine. But I believe in this particular case, it's the owner against the state because the state has the law at that point. So I don't think there's an actual plaintiff in this or defendant in this case other than the state. So it's complicated. AKA, this is why I went off on this. I'm sorry.
No.
I knew this was going to come up, and it's
perfect.
a whole fucking deal. There are so many layers to this thing. It's like an onion.
It's perfect.
So welcome to the grab bag, people.
Welcome to the grab.
That was a whole day. I knew it was coming, and I knew I was going to go off at some point, but none of it all right. And this stupid-ass bitch that's taking this thing to the Colorado, like, I get it, but also just shut up and just don't just don't take jobs you don't want to take. How about that?
Yeah.
Come up with an excuse. Say, I'm too busy. This isn't against a real... It's not like the Masterpiece Cake Shop thing. Like, there's not a real-life couple on the other end. Even if those people were activists in the Masterpiece Cake Shop situation, there's no one on the other end other than this is you against the state at this point. Which I get. On
both people's parties. I understand that
because fuck the state for being involved.
I understand maybe this isn't the point, but on the surface, I'm like, well, why would you want this woman to make your website anyway if she doesn't agree with what you're doing?
Yeah, fuck her.
And on the other woman's side, just shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Just don't do it. You don't need to make a fucking whole deal about it. Like it doesn't. You don't. And I'm very principled.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to compromise on that stuff. I also don't like that much bullshit in my life. And if now I'm going to have to go to the Supreme Court because all this shit, I would rather just, like you said, make up a fucking lie about, I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. And in reality, like, that tells me, like, you're trying to do something here and that I'm not really into at this point because you could have easily just told me anything other than leave me alone, but also the nature of the case, like I said, it's not against an individual couple that's trying to get business with them. It's just somebody going against the state to say, I don't want to run my business like this.
Yeah.
Because there's a law in place. So, but yeah, I get it from both sides, I guess, because also I don't want the government involved. But again, recognize the reality we live in. Just fuck off, man. Just leave it the fuck alone. Jesus Christ. So there's that. Does that sufficiently answer your question about that?
Yes, it does. That's plenty.
That's plenty. Yeah,
more than enough, Colin.
When you told me the other day about you're like, oh yeah, I got this question about the Colorado thing. I was like, oh bro, you don't even know what I have to say about this. I have lots of thoughts. Okay, so unless you have any objections, let's shift to the good old rail strike situation was conveniently averted by Lunch Pail Joe, if you will. Do you want to do this? Do you want me to do this?
You got this.
Okay.
Do you want me to do it?
No, I'm good. I got a sip. I'm fine.
Crazy.
Okay. So we've talked about this multiple times in the podcast, obviously. Yep. I'm trying to think. All of a sudden, my mind went to breaking points and crystal ball real quick. I have a clip about this from Jimmy Dore, by the way.
Okay.
That you're going to love.
I like Jimmy Dore.
So to get to the news, to get to the brass tacks, if you will, we've talked multiple times about the possibility of a rail shutdown with the rail union, so on and so forth. Without rehashing all of that, ultimately, the time did come where the rail unions were going to strike because because they had to agree on the contract that was negotiated at the White House and celebrated at the White House to include a fucking whole festive dinner and the whole 9 yards out on the Rose Garden lawn, was rejected by, I think, 3 of the 12 unions, I believe. Multiple unions. And it required all of the unions to agree on said terms of the brand new contract.
Because they only added 1 sick day.
They only added 1 sick day. They did add a 25% increase to pay. I think it says in the article.
Over the next 6 years.
Which is still a fuck ton of goddamn money, by the way.
I mean,
24% raises
over the next 6 years.
Yes, but the big thing about this is they refused to add sick days. They refused to add sick days to that.
Right.
Refused to add paid vacation time to that.
There was an additional bill that just didn't make it through with this other one.
Because ultimately,
that added a week of sick pay.
Yes,
a week of sick days.
A week of sick days. Which, pause button for a second, right? Let's fucking pause here. For any other average non-unionized company in the United States, is there not required sick time federally?
I believe so. Here it's through the state.
Oh, it's through the state here?
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's the state that
There goes
requires
my
it.
goddamn argument.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You shut up.
Fuck. I was gonna say because we got sick time, we got mandatory vacation time.
Yeah.
Because I ran a business here in this state, and so I was like, I gotta pay for like fucking a month of goddamn paid time off for my employees to the state. But yes,
every
in this
40
particular
hours
case,
you work, you get an hour of sick time through the state.
Yes, required by law
through the state. Your
they,
company pays
they
for
just
it. The
require
state
it.
mandates it. Yeah.
Yeah, the state mandates it, then your company actually pays for it. But in this particular case, because this is a federal union, that was not part of the bargaining deal. We've talked about this in depth before. I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole on this, but ultimately the unions could not agree on a deal unanimously, which essentially put them on grounds to strike. And it was either the unions were going to go on strike, or the Congress could meet and they could create a new contract and vote on it, pass on it, and force the deal and make the workers go back to work. And that's ultimately what they did. And all the progressives were
AF.
Because all the progressives were incredibly quiet. They didn't get anything of what they wanted. Basically, the only thing they really, really got was that 24% increase in pay. All of their actual issues they were concerned about, their quality of life issues with paid time off and sick days, which most Americans enjoy when they work for a medium to large size company.
Yeah.
Most of those were not enacted. And blame who you want to blame. I'm sure the Democrats will blame the Republicans, and Republicans will blame anybody else. So that was the thing, and that's where they're at. And that's why
but them.
Anybody but them. But so that's where we're at. Basically, once again, the rail unions got fucked. That's also hashtag, that's what you get for being a public sector union, you stupid motherfucker. You know what happened? You decided to join an industry where you do not have any say in the outcome of your work life. You decided to forfeit that, much less you decided to forfeit that not amongst your union, but to the goddamn federal Congress of the United States. If you're a railway worker, because you chose to work for the railroad. The best thing here,
legislation's old as balls.
It is, it goes back to the teens or the aughts in the 19s. Super old. And
older than you.
At this point, motherfuckers, I agree with you. It's fucked up. Yeah. I understand that. But also, quit fucking working for them. I get it. I get it, bro. But if you don't want to be held hostage by the Congress of the United States, don't fucking work for them.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop the cycle. You have to stand up. You have to not do this anymore. Because at the point where the railway bosses are, if they're hurting for cash,
fuck you, Warren Buffett.
You know what's going to happen? They're just going to be like, scabs wanted, I'll pay you X with X benefits.
Yeah.
And then all that shit goes away, man. Your unions are corrupt. Your contracts are corrupt. It's been that way for decades. Recognize that fact and fucking change it. If you all have to fucking quit and the entire U.S. goddamn economy needs to feel a goddamn... If they need to feel as much hurt as you feel in your present day contract, so fucking be it. Because you know what's going to happen? The future's going to be better off. Your kids are going to be better off. Everybody's going to be better off because you can go work for the railway companies, multiple of which, at this point, you go work for any railroad company, you're basically working for the same goddamn company. It's called the federal fucking government. Because obviously they're the ones that if everybody's got a problem, they're the ones that tell you how to fucking go back to work. Period. That's it.
When and where and yeah.
And here's your this is the best you're going to get. Go back to work. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This week you're not a vital worker.
Yes. I'm done with it. Quit working for these assholes. If you got a serious problem with it, go work fucking somewhere else.
The COVID thing really ruined the sympathy for people working for the federal government. Did. It's like you really shouldn't be doing that.
You shouldn't be doing that.
You really shouldn't be doing that. You don't have as much control over your life as you think. You really shouldn't be doing that.
Again, and that's not to say I don't sympathize with these people. It is fucked up. I understand their contract at this point. You don't have any actual paid days off. I got way more paid days off than these railroad workers do. Do you know that? We got lots compared to them.
Yeah.
The fact that I can just be like, bro, I'm really not I'm feeling all stuffy in the face today. I don't feel like coming in and getting everybody sick today, blah blah blah, you know, judge that how you may be, but my boss would be like, "All right, cool, man. Thanks. I'm not gonna get paid that day. That's fine unless I have sick time to go for it. But like, I'm not gonna get fired over it. If you got COVID and you're a railway worker right now, well, them's the breaks, bro.
Them's is the breaks.
Is that what you say?
Yes.
Yeah. I tried to do one of your lines. I love that line. Them's the breaks, bro. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's really funny.
Good luck finding a new job. Like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I understand that, but also, identify what it is you're doing and where you're at in life, man. Like, it's not going to get better if we maintain the same system. You're a progressive. If a lot of progressives if you're a progressive and you're fighting for this situation, recognize that this might be a failed system and you might need to start the fuck over.
Yeah.
The easiest way to do that is for everybody to go through a little bit of hurt and then restart the fucking clock. Yeah. Okay? I understand what that is. But anyways, I wanted to show you this Jimmy Dore clip about that because it's so good. We'll only go through a little bit because it's kind of ridiculous, but this is Jimmy Dore looking at the Young Turks, particularly Ana Kasparian, and looking at where Jimmy Dore, the true progressive, was back in 2019 during the original rail strike contract situation happening, and then Ana Kasparian in like November 2022 as like the deal was closing and the Congress was forming and going to be pushing it through. Fucking identical, and it's amazing. It's so good.
Breaking. After some talk that progressive Democrats would torpedo
December 1st.
Biden's rail deal, the Congressional Progressive Caucus just issued a statement signaling that members will go along with the Pelosi plan to enforce Biden's deal.
They're loving it. They're loving it.
Plus, vote separately on Bernie's request, and this is really Bernie's work here. Bernie's request to add 7 sick days.
The moment came in
January 5th, 2021. Over damn near a year ago when this was actually happening.
They did nothing. They just revealed themselves. This is a clarifying moment. They all revealed themselves. They'll never fucking fight when the moment comes. They're not doing it. They're not doing it.
Part of the problem, and what enrages me beyond words at this point, is that the Congressional Progressive Caucus went along with this maneuver. Most people can't see through this garbage. I gotta be honest, I'm so real sick. This has happened multiple times at this point. I'm real sick of AOC in particular.
They replay this one laughing thing. That's just a video edit. It's fine. Don't pay too attention.
Go show her the video of AOC saying we got to call.
Over a year ago, Ana Kasparian not giving a shit.
Jimmy Dore's fire.
And now, over a year ago, Jimmy Dore actually talking about the real shit.
We can do this. All it takes is courage. And then show AOC saying we have to uphold the rule of law. She went from MLK to Nixon in 30 days. And you're not going to call that out?
Another tweet that I want to draw attention to. AOC, for instance, again, yesterday tweeted, "Railroad
workers grind themselves to the bone for this country as their labor produces billions for Wall Street. They demand the basic dignity of paid sick days. I stand with them. If Congress intervenes, it should be to have workers' backs and secure their demands in legislation.
I agree, AOC. I totally agree with you on that.
The squad agrees with us,
May
our
5th?
policy
Or
positions.
June 5th,
But when they
January
won't do
5th.
anything
Sorry,
to
Jesus
implement them, it doesn't fucking matter.
You get the point. Jimmy Dore was there a year beforehand.
Yep.
And the fucking Young Turks, Anna Kasparian in particular, was like, now's a good time to jump on this bandwagon.
They're the real progressives, aren't they? Young
Amen.
Turks.
So, yeah.
I may not agree with Jimmy Dore about fucking anything, but
Most
I
things, but
love
he's
him.
entertaining, man. I like him a lot.
And he's good. He's good at what he's doing. He is consistent
Yes.
and principled and
Yeah,
not
yeah.
a fucking idiot.
Yeah. When he talks, he was on the Michael Malice show this week.
Yes. I'm gonna
I
watch
don't know
it
if you
this
watched
coming
it.
week. No.
Okay. Yeah. Dad with 2 kids. Of course you haven't watched it yet. At one point in the conversation, Michael Malice asked him what it is to be left, right? It was a whole conversation about red pill, blue pill, the whole thing. But what does it mean for Jimmy Dore to be left? And he's like, well, you know, it means like I'm pro workers' rights. I'm pro healthcare for everybody. And I'm like, I am not on your tilt at all, bud. But when you just talk about all the other things and all that, like I don't agree with your ideology, but I agree with you generally on how you want, how anti-establishment you are. That's
Isn't
basically what it comes down
interesting,
to.
That we can agree on so little, but also on so much at the exact same time.
Yes. Yes. And that's the way America's supposed to be.
Yeah.
We got a few family principles, bro, but other than that, we can fight and argue and fucking hate each other, but that's fine.
You're crazy with how you want to spend the dollars.
Yes.
But I like your other plans.
Yes. It's crazy how you want to spend the dollars, but okay. So yeah, that's the railway strike. You got anything to add to the railway strike before we move on to the next topic in the grab bag?
No, I'm good on the railway strike.
Oh Jesus, 6:30. Okay. Yep. Let's just do. Would you rather do Yee or the Dutch Farmers?
Let's do Dutch Farmers.
Okay.
Kanye's not going anywhere.
Kanye definitely ain't going nowhere. So
Kanye was on Alex Jones. Y'all know about the shit. It was crazy.
It was crazy.
He's saying some wild shit.
Yeah.
We'll see
This
what
is
happens.
good. I just have more content for the beer show than for the next
we'll
month.
see what happens.
Oh my
see
god.
if I don't show up for one of these beer shows.
You know where I'll be, baby.
Yeah.
Dutch farmers protest against after being hurt very hard by nitrogen emission targets. Okay, so
so good.
This is something we
It's
had
written so good.
Well, this is from CGTN. See the
Alright.
difference. It's a .com, I guess, so that's
Alright.
better than like a .de. But
It's no, what was it? GardenStateFamilies.org. But, you know, I suppose it will do.
depends on how much you love the Bible.
Listen,
I guess.
the blood of Christ.
All right, so we've talked about Dutch farmers before. We've shown certain protests, them getting shot at by the actual authorities at that point in time when they were doing they were protesting in the vein of the Canadian trucker protest by taking all of their tractors out, and they were blocking international airports, they were blocking roadways, all against the shutting down of their farms, their generalized oppression from the government related to the emissions that they output in regards to like green energy and shit like that, right? Well, the EU has essentially come out with actual numbers at this point. This is the first time I've seen the numbers anyways. But the farmers have begun to protest once again. They're back out on the streets. Do I have a picture? I got a video. This is one of the videos of the farmers once again. And it's a line of tractors again. It's farmers on the roads, making convoys,
They're going to the Capitol or something?
doing what the Canadians do best. I don't know where they're going in this one. It's just it's a newer video from BitChute. So these are all farmers heading on their way somewhere to protest, forming convoys, doing what they
road,
do.
Dude.
It's welcome to the EU, bro.
That's a nice road.
Yeah, well, you want
That's
to pay
a nice boulder.
All you got to do
Any
is
one
pay
of those.
60% taxes, and that road can be yours.
We need a drop for that. That's a nice boulder.
Say it one more time.
That's a nice boulder. That's Donkey from Shrek. He says that. So that's a nice boulder.
That's a nice boulder.
Yeah. Not of me saying it, of Donkey saying it.
I will find a clip of Donkey saying it, and I will record the motherfucker, and then we'll do it up proper. Jesus Christ. As long as it's streaming somewhere. No, I definitely won't clip you saying it, because it lacks emotion, Donovan. It lacks emotion.
That's a nice boulder.
That's a nice boulder. Do your best Chris Rock impression.
That is Eddie Murphy.
Fuck. It is Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
From
That's
Shrek.
a nice boulder. I don't know.
That's relatively good in your own voice, mind you, but it's the mannerisms are correct, you know. As a man who speaks like Russian, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand how this goes. I get it. You did very good job. Okay, so let's go over the numbers here. We watched the video. This is, like I said, we've talked about this before, the Dutch farmers. The protests aren't as extreme right now as they used to be. But
right, they're not getting shot at like you're talking about.
They're not getting shot at like they once did, which we showed on the podcast. Dutch farmers protest against being hurt very hard by nitrogen emissions target. Dutch farmers are continuing to protest government plans to have nitrogen emissions, by 2030. Agenda 2030. We're not going to talk about it. 8
years from now.
We're not going to talk about Agenda 2030.
Not if you want to stay on YouTube.
A move which they claim will put many out of business. The Netherlands is the world's second largest exporter of agricultural goods, but intensifying farming methods and a high population density means that nitrogen levels have started to reach illegal levels, prompting the Hague, prompting the head to take action. So at this point, they've already said, "Fuck you. We're just going to keep going." And now it's like, well, the Hague's getting involved. These are the people that do war crimes. War crimes.
You guys are ecological Nazis at this point. We can't stand for it.
The Dutch government says the targets are essential to protect the country's air, water, soil, and biodiversity, specifically insects, which it says are vital to agriculture. Farmers,
Dutch
though,
farmers should make a flag with a green swastika on it and be like, "This is what you think about us."
Becoming the green Nazi.
We're 7
Donovan, I don't think becoming the green Nazis is the answer.
It's just satirized. It's satire.
Yeah, no. I get it. They won't. That'll land them in front of the Hague, motherfucker, all right? Yeah. Jesus Christ. The Hague is very sensitive to the swastika. Come on. You should know better by now. All right. So farmers, though, say they have invested a lot in being environmentally friendly and that the new measures will hurt very hard. Meat and dairy farms are responsible for 41% of the country's nitrogen emissions through animal waste.
It's interesting that
the doo-doo.
It's interesting that they keep saying hurt very hard. Like it was weird to say it the one time, but they're repeating it.
We're hurt real hard.
Like I get that it's a quote, but you have to know that that's weird.
Oh, but also, they're Dutch. They're not speaking English. This is going to be some kind of translation.
Even then, it's a weird thing.
I'm sure it makes sense in Dutch.
Pick another quote is what I'm saying. Pick another quote. In English, it doesn't read well.
As the journalist, do better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In English, it doesn't read well.
All right, enough of this nonsense. The long and short of it is, there is a crackdown on these Dutch farmers.
Food production.
Continued. Yeah, food for the number 2 in the world of agricultural exports throughout the nation or out the world, and the EU, which is where these regulations are coming from, right? Because the Netherlands cannot control their own
globalist idiots.
Exactly. Where do you think this comes from? Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum?
What?
Because that's exactly where it comes from.
Who said that?
I did. That's exactly where it comes from. Motherfucker has said it on the internet. You can go watch it on their website. What they want to do is shut down 3,000 farms. It should not surprise you that no more than 30 have volunteered to take the subsidy and retire. So there are 3,000 farms they want to close. They want to cut down 30% of overall livestock because of all the cow burps and all the cow farts. that are adding to greenhouse gases, which are changing their climate, which are going to kill us all. And
what does arable mean? ARABLE.
That means anything that can become airborne. In what context? Read the sentence.
Farms, arable farms.
Arable farms. Yes. Yeah. If you have livestock, they're going to off gas certain gases. You're going to have a net if you're going to put a bubble around a specific piece of property that is a farm, you're going to have a net export of greenhouse gases.
So you said 3,000 farms?
Yes.
In 2021, the Netherlands had 11,189 arable farms.
Okay.
In 2021.
So they're going to cut down 3,000 of that.
Yeah.
So hang on. Let's get the internet. Let's get the calculator going.
Going to be about 9,000.
Could be a 9,000.
Sorry, 8,000.
Let's get a percentage going on. Sure. How many were you starting with?
11,189.
11,189. Enter, and we are going to have 3,000 closing, which leaves us at actually point. Well, how do we do 3,000? Can't do math right now. I can't do it right now. I'm sorry. I can't do trig right now. I'm sorry. It's going to be like it's a high percentage of cut. It's a high percentage. Oh, wait. No. I do know how to do this, actually. And we're cutting down 3,000, right?
Yep.
So the difference is 8,890 and 8,190. And how many did we start with again?
11,189.
89. Divide. That's not right. Never mind. I think I got to inverse those two integers. But it's a high percentage of close down. Yes. I mean, that's a lot.
Yes.
Right? I mean, we can just roughly do the math. 3,000 out of 1,100. That's close to a quarter, right? It's close to a quarter? Let's go with that. Close to a quarter. I'm not going to do the exact fucking percentage at this point. Divide 3,000 by the total number of farms. Yes. Fuck you, Deborah. I did it backwards. Oh, 3,000 times 11. We'll just do 11,000. It's about 25%. It's about 26, 27%. There you go, Deborah. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
Hilarious.
I've had a few beers. Leave me alone.
Oh, Deborah. It's a good thing you're here.
Deborah, you should know better. This is part 4 of 4, all right? This is when shit gets wild.
I paid for your guys' education.
Thankfully, we were both smart enough not to go to college, so no. You're actually currently funding our next high-quality video camera, which we will need for the new studio. Props to that, by the way.
For the new year.
It's going to be legit. I'm now instantly thinking about how much excess equipment I have in my house that we can provide. Fuck. I wish I would have done this beforehand, but I do want to take a second to give a nice shout out to Deborah, who is one of our patrons on Patreon right now. Thank you very much, Deborah. I highly encourage everybody to like and subscribe this video. I want to make sure we get these, our generalized message out to as many people as possible.
Yep.
And one of the ways that we can do that in a more efficient and better manner at that point is by having more subscribers on our Patreon. So shout out, Deborah. You are the #1 OG fan at this point. Not really, because, you are the best current fan at this point. And so thank you very much, Deborah, for becoming a massive force in the production of Salt Streets Productions.
You're playing favorites.
Thank you very much. I mean, shout out Larry Dixon, you the man.
Says you're the best.
And I'd also give a shout out to our other patron, but it's you, so fuck you.
What? It's a secret.
It's a secret. It's a secret. Nobody knows about it. So, yes, thank you very much, Deborah. We really, really, really do appreciate it. And you give us more motivation than I think you probably realize. So anyways, thoughts on the Dutch farmers, good sir?
What are we going to eat?
That is indeed the question, because as we cut down on 30% of the livestock, 70%. Oh, I don't think I said that number. The other number the EU has regulated that the Netherlands cut down on is they need to cut down on 70% of their nitrogen fertilizer, which is what provides the food that the second largest producer of food in the world relies on.
Yeah, you get a lot of that fertilizer from Russia.
We used to. I mean, we can't really do that now.
Traditionally.
Yeah, but
fucking February. We did.
Yeah, because things are different now.
Right.
Obviously, we don't talk to our neighbors to the east because Russia's,
Deborah says lab-grown meat. What about bugs too? Right? Also bugs.
I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. I will not live in the pod.
I'm not saying
and I will
we
not
should
live in
eat
the bugs.
I'm saying that
The Europeans should eat bugs.
I'm saying that seems to be what they're getting at, because what the fuck else are we going to eat if you're taking all the food?
I don't necessarily know if we're expected to eat anything, Donovan.
This says, God damn it, that article says, with the plans have nitrogen emissions by 2030, that could mean over 11,000 farms have to close. This thing says there's only 11,000 farms.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to get European sources, Donovan. That's all I'm going to say right now. It's tough to get European sources.
Let's find out what the fucking arable farm is.
Yeah, Google search an arable farm. This is from newsseu.
Arable farming deals mainly with cultivating
CGTB.
crops on viable land. So 11,000 is just crops, so that I don't have to do with, including vegetables, cereals, and plants that produce cloth or oils.
No farms, no food, Donovan.
Yeah,
all
that's
I'm
no
gonna say.
good.
No farms, no
No
food.
farmers, no food. That's
no farmers,
right.
no food.
Number of dairy cows.
The
in
Great
Netherlands.
Reset in action.
Greenhouse horticulture farms. Maybe that's what we're looking for.
The government of the Netherlands has announced plans to force the sale and closure of 3,000 farms in order to meet strict environmental guidelines put in place by the European Union. Although the purchase will apparently be made on generous terms of up to 120% of the farm's value, the Dutch government has already made clear the purchase will be mandatory, not required.
What percent? 120%?
120% of the land's value.
We'll overpay you.
I don't care about the fucking land value.
I'm asking
sorry,
what they're
sorry.
saying. I'm not saying it's a good deal. I'm
100%
asking
of the
what
land
they're
value.
offering them. Dear Christ.
They're offering them above market value, apparently.
But just for the land.
Of the farm's value.
The purchases will apparently be made generous of the farm's value. Okay, so which would mean all the animals and stuff like that.
Even I don't care if you make all these motherfuckers. You can offer them 1,000% more than what the farm's value is worth. The true value of the farm's worth is in the output of agriculture that goes to the rest of the fucking world. It's the food that we all rely on, because here in the United States, the only thing we actually make is corn and fucking soybeans. On a large scale.
Yeah.
And we ship them primarily over to fucking China and then turn the rest into high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
Fact check true. I'm sorry. But it's not something you can just fuck with because you decide that you know best how the world's billion-year fucking plan, the planet's multi-million-year climate fucking plan works. You decide this is the way we have to go, and so fuck everybody involved. We're just going to cut our overall global food supply by X amount of percentage. I don't care if it's 1%. If you deem that you know better than anybody else in this point, you're gambling with things that you have no idea. You don't know the true stakes at play here at this table. This is ignorance on a massive fucking scale. And it is only going to lead to absolute disaster going forward. If the number 2 producer of agricultural products, actual consumables, not just fucking not just fucking corn and soybeans,
right?
Then we got a serious fucking problem here, and the chicken's gonna come home to roost. Obviously, they ain't gonna come home to roost in fucking the Netherlands because they want to cut 30% of their livestock. But a lot of our corn in the United States goes to livestock feed. And you cut that shit down. Word. It's a whole... I mean, I don't want to get into the whole globalist thing and blah, 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 but when it comes to the world's food supply... No. I'm just saying that there is a global agricultural market that has been put into place over the decades between NAFTA and the fucking TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership and all this stuff. This all has to do with which countries grow which agriculture, who trades with what, all this stuff. You fuck with all that shit, man. Like, you guys have systematically built a system of global reliance in the world's food supply, and now you're going to fuck with it because you think the world's going to end because of climate change?
It's for the trees, man.
I challenge everybody to listen to a little bit of fucking... Oh, I don't remember his name now. There's a few people out there right now that are being like, bro, do you realize that like there's 30% more trees on this planet than there was 20 years ago?
He was talking about the trees.
I know, but he's not he's relaying information by a reliable source.
Do you call that?
Don't listen to Herschel Walker for most things. He's had a lot of head trauma over his life.
Call it the false library fallacy.
The false library fallacy. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good.
That is when you are...
Peterson just talked about this. Thank you, Deborah.
When you don't actually know about something, but you are relaying information that somebody else told you about it. And so...
That's the false library fallacy?
Yep.
Damn, I feel like we do that a lot. Because what we do is convey other people's aggregated information.
Only if we don't research it further ourselves.
Indeed.
It's not like we don't take what Ben Shapiro says and repeat his talking points.
God, no.
That's just for an example.
Yeah, that would
we
be
don't
a
do
problem.
that with anybody. That's just an example that I thought of first.
Self-check on me. That's true. I'm glad I don't do that.
We don't do that. So if we're challenged on it, we are able, on any given idea generally that we present here, we're able to provide further information, and this is the big thing, sources to where we got the information.
Indeed.
Instead of just, well, this person said this thing. Like, that's not a source.
No.
If you listen to a podcast about it, I would say in modern times that's a source because that's people get information from there.
Yeah.
But if you're not repeating Steven Crowder's talking points, right? Oh my God.
Deborah, you're amazing. You should. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
No. But yeah, if you're just repeating someone's talking points without researching it and having more information on it, you are involved in the false library fallacy. You're presenting one. When
the
you
Charlie
present
Kirks of the world and things like that,
That's one of the things that I learned about. Deborah knows about that. That's one of the things that I learned about in how to have impossible conversations.
Indeed.
So,
Deborah's on the fucking book club.
Deborah knows.
Speaking of book club, why don't we close out this bitch with a nice, how you doing in the book club? How's the book going?
The book club is excellent. I actually didn't bring the book today because I was reading it, so it's on the shelf. I was reading it this morning. We have a really nice corner in our house now.
So usually it lives in your truck.
Yes, we have a really nice corner in our house now that has a bookshelf with most of my books on it, and a chair, and there's like a salt rock lamp and a standing lamp that has an individual lamp that comes off of it for reading. And I meant to do the last book show live stream from there, but my ring light had not come in yet, so I didn't have enough light in the corner. But I got my ring light now, so on Tuesday...
It's one of the most popular videos on our Instagram, by the way. The last book club.
Really?
It is.
Interesting.
It's up there in views, baby. It's up there.
Well, on the next book club live stream, which will be on Tuesday at 8:15 Pacific on our Instagram at Salt of the Streets, I will be there in the corner with my life, with my ring light. It'll be fantastic because it's a good vibe.
I love the fact that you own a ring light now.
Yes, I bought one. So
how do you feel about that?
Well, now that we're in fucking December, I've been talking about it literally every month since we started the book club. And now that I have 3 of them left, I might as well fucking buy a ring camera. So stupid.
Oh, so. I love it though. This Tuesday, indeed,
yes,
Deborah.
This Tuesday
on the Instagram.
Every Tuesday, 8:15 Pacific time, which I believe you're in Texas. I think that's 10:15. So I'm sorry, it is late. But you can also watch them the next morning. They're on the Instagram. They're still there. I did one already for Jarhead, and I know for sure I did one. I maybe did 2.
You did one.
I did one for the other one, for the November book, for How to Have Impossible Conversations.
Yeah, I think you did 2 for that one.
Yeah, so they are there. 6:15
for 50 views on the first. Yeah, bro.
No, Deborah, 6:15. If it's 8:15 here, it's later in Texas, right?
Yeah, we don't go backwards in time, Deborah. We're going West Coast to East Coast. It's greater than.
Yeah, we're in Washington State.
I love this picture, by the way.
You like that? You like that? Yeah, so that's my kitchen. That's the new kitchen.
We're going to like that asphalt the streets, by the way.
Yeah.
You can actually like.
That's the new kitchen. So I have a corner set up.
2 days earlier than you. No, Deborah, it's not.
How?
It goes the other way. It's 2 days later,
right
Deborah.
now. Right.
What time is it right now, Deborah?
Are you in Hawaii?
It is exactly. It is 6:52 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Right now.
Right now. It is definitely about. It's about 8:50 something in your world. I know you have not had as many beers as we have had at this point. Yeah, 50.
What time is it?
50 views, by the way.
Yeah, 8:49. Right.
Yeah, word.
Right.
2
That's
hours
what I'm
later.
saying.
We're 2 hours earlier than you.
Right. I'm saying Pacific time, our time. It's 8:15 is when I do the live streams. It will be 10:15 for you.
I can't believe this is happening.
No. It doesn't matter. That's okay.
It's
But
amazing.
Like I said, you can watch them the next day. I did the one. That's what you're seeing there for...
that one.
Yeah.
Look at that guy.
That's the one.
With his hat and his it looks like you have a Hitler mustache right now. Look at that. Because of the shadow.
Oh, yeah. I don't. It's a proper mustache. But we'll have the ring light. It will be better lit the next time.
You've got a Victor Boot mustache.
Just, damn, I don't even drink. That is all right. That is all right.
Oh, this is why you're the best, Deborah.
Yeah, so this is going to be our last episode for the year, like we said, but we'll still have... Colin will still be here for the live streams.
We'll
I
be
will
here
still,
every Friday.
Yeah,
4:30.
every Friday, 4:30 our time. Right, Deborah? 4:30 our time.
4:30 our time, which is 6:30 your time, Deborah.
Texas time.
Texas. Wait. No, I did it. I did the opposite.
No,
I did it right.
You said
6:30 her
Texas
time,
4:30 our
and
time.
7:30 Eastern time. Boom.
Yes. So
most people are awake by then.
we will still have the live streams on Fridays. We will still have the book club live streams on Tuesdays on the Instagrams.
Yep.
The review preview will still drop at the end of the month or the January. We will still have the newsletter at the end of the month. We still have all these things cracking. I will probably end up doing
New Year's Day. Are we gonna do
New Year's Day?
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
probably end up doing a preview for next year's book club. So we'll see. Like this is my stack for next year. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
Do I have time to add to the stack?
Yeah, I don't even have it cooked up yet. I mean, I have the whole thing prepared. Yeah, you got time.
Okay, I'm gonna add your October book.
Yeah, I'll pick some out by this weekend. So
you'll get an October book for your birthmas.
There you go. I'll say I'll give you 2. You can pick out 2 books for the book club next year. And that would
For real?
Yeah, because I want to do that Sasquatch one. So the Sasquatch
That
one
was going to be
then-
October.
Yeah, and if you want to pick one more,
I will.
Fantasy book.
Okay.
To go in there, that would be
Or
good.
Fiction book.
Fiction book. You know. Yeah.
I mean, don't you say
Whatever.
fantasy? We'll see what happens.
Whatever. So yeah, I think that we'll probably.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
We're good. Sorry, I'm
No, we got some
brainstorming.
good stuff cracking. So I
like
like
this.
that idea. Preview the books coming. Yeah, exactly. And I did the book club was a very new idea this year. It was a new thing, and it all happened in like about 12 minutes at my house. I was like, I want to read 12 books. It's like I want everyone to read 12 books. So
And in retrospect, I think it's worked out quite well.
I think
you've done a fantastic job. I've loved your review previews. I've loved your live streams, and I've loved the review preview that we do once a month here. It's been I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. I think it's better than Ben Shapiro's book club, by the way.
I've never watched any of his videos. But
He's
his book club videos.
He just basically Ben Shapiro's for an hour, and that's about it. But he doesn't. You do Tale of Two Cities, and you're like, well, what's the actual book about? It's like, well, these are the fundamental underlying ethics and concerns about this book. I'm like, no, what's the fucking book about?
Yeah. Yeah, no, we definitely didn't do any of that here. That's not how my brain works.
No, bro. You let me know what the book's about and your thoughts on top of it.
Yeah.
You do a good job.
We will be doing the book club again next year. We're going to work around the live streams and stuff a little bit. It's definitely harder with 2 children than it was before, but I like the review previews a lot. I think they work well. And this will be the 18th book that I've read this year. Jarhead will be the 18th book that I finished this year.
That's 6 more than as is advertised.
Yeah, 6 over goal. So
I've got like 5.
It's attainable. It's difficult, but as I started to make time for it and fit it into my day, it was easier and easier and easier. And I know that I've gotten a lot of good out of it. So waiting at the bar for food and stuff like that, I bring my book in. If I'm gonna go pick up a pizza or something, bring my book in while I'm drinking my beer.
Fantastic.
Read some book instead of being on my phone.
That's very Stephen King of you. Have you
Anytime
ever
if
read
I'm-
Stephen King's On Writing?
No, not on writing.
Ooh.
No.
Okay.
I've read some King books, but not on writing.
And that's not a book club book. But so to help close out the show,
Yep.
I wanted to just kind of run through real quick, kind of Bridget Fetisi dumpster fire style.
Okay.
These are the stories we did not cover
Yes.
during the grab bag. We did not cover New York City to involuntarily commit the homeless/mentally ill people that are living on the street.
Oh, God.
We did not cover the same-sex marriage bill that got passed, including Mike Lee's amendment for religious exemptions that
And
did not get passed.
I think now they're just waiting for Biden to sign it, right? The House-
Indeed,
Yep.
they passed it. We did not cover the Georgia Senate race. Congratulations, fucking Warnock.
Raphael.
You're in there with Fetterman. We did not pass the,
first
fact that
black senator ever from Georgia. Full
hashtag
term.
historic landmark. Let's
Part-time
glass ceiling shattered and all that.
Yeah. Isn't that some wild shit, though? That they're always like, this racist as fuck. I don't know. That's a way deeper
I read
conversation,
IRS regs all day long. Does that count? Yes.
Ooh, rough. It does count.
Were you
You
trying
probably
to go to
read
sleep all week?
18 books worth of IRS regulations.
That's
but-
rough. So other stories we did not cover today
Yeah.
in the grab bag. We did not cover that HBO is now going to be releasing a Pelosi documentary,
wait
something
to
that we
watch
have
it.
previewed here on the show before.
Made by her daughter.
Yes, made by her daughter.
Jan 6 footage.
John Bolton is going to run for president if nobody that he deems sufficiently against Trump comes out and runs. We did North Carolina power stations. Time Magazine Person of the Year, none other than President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people's fighting spirit won that one. Military vax mandate goes away in the new NDAA.
Let me say this really quick.
Yes.
Fuck Volodymyr Zelensky.
Amen. I think we've shown enough clips on their show to justify that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
And that's it. That's what we didn't cover.
I like it.
Some of the stuff we hit in retrospect, some of the stuff I hit on Friday.
I like it. Well, guys, we just did a fucking 7-hour podcast
That's right.
to finish up this year.
That's the best way to do it.
This was a fantastic year. I think in the years past, we've done some type of like reflection thing on, what if this year, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we'll do that.
Yeah.
I think so. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm
Yeah,
idealizing
unless you have
what we've
initial
done.
thoughts.
But
I don't really. Yeah.
we will be back January 14th in this studio, maybe in the new studio. We'll see.
I would imagine probably in the new studio.
We will see how far we get on everything. But
It's
I
the
think
reason
we'll
I
make
haven't
some,
redone this studio yet.
I think we'll make some good progress on it. So we will be there. We will see you guys. We have lots of other content coming out till then. So like we said, make sure that you share, like, subscribe, all this stuff. Tell everyone about this so they know about this. Excuse me. Don't allow the channel to go dark.
Nope.
During this month off, because we will still have lots of content coming out. We have lots
Yeah.
of clips, lots of all that kinds of stuff. We'll probably run some ads during December to make sure we have everything running.
Merry Christmas,
Yes,
Deborah.
it was a
Merry fucking
Thank you
Christmas.
very much.
That's why I have a Christmas tree.
Yeah, this was a great episode. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Happy
And
Hanukkah starts next week.
There you go. Happy Hanukkah.
Hanukkah starts, I believe, Monday or Tuesday.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Yes.
And we will see you later.
will see you in January. I will see you on Friday.
That's right. Thank you guys. We love you very much.
Bye, guys.
Merry